Chapter 266, Mimicking Concept. Chapter 266, Mimicking Concept. What's going on here? Could Yi Yuan really have cultivated the Imperial Law True Book before? The Imperial Law True Book is extremely hard to train in. The hards, H, I, plus PS that senior apprentice brother Luo had to suffer to cultivate it to its realm today is something that no one can compare to. But Yi Yuan actually just displayed it so casually. Could Yi Yuan be one of those people who is born with knowledge? Otherwise, with his age, how is it possible to have such accomplishments on Sword Dao and Calligraphy Dao at the same time? The disciples below the stage did not know Calligraphy Dao and thought that Yi Yuan was bent on competing in Calligraphy Dao with Luo Changfeng. Only Luo Changfeng on the stage knew that what Yi Yuan executed was not the Dao of calligraphy. But why did it have such great power if it was not the Dao of calligraphy? Luo Changfeng was also a proud person. Seeing Yi Yuan repeatedly tearing apart his move through replication, a refusal to concede defeat welled up from the bottom of his heart. Pen expressing dragons and snakes. Dragon soar, phoenix dance, permeating 3 parts wood. One move after another, the powerful force overflowed the platform, causing a colossal upheaval. If not for array formations protecting, the platform would already be destroyed several times over. But opposite Luo Changfeng, Yi Yuan similarly used his sword to execute the exact same moves Luo Changfeng did unhurriedly. Pen expressing dragons and snakes. Dragon soar, phoenix dance, permeating 3 parts wood. Blasts of energy collided together and were obliterated. Compared to the match with Zhang Jing yesterday, this match was even more soul-stirring. Yesterday's match, Yi Yuan relied on his impressive sword intent to resolve them one by one. But today's match with Luo Changfeng, Yi Yuan clearly did not lift heavy like it was light like yesterday. But the exact same moves shook people to their core even more. Yi Yuan stood there like a mirror. No matter how Luo Changfeng used his strength, he could reflect it. Such a battle gave Yi Yuan an added portion of power and awe. Luo Changfeng was full of elegance, but also became a little P.I.S. said currently. Each of his moves was stronger than the previous, and also more difficult. He wanted to see whether Yi Yuan could really replicate all of his moves. To be able to defeat a half-step crystal formation realm with peak 9th level spirit condensation realm strength, it could be seen how great Luo Changfeng's strength was. Towards the end, Luo Changfeng's moves were so powerful that it made the audience below the stage feel stifled. To think that after a few months, senior apprentice brother Luo's strength already became so formidable. Compared to the last grand compet. 1. Tian, it's like his entire being was cast off and reborn anew. Yeah, he was still quite young and tender the previous grand compet. 1 Tian. Now he's already very mature. Furthermore, he did not break through this half a year. Most likely, he can break through to half-step crystal formation realm anytime, right? Isn't that so? At senior apprentice brother Luo's level, they're no longer in a rush to raise cultivation realms. The more concepts they can comprehend in the spirit condensation realm, the greater the benefits in the future. Yeah, I wonder how senior apprentice brother Luo's present strength is like compared to senior apprentice brother Tianyu's. It seems like he was initially holding it back for a good confrontation with senior apprentice brother Tianyu. But the result is that he's obstructed by Yi Yuan currently. Speaking of which, this Yi Yuan is really so powerful that it's frightening. If he can break through to the 9th level spirit condensation realm, he can most likely even clash with senior apprentice brother Tiwujio, right? Hee, I didn't think that such a monster would appear in our sect. No matter what the result of this grand compet. 1. Tian is the next grand compet. 1. Tian will be Yi Yuan's world. A genius like Luo Changfeng. The duration between the grand compet. 1. Tian's was enough for him to improve tremendously. 4 geniuses of their level. What they competed and had always been who improved more. If I improve more than you, that means that I'm more talented. Once improvement speed slowed down, they would naturally be eliminated. Just like the elite disciple Cheng Wu, his strength was very great, but compared to others, his improvement speed was slower, so he obviously became weaker. However, such rapid progress was actually unable to do anything to a fourth-level spirit condensation realm newbie. Profound knowledge akin to divine aid. After a tumultuous and violent clash, Luo Changfeng finally used his greatest trump card. This move was something that Luo Changfeng comprehended only recently. Originally, this was his ultimate trump card meant to deal with Tian Yu, but it was unexpectedly forced out by Yi Yuan. Once it was executed, the wind and clouds suddenly changed. Powerful, formless energy flooded the platform. A moment of carelessness, and the outcome would definitely be being sent flying off the platform. But over on the other end, only to see Yi Yuan swing his sword calmly. Profound knowledge akin to divine aid was released in a twinkle. Except, everyone here, including Luo Changfeng, did not detect that Yi Yuan added a little something extra into this move. Essence Energy Ignition. It was only to see Yi Yuan's profound knowledge akin to divine aid being executed. The battle situation on the platform became drastically different from before. Yi Yuan's force was like a whirlwind sweeping away scattered clouds, devouring Luo Chengfeng's attack unceasingly. Luo Chengfeng's face changed. He did not think that such a situation would actually occur. Previously, it was always him bombarding wantonly, but this time, Yi Yuan retaliated, catching him completely off guard. The attack, after adding Essence Energy Ignition, was unbelievably powerful. It was already too late for Luo Changfeng to want to defend against it. He only saw countless blasts of formless energy besieging him, directly breaking through his protective essence energy and sending him flying. Luo Changfeng was only hit down the platform and did not suffer major injuries. Yi Yuan had a sense of propriety when attacking and did not ignite too much essence energy. Luo Changfeng adjusted his posture in midair and landed on the ground lightly. It was dead silent below the stage. Everyone did not know what to say. If this was like the result of Zhang Jing's match, everybody could still barely accept it. The result of this match was really unexpected. The top 3 core disciples represented virtually the highest point in the Tranquil Cloud sect. In the minds of all the core disciples, the only ones who could beat the top 3 people were only the top 3 or core disciples. Others need not even think about it, because for these 3 people to be able to occupy this position meant that their improvement speed surpassed all others. Once they were shaken off by such a genius, then they would only get cast even further behind. Body had ever thought that someone in the top 3 would lose in the hands of a 4th-level spirit condensation realm. Just take Luo Changfeng, for example. His strength was sufficient to challenge ordinary 3rd-level crystal formation realms. Someone like Su Yulin was not even Luo Changfeng's match. Doesn't this mean that Yi Yuan's strength could cross an entire major realm to defeat his opponent? This was too inconceivable. Luo Changfeng sighed lightly and cupped his fist towards Yi Yuan and said, "Many thanks for junior apprentice brother, Yi showing mercy." Not all. Senior apprentice brother Luo being able to walk so far on the Tao of calligraphy. This junior is full of admiration. In fact, this junior one with somewhat unorthodox means, Yi Yuan said with a smile. Luo Chengfeng's face changed slightly, and he could not help voicing the suspicions he had in his heart. Where did junior apprentice brother Ye's moves come from? Could junior apprentice brother Yi really have trained in the Imperial Audiobook before? Yi Yuan shook his head and said with a grin, "Nay, those moves were all copied after I watched senior apprentice brother Luo's moves." This is called Mimicking Concept. Chapter 267, Dragon Among Men. Chapter 267, Dragon Among Men. Mimicking Concept? What's that? Luo Chengfeng could not help being stupefied. My move looks exactly the same as yours. But in reality, when talking about the contents, it differs in thousands of ways. Those moves of mine were mimicked using sword intent. It appeared right, but is really wrong, Yi Yuan said. This concepts can actually be utilized like this? Luo Qingfeng originally felt that something was off, but could not figure it out the whole time. Now that he heard Yi Yuan talk about it, the other party had actually been using sword intent to clash with him the entire time. But even if it was sword intent, wasn't it two alike? No matter how Luo Qingfeng racked his brains, he could not figure out how sword intent could be used to mimic calligraphy intent so skillfully as to be indistinguishable from the original. Luo Qingfeng believed that the audience below the stage could not even see through that what Yi Yuan used was sword intent. Only him, someone who immersed himself in the Tao of calligraphy for so many years, could differentiate that minute trace of difference. Ignoring other things, just how high was Yi Yuan's attainments on the sword Tao? This match was not lost unjustly. Myriad Tao laws all lead to the same destination. The concepts might be different in endless ways, but they also have many common aspects. Although I have yet to research in depth into the Tao of calligraphy, I've seen before extremely powerful calligraphy Tao experts, so I'm also rather familiar with the Tao of calligraphy. Hence, that's why I can mimic calligraphy Tao with sword Tao, Yi Yuan said. The extremely powerful calligraphy Tao expert that Yi Yuan was talking about was actually the heavenly book Divine King. Except, no matter how big a hole Luo Qingfeng and the rest excavated in their brain, they could not imagine what kind of existence this so-called extremely powerful calligraphy Tao expert was like. Ji Qingyun and his father had exceedingly high status in the divine realm. They were acquainted with most of the Divine King powerhouses. Although the Heavenly Book Divine King was a more eccentric member of the 10 Great Supreme Divine Kings, he used to have pretty good relations with Yi Yuan. And Yi Yuan had also witnessed with his own eyes the great battle between the Heavenly Book Divine King and other Divine Kings. It was truly heaven-startling and caused the G.O.D.S. to weep. Compared to the Heavenly Book Divine King, this imperial law true book of Luo Qingfeng was simply weak to the max. Yi Yuan originally had tremendously high perception and also comprehended a supreme true intent on sword Tao. In addition to having witnessed the Heavenly Book Divine King's Tao of calligraphy before, wanting to mimic Luo Qingfeng's moves was not something hard. Yi Yuan's factors were much better than Luo Qingfeng's. If he could not even mimic such a low-level concept, then he would really be too useless. What a fine phrase. Myriad Tao laws all lead to the same destination. Junior Apprentice Brother's perception is freakishly high, even though it's just mimicking my concept. If Junior Apprentice Brother Ye's concept isn't extremely high, I'm afraid that it's also impossible to have such a battle result. This Luo is fully convinced of my loss. Finus. Plussing, Luo Qingfeng cupped his fists and left. Far away, Xiao Jiang and Mo Yuntian stood with their hands behind their backs. They had just watched the battle between Yi Yuan and Luo Qingfeng. Oh, Yuntian, what you said was right. A monster like Yi Yuan, my tranquil cloud sect, might not have the destiny to contain him. About his strength, how do you view it? Xiao Jian suddenly asked. Mo Yuntian said, Junior Apprentice Brother Ye's sword intent most likely already Serpa. Said mine by far too much. It even, if my conjectures are right, Junior Apprentice Brother, you probably already fully comprehended the Azure Dipper Purple Yang sword art on the Nine Heavens Road. Xiao Jian turned to look at Mo Yuntian. He said with a chuckle, if he's Serpa. Said me, then he's Serpa. Said me. What's there to avoid saying? I wonder which rock this boy jumped out from, to actually have such monstrous talent. In the thousands of years since the establishment of my Tranquil Cloud sect, there have only been a mere 3 individuals who can comprehend the Azure Dipper Purple Yang sword intent in its entirety. This boy is only 15 years old and actually comprehended such a profound sword intent fully. Truly remarkable. Mo Yuntian felt slightly awkward as he said, Junior Apprentice Brother Yi is a dragon among men. As long as he doesn't plummet, he will surely be able to ascend to the divine realm in the future. Furthermore, I feel that his talent might even be stronger than forefather Yu Wuya's. Even after he arrives in the divine realm, he can most likely become the powerhouse of a domain. Xiao Jian nodded. He clearly approved of Mo Yuntian's view. To be able to fully comprehend a true intent at the age of 15, such a freak should not have appeared in the endless world. Yintian, did you discover that Yi Yuan's sword intent seems to have some different aspects? Mo Yuntian was rather surprised. Although he also comprehended much of the Azure Dipper purple yang sword intent, he was obviously not as sensitive compared to Xiao Jian. If they talked about it, the Azure Dipper purple yang sword intent that Tian Yu comprehended was even stronger than Mo Yuntian's. Mo Yuntian shook his head. Xiao Jian's gaze turned stern as he said, Yi Yuan's sword intent is not purely Azure Dipper purple yang sword intent. If my conjectures are correct, he even comprehended some other sword intent. Other sword intent. Mo Yuntian had a baffled look. He did not know what this meant. Xiao Jian nodded and said, It's clear that Yi Yuan's sword intent carries the shadow of the Azure Dipper purple yang sword intent, but there is a trace of nimbleness and elegance within the sword intent. In my opinion, Yi Yuan most likely already comprehended a type of sword intent before challenging the Nine Heavens Road. When he was challenging the Nine Heavens Road, he comprehended the Azure Dipper purple yang sword intent too. The most terrifying thing is that he already fused these two types of sword intent into one. Mo Yuntian revealed an astonished look. He knew that Yi Yuan's sword intent was extremely powerful, but he did not think that Yi Yuan's sword intent was already powerful to this sort of extent. As a sword cultivator, Mo Yuntian was deeply aware that fusing concepts was even harder than comprehending two kinds of concepts. Yi Yuan fully comprehending the Azure Dipper purple yang sword art meant mastering a type of true intent. If he merged another kind of concept, then just what realm is he at? Mo Yuntian felt that his mind could not quite wrap itself around it. Xiao Jian shook his head and said, I don't know either, but there is bound to be even higher realms above true intent. Those are realms belonging to the divine realm's powerhouses. I wonder what the other sword intent Yi Yuan fused it with is like. If it's also a type of true intent, then that would be terrifying. Limited by own worldview, Xiao Jian did not know what realm was above true intent. He himself did not even fully comprehend a type of true intent, but he knew that there was surely even higher realms above true intent. Otherwise, what did those powerhouses in the divine realm cultivate? Xiao Jian was also not sure what realm fusing two kinds of true intent would reach, because in the endless world, possessing one type of true intent already meant an immensely powerful expert. It was said that there were major powers in the northern domain who fused two types of true intent, but as for what kind of realm those major powers were at, Xiao Jian had completely no clue. In reality, under most circumstances, it was impossible to produce a supreme true intent even by merging two types of true intent. In the divine realm, there were many experts who fused two types of concepts, but very few of them could cultivate to the divine king realm. The reason was that they could not comprehend a supreme true intent. Mo Yuntian sucked in a deep breath and said, This shouldn't be very likely, right? While Yi Yuan's talent is a stonies. I plusing to merge two types of true intent at this age. Mo Yuntian felt that this already exceeded his boundary of understanding and instinctively felt that it was impossible. Xiao Jian laughed wryly and said, Haha, actually I also feel that this is not very likely. True intent isn't some cabbage that can be comprehended as you like. Yi Yuan could comprehend the Azure Dipper purple yang sword intent primarily is still because he barged into the Nine Heavens Road under coincidence. I reckon that he only added in the nimble and elegance concept that he comprehended before that into the Azure Dipper purple yang sword intent. Chapter 268, Battling Tang Yue. Chapter 268, Battling Tang Yue. As expected, yet also a complete surprise. Tian Yu, Tang Yue, and Yi Yuan entered the final four. while Luo Chengfeng was tragically eliminated, blocked outside the Final Four. It was expected because Tian Yu and Tang Yu entering the Final Four was within reason. But it was a surprise because before this grand compet, 1. Tian in Body would have thought that number 52 could actually charge into the Final Four. The other person who made it into the Final Four was called Sui Liang, precisely the other one, the two half-step crystal formation realms. The face-off of the semifinals was already out. Yi Yuan versus Tang Yu and Tian Yu versus Sui Liang. There was basically no suspense for Tian Yu versus Sui Liang. Tang Yu and Yi Yuan's match clearly became everyone's focal point. Yi Yuan overcame all the obstacles along the way, and even Luo Chengfeng fell to him. This made the originally lifeless sect grand compet. 1. Tian suddenly became lively. Everybody wanted to see what step Yi Yuan could walk to. Although Yi Yuan defeating Luo Chengfeng in the previous battle made everyone's SES fall off, everybody could sense that Yi Yuan's fight with Luo Chengfeng was not as easy as with Zhang Jing. And Tang Yu's strength was not, because Luo Chengfeng did not use his weapon. Everyone knew that even if Luo Chengfeng used his weapon, the result would also be the same. Hence, Yi Yuan and Tang Yu's match was even more antic. 1. P. aided them with Tian Yu. Tian Yu used the sword. Whether he could gain any advantages in a battle against Yi Yuan was another matter altogether. But Tang Yu did not use a sword. If Yi Yuan could even beat Tang Yu, he would only be a step away for number 1. Yes, at the semifinals, Tian Yu did not seem too promising instead. Not because he wasn't strong enough, but because he used swords. Tian Yu was strong because of his sword. But facing Yi Yuan, his sword became his greatest shortcoming instead. The semifinals were about to commence. Yi Yuan and Tang Yu's platform was already surrounded until not even water could flow through. Quickly look, isn't that senior apprentice brother Ti Wujio? There's also senior apprentice brother Cheng Wu and the rest. The elite disciples actually came to watch Yi Yuan's match too. What's so strange about that? The elite disciples' matches have already ended. Senior apprentice brother Ti Wujio won rank 1 without any contest, and senior apprentice brother Cheng Wu is third from the bottom. He will be competing with our core disciples number 1. Coming to check on his opponent's strength is something very natural. Then why did senior apprentice brother Ti Wujio come over? With Yi Yuan's degree of monstrousness, he'll most probably cause a threat to senior apprentice brother Ti Wujio before long. Isn't it very normal for him to come and take a look at his future adversary? I reckon that the number of elite disciples who came to watch the match is not small. The elite disciples grand compet. 1. Time was already all finished at this time. Ti Wujio became the number 1 elite disciple uncontestably with the battle result of 19 complete victories. But Cheng Wu ultimately could not shake off the bottom 3 rankings. According to the sect rules, he would have to undergo a final match with the number 1 core disciple to determine who stays and leaves. Hence, it was very crucial to Cheng Wu who obtains rank 1. Senior apprentice brother Wujio, who do you think can obtain rank 1? Cheng Wu asked rather fluid tieredly. Ti Wujio shook his head, however, and said, "It has already been a very long time since the previous grand compet. One time, Tian Yu and Tang Yu both made significant progress. But as for how much they improved, body knows. Moreover, there's even a Yi Yuan who popped out this time, whose hands the number 1 lands in is really still an unknown." Cheng Wu's eyes lit up as he said with a smile, "Do you think Yi Yuan can beat both Tang Yu and Tian Yu? If he can get number 1, then that would be great." Ti Wujio shot Cheng Wu a glance and said with a chuckle, I, on the other hand, think that it's best if you don't be MP into Yi Yuan." Cheng Wu asked in puzzlement, "No way? Although this Yi Yuan is impressive, Cheng Wu, can't possibly lose to a 4th level spear condensation realm, right?" Cheng Wu was at the 1st level crystal formation realm. While his strength was near the bottom among the elite disciples, that was only relative to the elite disciples. Towards the vast majority of core disciples, his talent was absolutely those super strong types. Even though Yi Yuan's talent was heaven-defying, Cheng Wu was a major realm higher than him. How could Yi Yuan possibly be his match? This or a Cruz? Plusing in terms of cultivation realm could not be turned around with talent. Ti Wujiu said, Yi Yuan's might in sword intent realm Serpa. SES everyone's imagination. If my speculations are right, he might have already grasped the Azure, Dipper, Purple Yang true intent. Even if he has not fully grasped it, it's most likely more or less there already. If you really encounter him, it's best to be careful. Take care not to be careless. Cheng Wu sucked in a cold breath when he heard that. He knew that Yi Yuan's sword intent was very strong, but did not think that it was powerful to such an extent. Even the sect master did not grasp the Azure, Dipper, Purple Yang true intent. Yi Yuan already grasped it at this age? No wonder he could lift something heavy like it was light when fighting Zhang Jing. Then senior apprentice brother mean that Tian Yu and Tang Yuer are in danger this time? Ti Wujiu shook his head and said, I don't know about that. Tian Yu and Tang Yuer are both people who are outstandingly talented, and their realms are so much higher than Yi Yuan's realm. They naturally have the strength to battle it out. What I want to see now is, what method Tian Yu will use to fight with Yi Yuan when he's being suppressed in terms of sword Dao? Cheng Wu was speechless. He originally thought that Yi Yuan was a soft persimmon who is easy to knead. Now it seemed like body was a soft persimmon. Cheng Wu was aware of Sui Liang's strength. Without any accidents, the top three would be Tian Yu, Tang Yuer, and Yi Yuan. Except, this final ranking was not easy to determine. Tian Yu, who seemed to be the most promising at first, had lesser advantages than Tang Yuer now. Cheng Wu felt somewhat in a mess. On the platform, Tang Yuer was dressed in a fiery red fine gauze, but appeared lofty and proud. That unparalleled appearance did not lose to the Nanfeng aunt and niece. However, those underestimate her, because she was a peerless beauty, would definitely suffer a huge loss. In the previous Grand Compet, Tian Yu once suffered a huge loss in Tang Yuer's hands and was nearly defeated. Tang Yuer looked at Yi Yuan, who was opposite coldly, and said, Yi Yuan, you're indeed very strong. But you'll stop here. Yi Yuan was stunned when he heard that. He did not think that Tang Yuer would be so overbearing right after coming up. Not only is senior apprentice sister beautiful, but this aura is also so imposing, Yi Yuan said with a laugh. Tang Yuer's face grew colder. Her impression of Yi Yuan became even worse. Lecher, I'll definitely make a fool out of you later. Tang Yuer's heart was higher than the heavens. Ordinary disciples did not even enter her eyes. Therefore, there were many people who secretly had a crush on her, but not many who confessed their feelings. There was once somebody who was beaten up until he had to lie on the bed for 2 months after confessing to her. Ever since then, everyone could only put their affection and admiration away in their hearts. Yi Yuan calling her beautiful right after coming up naturally made her put him in the same category as Lechers. Yi Yuan laughed in spite of himself and said, Senior apprentice sister is as beautiful as a flower, but won't let others praise you. Isn't it an insult to your beauty? Tang Yuer flew into a great rage when she heard that. Indeed, a conceited and insolent person. I hope that you can still laugh in a while. Chapter 269, Crossing Swords with Illusions. Chapter 269, Crossing Swords with Illusions. To dare take liberties with senior apprentice Sister Yuer like this. Yi Yuan's guts are really fat. He has the strength. He might even be thinking of taking this opportunity to court senior apprentice Sister Yuer. Speaking of which, the two of them, their ages and strength are around the same. It's really a perfect match between an able man and a fair maiden. Furthermore, with Yi Yuan's potential, he'll definitely Serpa S senior apprentice Sister Yuer in the future. If they were to become a pair, it would become a story that will be Pa S. Said down. Bah, is that snotty brat, Yi Yuan, even good enough for senior apprentice Sister Yue? Haha, you're envying and hating out of jealousy, right? I know that you've had a crush on senior apprentice Sister Yue for a very long time already. Actually, Yi Yuan was just purely praising. He did not think to incur Tang Yuer's wrath. But the way the other disciples saw it, Yi Yuan's words like this were already blatant flirtation. It was just that Yi Yuan's strength stood head and shoulders above all others, so he obviously had the qualifications to pursue Tang Yuer. However, those disciples who had been secretly plussing on Tang Yuer for a long time were naturally very displeased by this. Once the battle began, Tang Yuer's red ribbon shot towards Yi Yuan to tangle him up, relying on spirit void shattering S.P.A.C. Yi Yuan's speed was no longer beneath late-stage spirit condensation realm martial artists. Seeing the red ribbon snaking over, he easily evaded with a flash. But right then, Yi Yuan only felt his head sink, his entire body becoming sluggish. Divine Soul Mystic Arts. Yi Yuan did not think that Tang Yuer's trump card was actually a Divine Soul Mystic Art. Haha. Yi Yuan fell for it as expected. Senior Apprentice Sister Yue is the strongest at illusionary arts. In the last Grand Compet, Tian, even Senior Apprentice Brother Tian Yu fell for it and nearly lost. Yi Yuan has been enjoying too much success recently. He most likely didn't inquire about Senior Apprentice Sister Yuer's trump card. Under the same realm, virtually body can escape from Senior Apprentice Sister Yuer's illusions. Yi Yuan is only at the 4th level spirit condensation realm, only a minor stage lower than Yue in Divine Soul realm. He's doomed. Senior Apprentice Sister Yue was already furious earlier. She'll most definitely be ruthless to Yi Yuan. Even if she doesn't screw with him until he becomes an idiot, he can't escape lying in bed for several days. Haha, if Senior Apprentice Sister Yue really has vicious intent, perhaps Senior Apprentice Brother Sui Liang still has a possibility for entering the top 3. On the platform, Tang Yuer and Yi Yuan both stopped moving. Yi Yuan's eyes became vacant holes as if his soul was charmed. Tang Yuer closed her eyes, however, and did not move a muscle too. Yi Yuan only felt his mind sink just now, but his entire person was brought to a different place. In the secular world, Yi Yuan became a wealthy family scion. A graceful and beautiful body appeared in front of his eyes. The girl in front of him was beautiful to the extreme, but not a trace of clothing was on her. That body which made people nosebleed could make any man go berserk. Yi Yuan looked at the attire he was wearing and back at the nude woman on the other side, and could not help shaking his head and laughing. This Tang Yuer really took him to be an extremely perverted lecher. Young master, let this servant serve you in bed. The woman's sweet melodious voice rung beside Yi Yuan's ear. A pair of water snake-like jade arms twined around Yi Yuan's neck. It was exceedingly alluring. Yi Yuan was not some sage. In front of a genuine beauty, he would naturally show the reaction that a man should display. Except that Tang Yuer employing illusions in front of Yi Yuan was kind of like playing with a large saber in front of Guan Yu. Illusionary arts were actually an important branch of Divine Soul Mystic Arts. Its power was extremely great and could kill people imperceptibly. Illusionary arts were similarly a great Tao. When cultivated to the limits, it could transform the foul and rotten into the rare and ethereal. Powerful illusionary martial artists could kill their foes undetectably and also make the other party fall into an illusionary realm forever, becoming a living corpse. What's more, the other party would be fully aware that they were inside an illusion world, but could not escape no matter what. This sort of endless sinking was sometimes scarier than killing the opponent. If the caster did not release the illusion, the other party would never wake from the illusion, just like a samsara cycle, all the way until death. The first time Yi Yuan laid eyes on this woman, he knew what Tang Yuer was trying to do. She wanted to make him immerse himself in the embrace of women inside the illusion and be unable to extricate himself. Once he wallowed in the pleasures of the flesh, the Yi Yuan in the real world would also do some repulsive actions. If that happened, Yi Yuan would become the joke of the entire sect. One had to say that this move by Tang Yuer was certainly quite vicious. If Yi Yuan really you bed to it, then no matter how talented he was, he would have no face to stay on in the sect after this. Women had always been incomprehensible creatures. Yi Yuan already had a taste of that many times. Although this move by Tang Yuer was really deriding, Yi Yuan did not get too angry. But Yi Yuan was not some clay bodhisattva that could be kneaded however others liked. Yi Yuan decided to prank this Tang Yuer good. It could be considered her punishment. Facing the woman's teasing, Yi Yuan grabbed her arm and threw her ruthlessly to one side, saying with a cold sneer, "That won't be necessary. Tell me who sent you here." Yi Yuan rebuked with a stern countenance, but the woman kept silent like a cicada in winter. She said weakly, "And no one. This servant only admires young master. That's why I took the initiative to offer my body. If young master can't trust this servant, then I'm willing to apologize with death." Sniff, sniff. The woman cried pitifully and behaved like she wanted to run into the wall to commit suicide. But Yi Yuan just sneered and said, "Don't pretend to be innocent in front of me. As the successor to the capital's Yi family, what kind of woman have this young master not seen before? How can you pass the test in front of me with your inferior acting? Go and hit. Just ahead." That woman really stopped after hearing that. In the illusion world, Tang Yuer, who was concealed in a covert location secretly SN1GGE read to herself coldly. Didn't think that this lecher has some capabilities. To actually not fall for it easily. However, you've already taken the place of your ident. One tie. Can you still escape from this young lady's palm? The nude woman put away her seductive expression and wore her garments. She said to Yi Yuan with a smile, "Young Master Yi indeed has great powers of concentration. Actually, I'm under the orders of my family's missus to come and probe young Master Yi." Yi Yuan snickered to himself secretly, but looked doubtful on the surface as he asked, "You family's missus is?" "My family's missus is the Tang family's eldest miss. She has long heard that Mr. is the #1 scholar in the capital and has admired you for a long time. It's just that she doesn't know Mr.'s nature. That's why she sent me to test Mr. Having met today, young master indeed see things as clear as viewing a fire. An extremely wise and far-sighted person." The woman sighed with admiration. When Yi Yuan heard that, his expression eased up slightly, but he still pretended to be peeved as he said, "So, it's the Tang family's eldest miss." This he has also long heard that the Tang family's eldest miss has national beauty and heavenly fragrance, and is even an erudite among women. It's just that your family's missus using this kind of method to test me is really going too far. A fair lady is a gentleman's good mate, but this he is absolutely not those profligate and immoral people. Please return and inform Miss Tang that this Yi is unable to enjoy her admiration. In secret, Tang Yuer's face changed when she heard that. If Yi Yuan were really impervious to everything, then her illusion would reveal flaws sooner or later. Then Yi Yuan would be able to escape. Tang Yuer could not accept such an outcome. When Yi Yuan saw Tang Yuer, he also became absent-minded for a split second. When this scene landed in Tang Yuer's eyes, there was naturally a few more parts of disgust. Yi Yuan did not think that Tang Yuer would actually have such a gentle and soft side. He wondered if the Tang Yuer, in reality, would also have such a side. A few days ago, Yuer was somewhat brusque. Today, I've prepared some thin wine to specially make up to young Master Yi. I hope that young Master Yi won't take to heart my prior transgressions and bury the hatchet with Yuer. When the words came out of her mouth, Tang Yuer was filled with the grace of a young lady from an eminent family. Yi Yuan secretly found it funny, but was nonchalant on the surface as he said, "Miss Yuer is too polite. As a real man, why would this Yi quibble with a celestial fairy-like miss like Yuer?" Tang Yuer raised her wine cup and showed a happy expression as she said, "Since that's the case, how about Mr. Yi please drink this toast with me?" Yi Yuan smiled and downed his cup in one go. After a cup of wine, The pair, each with their own wicked plans, started to chat like good friends of many years. Yi Yuan started chatting about distant lands randomly, making Tang Yuer yearn for more. Yi Yuan talked from the mundane world to the martial artist world, from the martial Dao to the alchemy Dao. His encyclopedic knowledge and extensiveness of what he had seen and heard before made Tang Yuer unconsciously forget that she was inside an illusion world. Yi Yuan's knowledge and experience were simply not what Tang Yuer could hope to match. Even inside an illusion, that sort of faint feeling from being someone from a higher realm would also leak out unwittingly. Such disposition had absolute lethality towards women. The Tang Yuer who cast the illusion was gradually substituted by Yi Yuan. Illusions were a type of very delicate divine soul mystic arts. Under most circumstances, the caster would be the absolute master of the illusion world. But if they encountered an expert with extremely powerful soul force, the pressure on the caster would be enormous. Take Tang Yuer, for example. With her divine soul realm, plus the power of an illusionary divine soul mystic art, she could make the other party descend into an illusionary realm when facing ordinary crystal formation realm experts. Of course, the prerequisite was that the other party did not deliberately cultivate their divine soul. Tang Yuer's illusions were very easy to fall for martial artists. But if she faced an alchemy grandmaster, then it would not be so useful. All in all, Tang Yuer's illusions were very powerful and could even let her leap ranks to battle. But Yi Yuan's understanding towards illusions and divine soul was simply not what Tang Yuer could compare to. Chapter 271, Big Brother Yi Yuan. Chapter 271, Big Brother Yi Yuan. These two people have already been standing on the platform for over 2 hours. Just who has the advantage right now? I can't figure it out. Yi Yuan had that lifeless expression from the start, and seems to be controlled by senior apprentice Sister Yuer. But the victor hasn't been decided until now. The expression on senior apprentice Sister Yuer's face is very rich and looks like she is expending a great deal of effort. I just can't figure out what the L is going on. A match like this is so boring. We can't even see how they fight. The two of them are just staring at each other, staring for over 2 hours already. A duel with illusions is sometimes even more perilous than a fight between martial artists. With your paltry strength, once you fall under senior apprentice Sister Yuer's illusion, she can turn you into an idiot with a snap. Speaking of which, the highly antic 1p aided battle that everyone was originally looking forward to became utterly boring right now. The two people only made one move from the start till now, then fell into a situation where they just stared at each other. It was fine if they just stared at each other. If Yi Yuan was taken down by Tang Yuer, he should show all sorts of ugly behaviors. Or if Tang Yuer's illusion could not do anything to Yi Yuan and he achieved victory instead, everyone could accept these two kinds of result. But the pair just had to be in a stalemate the entire time. Furthermore, the two people's conditions were very odd, leaving everyone unaware just who held the advantage until now. Suddenly, Tang Yuer gave fled groan on the platform and flopped weakly onto the ground. Yi Yuan's eyes also regained clarity at this time. He clasped his hands at Tang Yuer and said with a smile, "Senior, thank you." Yi Yuan deliberately dragged out the intonation in saying Yuer, making it sound weird when one heard it. Tang Yuer's soul force was overly exhausted currently and no longer had the strength to battle again. She lifted her head and looked at the grinning Yi Yuan with shame and rage filling her heart. Just now, inside the illusion world, she actually spent a lifetime with Yi Yuan and even helped to propagate his bloodline. This was simply unprecedented shame and humiliation. After the shame and anger, the hatred in Tang Yuer's heart grew sively. Her gaze when looking at Yi Yuan became filled with killing intent. Even though it was only inside the illusion world, that sort of feeling of her purity being sullied, still trailed closely behind like a shadow. Tang Yuer never imagined that this lecher also had such high attainments in terms of illusionary arts. She still could not figure out until now how both parties quietly swapped roles and also how Yi Yuan dragged her inside the board. This kind of method was simply unimaginable. One had to know that this illusion world was set up by Tang Yuer. Yi Yuan actually took over the illusionary realm that she set unknowingly and even brought her inside, making her a target that the other party could freely manipulate as he liked. Tang Yuer gritted her teeth in hatred and wished that she could grind Yi Yuan's bones to dust and scatter them to the wind. Yi Yuan, I'm warning you. If you dare to speak about the matters inside the illusion world, I'll make you wish that you were dead. Tang Yuer transmitted her voice to warn. Yi Yuan replied, Haha, I have an illness, which is that I can't endure being frightened. Once you frighten me, my mouth will start to run and tell the outside world about anything. Yuer. Senior. You see. Tang Yuer's face changed. You dare threaten me? How would I dare to threaten you? Senior. Earlier, it was clearly Yuer, Senior, who was threatening me. Yi Yuan deliberately dragged out the intonation of the word Yuer again. Tang Yuer was on the verge of collapse. She said frostily, Speak. What terms do you want? I'm warning you, don't go too overboard. Something like a toad, Wisconsin H.I. Plussing to eat swan meat, don't even think about it. Yi Yuan beamed and said, Her, I'm not a toad, and you're also not a swan. However, my ears are very soft. Why not you call me Big Brother Yi Yuan once, and I'll erase this segment of memories. What do you think? Big Brother Yi Yuan was precisely the term that Tang Yuer used to address Yi Yuan inside the illusion world. At that time, the pair were as inseparable as glue and lacquer, closely attached to each other, and were extremely sticky together. But asking Tang Yuer to say it out, in reality, was even worse than killing her. The first impression that Yi Yuan gave her was a lecher. Now that he also did such obscene things inside the illusion world, Tang Yuer wished that she could kill him. How could she possibly call out such a mushy form of address? You, dream on. Oh, not calling? Then forget it. I couldn't care less either. Later, I'll find a few companions to have a conversation with. I believe that many people are dying to know just what happened on the stage today. You, fine, I'll call. And I'm listening. Be big. Be brother. Yi Yuan. Although it was a voice transmission, Tang Yuer's voice was like a mosquito's buzz. What did you say? I didn't hear it. Tang Yuer was so furious that her lovely body started to tremble, but she had no choice but to call out, Big Brother Yi Yuan. The voice this time was loud, except it completely did not sound like it. Yi Yuan grinned and said sigh, completely lacking that sort of feeling already. Listening to it doesn't give any flavor at all. Consider you Pa S. Then. I'll keep my mouth shut. Yi Yuan just had a moment of mischievousness and played a prank on Tang Yuer. They were in the same sect after all. Yi Yuan could not very well go too far, and so to just let it be at that. Yi Yuan obviously knew that Tang Yuer would hate him ever since, but he did not really mind. To others, Tang Yuer's illusions were very powerful. But to Yi Yuan, her illusions did not have any threat at all. Tang Yuer struggled to get up but still felt a little weak in her knees. However, she remained standing there stubbornly and stared at Yi Yuan coldly as she said, A loss means a loss. What's there to thank? Finest. H.I. Plussing. Tang Yuer walked down the platform with some difficulty. The audience looked at the obstinate Tang Yuer and looked at Yi Yuan on the platform again. They gaped at each other speechlessly. Senior apprentice Sister Yuer, who was ever triumphant by relying on illusionary arts, actually lost just like this? It seemed like Yi Yuan was completely fine. Hey, Senior apprentice Sister Yuer's soul force exhaustion is so great. Why does Yi Yuan look completely fine? Even if he won Senior apprentice Sister Yuer, it shouldn't be without expending even a little bit of soul force, right? Yeah, I find it strange too. Yi Yuan clearly fell under the illusion. But other than his eyes becoming vacant during the middle portion, it seems like there was no difference between the start and end at all. Such a situation is seriously too peculiar. Are you daft? I heard that Yi Yuan is even an alchemist. Perhaps his attainments on the divine soul are even more amazing than senior apprentice sister you are. You're the daft one. I'm also not blind and can see the badge Yi Yuan is wearing. It's just that his badge is only low-rank alchemy master. Even if he broke through to middle-stage spirit condensation realm, his soul force would only be middle-rank alchemy master. Having fought a battle with senior apprentice sister Yuer, how is it possible to not have any consumption at all? This Yi Yuan is really leaking with peculiarity. Indeed, Yi Yuan continued the momentum of his consecutive victories and once again caused an upset in the status quo, defeating a top 3 opponent. Tang Yuer, who had transcendent illusionary arts, lost to Yi Yuan inexplicably just like that. Body knew what kind of compet. 1. Time the pair experienced inside the illusion world. Both parties kept their mouth tightly sealed. On the other platform, Tianyu and Sui Liang's match had ended long ago. Without any surprises, Tianyu defeated Sui Liang. The final round, Yi Yuan versus Tianyu. Chapter 272, Heavenly Sky Sect. Chapter 272, Heavenly Sky Sect. The news about Yi Yuan entering the finals not only caused a huge uproar among the disciples, but the Tranquil Cloud sect's upper echelons were also visibly stirred. But different from those disciples, these elders all knew that Yi Yuan's accomplishments in the alchemy Dao were tremendously remarkable. To have such stunning achievements in the alchemy Dao and the martial Dao at the same time. Was this boy even human? There are times when human strength just won't do. I really have no idea what kind of existence that master behind Yi Yuan is like. To actually raise such a freakish existence like Yi Yuan. No matter what kind of existence he is, that is not an existence that our Tranquil Cloud sect can afford to provoke. I feel that this master of Yi Yuan is most likely one of the pinnacle few beings in the endless world. That lord is probably going to ascend to the divine realm before long. So that's why he was seized with a sudden impulse to find a disciple to inherit his mantle. However, the master initiates the apprentice, but their skill depends on their own efforts. For Yi Yuan to have such startling improvement, it's inseparable from his own bitter hard work, Xiao Jian chimed in. Luo Qingfeng nodded. It was clear that his judgment was roughly the same as Xiao Jian's. Yi Yuan's ident. 1. Tai cannot be clearer. He was a born and bred state of Qin citizen. Only those strongest few individuals in the endless world had the ability to teach a genius like Yi Yuan. Furthermore, the way this lord taught disciples was different from others. He did not bring Yi Yuan along with him. He just taught him all of his abilities, then let Yi Yuan roam freely. Of course, it could also be that that lord was monitoring Yi Yuan at all times. But an existence that, as long as he did not wish for others to discover him, other people would never find him. What you're said is right. Even a more monstrous talent has to be vied for with one's own efforts. With Yi Yuan's performance in the state of Qin, this child's talent and temperament are excellent. It's no wonder that that lord would take fancy to him. However, for him to be able to soar to the skies with one move, the Nine Heavens Road contributed immensely. With Yi Yuan's personality, I think he'll surely remember my Tranquil Cloud sect with some grat. 1. Tude, Luo Qingfeng said. Xiao Jian said in agreement. This child is not the slightest bit soft-handed towards enemies, but he uses his life to protect those close to him. As long as we don't do something to chill his heart, when this child prospers in the future, he'll definitely provide some help and guidance. It's just that the Heavenly Sky sect seems to be increasingly restless recently. I also don't know if we can wait until the day Yi Yuan grows up. Mentioning the Heavenly Sky sect, Luo Qingfeng's brows also knitted slightly, his eyes showing deep trepidation. Compared to the boundlessly vast expanse of the northern domain, the southern domain was not considered vast. Although sects stood in great numbers, on the whole, they were managed by 8 great sections. The Tranquil Cloud sect was one of these 8 great sects. It's just that the Tranquil Cloud sect strength could only rank near the bottom of these 8 great sections. While this heavenly skies sect was the sect with the greatest strength among the 8 great sects. Because they were the strongest, they were arrogant. All manners of the heavenly sky sect's overbearingness was renowned in the southern domain. Especially in the recent few years, the heavenly sky sect's various activities were gradually increasing in frequency. This made the sects with weaker strength, like the tranquil cloud sect, naturally become nervous. As the master of a sect, the pressure on Luo Qingfeng's shoulders was unimaginable by outsiders. With Yi Yuan's monstrous talent, as long as he was given 10 years, breaking through to the Soul Sea realm should not be an issue. At that time, with such a heaven-defying Soul Sea realm powerhouse like Yi Yuan holding the fort, the Tranquil Cloud sect would probably become an upper-rank force among the great sects with a single bound. Then, they obviously did not need to fear the threat from the Heavenly Sky sect anymore. But the problem was whether or not the Heavenly Sky sect would give Tranquil Cloud sect time to develop peacefully for 10 years. Luo Qingfeng gave a faint sigh and said, "The matter on hand is that our Tranquil Cloud sect still needs another Soul Sea realm powerhouse to appear as soon as possible. Or else, we probably can't escape the outcome of being annexed." Xiao Jian also gave a sigh when he heard that. He said helplessly, "Soul Sea realm. Talking is easy, but doing it is as hard as ascending to the heavens." Even with Marshal Uncle Skymapple's outstanding talent, he only broke through to the Soul Sea realm by a fluke. Back then, when our Tranquil Cloud sect migrated over from the northern domain, we were chased down by those fellows until there was no road to heaven and no gate into the earth, resulting in a loss of 2 volumes of the Azure Dipper Purple Yang Sword Art. Otherwise, what has the present southern domain got to do with the Heavenly Sky sect? One starting point determines the height. 1,000 years ago, the Tranquil Cloud sect had a great migration, but lost 2 volumes of the sect Forte cultivation method, resulting in the members today finding that breaking through to the Soul Sea realm was as hard as ascending to heaven. Or else, with the Tranquil Cloud sect's foundations, even if they were chased to the southern domain, it would not be to such an extent where it was so dismal. And although the Azure Dipper Purple Yang Sword Art was relatively complete, without the martial Dao cultivation method to raise cultivation realm, one could only look at but not eat what was at the back. Fortunately, the Tranquil Cloud sect's foundations were deep. There were those few geniuses in every generation who could forcibly break through to the Soul Sea realm through comprehending the sword intent on a 9 heavens road or by relying on their own perception. Sky Maple was one of them. Except, to want to completely comprehend the Azure Dipper Purple Yang Sword intent on the 9 heavens road was something that was virtually impossible. Cultivation methods and martial techniques were things that were expressed through texts. Comparatively, the clearer and easier it was to understand, the easier it would be to cultivate in as well. But to talk about the completeness of sword intent, one might as well directly comprehend it. When training in cultivation skills, regardless to what extent one trained to, it was impossible to fully comprehend Yu Wuya's true intent. But on the 9 heavens road, one could completely grasp this true intent through that final sword. However, this sort of thing could only be understood and not described. Even if Yi Yuan fully comprehended the Azure Dipper Purple Yang Sword intent, there was no way for him to describe it. Otherwise, Xiao Jian and Luo Qingfeng would have long kidnapped Yi Yuan and forced him to write out the Azure Dipper Purple Yang Sword Art from memory every day. Every generation can only do their best. Among this batch of children, there are really quite a few fine saplings. As long as they mature, our Tranquil Cloud sect will definitely rise up once again. And what we, these old fellows, have to do is to provide for them an environment that they can grow up in. Luo Qingfeng said. Xiao Jian nodded and said, "Definitely." Luo Qingfeng's gaze landed on the platform in the distance again and asked, "What do you think about the match between Tianyu and Yi Yuan?" With the thoughts circling back to the Grand Compet. 1. Tian, Xiao Jian also felt much more relaxed. He smiled and said, "Tianyu is absolutely not someone who would let others freely slaughter him. Even if his strongest sword Dao was sealed shut, He will not fold his arms and wait to die. Luo Qingfeng nodded and said, Martial Uncle Sky Maple has a fine grandson. The speed of his improvement these 2 years is also something that I feel inferior to. Looks like the things he comprehended on the Nine Heavens road back then was even more than me. Then your meaning is, you favor Tianyu more? When he was young, Luo Qingfeng was the #1 genius in the Tranquil Cloud sect then, around the same as the present Tianyu and Tiwujiu. But Tianyu's improvement was visible to Luo Qingfeng's eyes. Compared to himself in those days, Luo Qingfeng was somewhat ashamed of his own inferiority. Xiao Jian shook his head and said no. In contrast, I think Yuan is more promising instead. Oh, why is that so? With my understanding of Tianyu, this child should still have other trump cards. But Xiao Jian smiled and said, very simple. Yi Yuan, this child, cannot be measured using common sense. Chapter 273, Discarding Sword. Chapter 273, Discarding Sword. The match had yet to begin, but the platform was already surrounded until not even water could trickle through. On the platform, Tianyu was meditating on the ground, a long sword placed horizontally across his crossed legs. TSK. This is the first time I'm seeing senior apprentice brother Tianyu taking a match so seriously. He actually arrived on scene an hour early. It's nothing to wonder. Yi Yuan's sword intent is extremely powerful. I reckon that it can completely restrain senior apprentice brother Tianyu. Such a match is too stifling. There's no way, even if senior apprentice brother Tianyu doesn't want to take it seriously. Senior apprentice brother Tianyu's sword intent has already set our imaginations. I've always chased after him as my goal. I didn't think that a Yi Yuan would jump out this time. After seeing his sword intent, I feel that there's no more hope in this lifetime. That's really true. The might of Yi Yuan's sword intent can really make people despair. I truly don't know how senior apprentice brother Tianyu plans on dealing with Yi Yuan's sword intent. Actually, I still hope that senior apprentice brother Tianyu can win. After all, he's the leader of us core disciples. Tianyu's mind did not wander. He sat for an hour on the platform. Not that Tianyu was deliberately mystifying things, but because he really took this match very seriously. Originally, it was just having a junior with tremendous power, but he did not think that in a blink of an eye, he became a powerful foe. Especially Yi Yuan's words before moved Tianyu's heart to a large extent. Every martial artist knew the importance of walking their own path. But this was an extremely and arduous road. Not many dare to walk it. From birth, people started with copying. Talking and walking were merely so. The martial path was the same. From mimicking other people's path to trudging out one's own path. But what was different about the martial path was that trudging out one's own path was too difficult. A single misstep and time would waste away, delaying cultivation time. This way, the loss outweighed the gains. Except, one's potential would be used up very quickly if they did not walk their own path. Then their cultivation realm in this lifetime would also halt there. This was an optional question, but not every martial artist dared to make this decision. If Tianyu chose to walk his own path, once there was no progress within a few years, then all of the advantages he possessed now would fade into nothing. Of course, if he carved out his own road, then he would walk much further in the future than he had walked now. Tianyu wanted to make a choice through this match. Although he had watched a few of Yi Yuan's matches, to truly experience Yi Yuan's strength, it was naturally not as realistic as fighting him personally. He wanted to see just which step had Yi Yuan reached. Yi Yuan arrived, someone suddenly shouted from the crowd. The crowd automatically opened up a path to let Yi Yuan through. Looking at the Tianyu who was currently meditation on the stage, Yi Yuan was also stunned. Tianyu also opened his eyes at this time and looked at Yi Yuan as he said calmly, I know that you cleared the Nine Heavens road at the Essence Chi realm, and I thought that you would be a powerful foe of mine sooner or later. It's just that I didn't think this day would arrive so quickly. But Yi Yuan did not reply directly. Instead, he asked, Did senior apprentice brother Tianyu reach long ago? Tianyu nodded and said, "For an hour already. This battle is of utmost importance to me. I want to find my own Tao." Yi Yuan said, "Tao lies in the heart. With senior apprentice brother Tianyu's talent, I believe that finding your own path won't be hard." Tianyu shook his head and said, "Those who know won't find it hard. Those who find it hard don't know. It might perhaps be very easy to you, but not everybody has the courage to take this step." Yi Yuan had already reincarnated for some time and had more or less adjusted to life in the lower realms. But that sort of worldview he had that exceeded this plane was still frequently out of tune with the people and matters around him. To people in the divine realm, grasping true intent was a very universal thing. But to people of the lower realms, true intent was far, far away. Yi Yuan's words sounded like someone who did not try to see things from other people's perspective. Tianyu's talent was absolutely second to none in the entire Tranquil Cloud sect, but when placed in the entire Southern Domain, it was not considered much. And the Southern Domain's geniuses were nothing much when placed in the entire Endless World. In the entire Endless World, just how many people could grasp true intent? Even if Tianyu's talent was heaven-defying, grasping true intent was still something that was far from reach. However, Yi Yuan had another way of looking at things. He smiled and said, "That's not right, senior apprentice brother Tianyu. I feel that for senior apprentice brother Tianyu, the saying that those who find it difficult don't know doesn't exist. You should say that you're playing the game. As the saying went, the see the game better than the players. How can senior apprentice brother Tian, you know that you can't if you don't jump outside of the chessboard?" Tianyu's expression changed when he heard that. After chatting with Yi Yuan the previous time, Tianyu had been reflecting on himself these 2 whole days. But Yi Yuan's words earlier struck the core of his heart. Yi Yuan continued, "Cultivation is originally going against the heaven. Without a great dauntless heart, it's impossible to walk far. If you don't even have the courage to jump out of the chessboard, then your accomplishments in this lifetime would be limited to this." Tianyu's body trembled when he heard this. The mental state that he adjusted for an hour was immediately shattered by Yi Yuan's words. He knew that Yi Yuan's words were right, but want to take this step really required enormous courage. Why could Long Tang comprehend the elementary form of true intent? It was because he sensed that fearless courage from Yi Yuan and cast away everything before finding his own path. Otherwise, Long Tang would only be a bird inside the cage, forever unaware of what the skies outside looked like. After keeping silent for a long time, Tianyu held his sword and got up, saying, "Since that's the case, let me see your Tao." Yi Yuan said smilingly, "Please advise." Tianyu did not attack right away, but opened his mouth again to say, "I'll only unleash one sword strike. Yi Yuan, let me see just how powerful your sword Tao is." When he finished, Tianyu's aura changed abruptly, as if his entire being became a sharp sword. Tianyu wielded his sword in front of his chest and drew a full moon. Then, he put away his sword momentum. The full moon peeled away, becoming 4 streaks of azure-colored sword chi, hurtling towards Yi Yuan. Luminous moon high above. It's actually luminous moon high above. Senior apprentice brother Tianyu's improvement in this half a year is truly so swift that it makes my blood run cold. Luminous moon high above is an extremely powerful martial technique from the 3rd layer of the Azure Dipper Purple Yang sword art. Even Crystal Formation Realm disciples might not be able to comprehend this move. Senior apprentice brother Tianyu is only half-step Crystal Formation Realm, but he actually comprehended this move already. Truly terrifying talent. If Yi Yuan did not appear, he would absolutely become a formidable foe for senior apprentice brother Tiwujio. It's just that. Is this move effective against Yi Yuan? Releasing the Azure Dipper Purple Yang sword art with 4 beams of sword chi, Tianyu's comprehension towards sword intent had already reached a very high level. Luminous moon high above, this move was exceedingly difficult to comprehend. Even among the sword-cultivating elite disciples, only an extremely small number could comprehend it. For Tianyu to be able to comprehend this move at half-step crystal formation realm, his talent was clear at a glance. It was just that this move was still too weak towards Yi Yuan. The Yi Yuan who had grasped the Azure Dipper Purple Yang True Intent was virtually immune to such moves. Only to see him do a casual slash for beams of sword chi similarly shot out and actually reached first despite being released later, extinguish. H.I. Plussing Tian Yu's 4 streaks of sword chi. Tian Yu gave a long sigh upon seeing the situation and directly discarded the sword in his hand. Chapter 274. The Legend Ends? Chapter 274. The Legend Ends? No. No way. Senior Apprentice Brother Tian Yu actually abandoned his sword. Senior Apprentice Brother Tian Yu's skills all lie on his sword. Since he abandoned the sword, could this be conceding defeat? Sigh. A martial technique on a level of luminous moon high above was snuffed out by Yi Yuan in the time it takes to raise a hand. What's it a fight still? At least this was Senior Apprentice Brother Tian Yu. If it were some other person, they most likely wouldn't even have the courage to use their sword in front of Yi Yuan. Seeing Tian Yu discarded his sword, it caused such a furor among the crowd. A sword user forsaking his sword was undoubtedly breaking off an arm themselves. Tian Yu's action at this time made everyone think that he was going to admit defeat. There was actually quite a number of people who already predicted this scene. Yi Yuan's sword intent was seriously too powerful. It was simply an insurmountably huge mountain. Yi Yuan stared at Tian Yu, but his expression became solemn. This was absolutely not Tian Yu conceding. On the contrary, he definitely had other trump cards, because Tian Yu's current expression in his eyes was not dim like a failure's at all. Instead, it was I over with vigor and spirit, like the feeling of burning with eagerness to try. Indeed, the disparity between you and me is huge in terms of sword Dao. Originally, I thought that you only comprehended the elementary form of true intent. Now, it seems like you've already completely grasped the Azure Dipper Purple Yang True Intent. When Tian Yu's words came out, it caused another huge commotion among the crowd. Ti Wujio, who was always calm, faltered slightly and said, "No wonder Yi Yuan is so formidable. Turns out he has already fully comprehended the Azure Dipper Purple Yang Sword Intent. It looks like he comprehended it on a 9 Heavens road. It's just in the thousands of years since the establishment of our Tranquil Cloud sect, only a scathing few people could fully comprehend the true intent that forefather left behind. And these people were all members during the Northern Domain era. The recent few thousand years, not a single one could comprehend it in its entirety. This Yi Yuan is truly remarkable." Cheng Wu, who was by the side, was astounded long ago and sighed with a start. True intent. Yi Yuan, he actually grasped true intent. That is true intent. How can it be grasped by people so easily? This, my opponent, is actually somebody who grasped true intent. Ti Wujio shot him a glance and comforted him. "Little Wu, this is an opportunity for you. Cast aside your thoughts about gains or losses. You'll reap great rewards." But Cheng Wu said in a beaten manner, "Sigh, each and every one of you are too perverse. I don't have that level of perception. Exchanging blows with him is also futile." Ti Wujio shook his head while smiling and did not say any more. He was aware of Cheng Wu's talent. Although not outstandingly talented, he was not those sort of ordinary, mediocre people. It was just that his personality was reserved and he would easily flinch back when encountering problems. Such a personality was hard to accomplish anything great. Especially on a martial path, it was very difficult to have achievements. Cheng Wu falling to the bottom of the elite disciples was not unrelated to his personality. But it was useless for others to talk about this kind of thing no matter how much they try. He must realize it himself. True intent, the weight that these 2 words represented, was seriously too great. When the audience below the stage heard Tian Yu's words, they lost their cool. Did you hear what Senior Apprentice Brother Tian Yu just said? He said that Yi Yuan grasped true intent. It's grasped, not comprehended the elementary form of true intent. Impossible. Doesn't this mean that Yi Yuan will surely become a powerhouse like forefather Yu Wuya in the future? How many years has it been since a powerhouse like that has appeared in our tranquil cloud sect? I refuse to believe it. How is this possible? How can something like comprehending true intent be so easy? While debates ran wild below the stage, Yi Yuan, who was opposite Tian Yu, smiled and said, "Senior apprentice brother Tian, you have sharp eyes. However, you're probably not going to admit defeat so easily, right?" Tian Yu acknowledged it magnanimously. "Since you've already fully comprehended the Azure Dipper Purple Yang sword art, then all of my sword moves are already useless to you. I can only use other methods. While using strength to crush others is a little unorthodox, I no longer have any other options. As a martial artist, I don't wish to lose." The meaning of these words from Tian Yu was that he was going to use Cultivation Realm to crush Yi Yuan. But Yi Yuan did not feel that there was anything inappropriate about that. Standing on the platform, body wanted to lose, including him, Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan saw a thick fighting intent from Tian Yu's eyes, and he involuntarily understood in his heart. Looks like the conversation previously had a huge impact on Tian Yu. This match held extraordinary meaning to Tian Yu. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Where did this come from, senior apprentice brother Tian Yu? Cultivation Realm is originally a part of one's strength. How is this winning through unorthodox means? But I'm afraid that it isn't going to be so easy for senior apprentice brother to win me." Senior apprentice brother burst into laughter and said, "Since that's the case, we'll know after competing. Please, senior apprentice brother." Yi Yuan did an inviting gesture. Tian Yu nodded and released his full aura. The aura belonging to a half-step crystal formation realm was exhibited in its entirety. "Careful, junior apprentice brother Yi. I'm coming." Fire cloud finger. Tian Yu had not even finished talking when his entire person already vanished from where he was. Yi Yuan's gaze condensed. A sense of extreme danger descended. With his eyesight, he actually only saw a blurry silhouette of Tian Yu. No time left to think. Yi Yuan directly wielded his sword and stabbed at that figure, only to hear a ding. That Sanhua sword, which had never failed before, actually slipped out his hand. That Sanhua sword drew a lone arc in the air and stabbed into the ground outside of the platform with a clang. But Tian Yu did not give Yi Yuan more time to be astonished. With a turn, another finger attacked. Looking at Tian Yu's stance, it was actually to have a close-range tussle with Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan did not dare to delay. Displaying Spirit Void, shattering S.P.A.C. to its limits, he barely managed to evade this attack. However, this was merely the beginning. Tian Yu's fire cloud finger attacked Yi Yuan like a furious tempest. For a moment, danger surrounded Yi Yuan. Below the stage, it was already dead silent long ago. When Tian Yu discarded his sword, they all thought that the outcome of this battle was already set, but they did not expect the situation to change so suddenly. Yi Yuan's spirit artifact was actually blasted away from Tian Yu's finger, and he fell into the midst of a crisis. The plot reversed too quickly. Everyone did not manage to react to it for some time. What's going on? Is that really senior apprentice brother Tian Yu? Fire Cloud Finger is a Tier 3 fire attribute martial technique. I never knew that senior apprentice brother Tian Yu was actually so strong in terms of the concept of fire. Yeah, senior apprentice brother Tian Yu had never used fire attribute martial techniques before in front of others. Everybody thought that he only knew how to use the sword. Most likely Body would have thought that senior apprentice brother Tian Yu's fire attribute martial technique was actually so powerful. Although the Fire Cloud Finger is only a low-grade Tier 3 martial technique, for senior apprentice brother Tian Yu to be able to blast away Yi Yuan's spirit artifact, it's most likely already trained to the Great Circle Realm, right? He's only 18 years old this year. Not only did he comprehend an extremely powerful sword intent, he even comprehended the concept of fire to such a level. Truly heaven-defying. Yi Yuan's in danger now. The reason he could leap ranks to battle so exaggeratedly before was by relying on his sword intent. Now that his sword has left his hand, It's equivalent to a bird losing its wings. Under such a situation where the gap in cultivation realm is so huge, defeat is something inevitable. However, his movement technique is incredibly swift. He can actually last so many moves under senior apprentice brother Tian Yu's attacks. I initially thought that Yi Yuan was going to take the place of senior apprentice brother Tian Yu this time, but I didn't think that the path through the mountain ridges would wind so. Looks like Yi Yuan's legend is going to end here. Chapter 275, Reversal. Chapter 275, Reversal. Everyone did not think that Tian Yu actually trained fire tribute martial techniques to such a level. On the platform, Tian Yu and Yi Yuan's movements were swift to the extreme, only to see two afterimages flittering around over there. Within the afterimages, a red light drew a very peculiar line. That was Tian Yu's fire red finger. The Fire Cloud Finger was an extremely powerful type of close combat skill. Its might was extremely great. Even if Yi Yuan were brushed by Tian Yu's fingertips, he would most likely lose his ability to fight immediately. If he were struck directly by it, then the outcome would be really hard to say. Although Yi Yuan's strength was great, he was only at the 4th level Spirit Condensation Realm after all. His protective essence energy was much weaker compared to a half-step crystal formation realm. Tian Yu did not treat Yi Yuan as an opponent who could not withstand a single blow. He was currently going all out and did not hold anything back. Once any accidents happened, then the outcome would really be up in the air. Xiao Jian and Luo Qingfeng, who were presently spectating the battle from a distance, were also filled with apprehension. With their vision, they could naturally see what was happening on the platform clearly. It was precisely so that these two people's match appeared to be even more heart-startling and soul-stirring. Tian Yu's Fire Cloud Finger did not leave Yi Yuan's vital points every move. Furthermore, his movements were very nimble. Each move was as swift as before, forcing Yi Yuan until he had no strength to retaliate. Secmaster, if it goes on like this, I fear that an accident will happen. Yi Yuan, said Xiao Jian with worry, seeing Yi Yuan in a treacherous situation. But Luo Qingfeng shook his head and said, the clash between two great geniuses is something inevitable. This match holds extraordinary meaning. If you or I go out to prevent this match, it will be incredibly detrimental to them. But fists and kicks have no eyes. What if something were to happen to Yi Yuan? The birth of a peerless powerhouse is inevitably born from trampling on the shoulders of countless geniuses. If Yi Yuan doesn't make it past this round, it shows that he lacks the potential to become a peerless powerhouse. Moreover, if we move to stop this, Yi Yuan would lose. Geniuses can lose, but I think that Yi Yuan definitely would not wish to lose in such a manner. Seeing that Luo Qingfeng did not have any intention of stopping this, Xiao Jian was extremely worried. However, he also understood that what Luo Qingfeng said was very reasonable. When Tian Yu abandoned his sword, Yi Yuan probably already guessed that he had some other backup plans. Facing an expert like Tian Yu, Yi Yuan daring to continue the battle showed that he also wanted to win this match very much. Thinking up to here, Xiao Jian forcibly suppressed the impulse to stop this and continue watching the match. Tian Yu's attack became increasingly quicker. Yi Yuan already activated Essence Energy Ignition, barely avoiding Tian Yu's attacks by coupling it with Spirit Void Shattering S.P. A.C. But this move, Essence Energy Ignition, had one flaw, which was that the consumption rate of Essence Energy would surge. In a match where the expenditure of Essence Energy was so titanic, how long could Yi Yuan's Essence Energy sustain it? The situation was becoming progressively unfavorable to Yi Yuan. Once his Essence Energy was depleted, he could be in mortal danger. Senior apprentice brother Tian Yu is really too strong. The Fire Cloud Finger uses fire amplification concept to increase the attack power. He trained it to the Great Circle Realm. The attack power of his finger right now is probably no longer weaker than using his sword, right? Discarding the sword to use the finger. Senior apprentice brother Tian Yu is truly a combat genius. Yi Yuan's might is also unexpected. To think that even without a sword in his hand, he can actually forcibly withstand so many moves from senior apprentice brother Tianyu. Furthermore, I see that Yi Yuan's movements seem to be faster than before. But in this short while, his essence energy has already depleted by nearly half. Most likely, he also has some ways of augmenting his movements, right? Yeah, but Yi Yuan is trying to seek temporary relief regardless of the consequences. Once his essence energy is exhausted, he'll be in danger. What you said is right. And, hang on, did you notice that Yi Yuan's speed seems to be increasing more and more, but the essence energy expenditure is gradually slowing? That's true. If you didn't say, I wouldn't have noticed. Yi Yuan's essence energy expenditure was very rapid just now, but it became slower now. Moreover, the speed of him evading senior apprentice brother Tianyu's attacks is becoming increasingly faster. Senior apprentice brother Tian, you almost can't keep up with his speed anymore. What's going on? On the platform, the more Tianyu fought, the more alarmed he became. Yi Yuan combusted his essence energy to raise his movement speed. The consumption of his essence energy increased several folds. Although it forcefully raised his speed for a period of time, just as that person said, it was a fighting style that sought temporary relief by disregarding consequences. Because his movement speed, augmented by him igniting his essence energy, simply could not shake off Tianyu's attacks. After several dozen moves, Yi Yuan's essence energy could not quite support it anymore. His speed started to fall once more. But Tianyu became fiercer the more he fought by relying on his high cultivation realm and immense essence energy. His attacking speed did not lower, but increased instead. After waxing and waning, Yi Yuan's situation became increasingly more perilous. Just a moment ago, Tianyu's fire cloud finger was virtually about to touch Yi Yuan already. Just that tiny last stretch. But who knew why? Yi Yuan's movement speed suddenly increased again. Just now, Yi Yuan was clearly already at his limits. Why did it look like the last spurt of energy before collapsing? Tianyu's finger came closer and closer to Yi Yuan, and Yi Yuan's dodging also became increasingly relaxed, no longer as strenuous as before. Finally, the tip of Yi Yuan's feet tapped lightly, and he dodged several dozen feet away, pulling apart the distance between him and Tianyu. Sword-driving technique. Without the slightest hesitation, Yi Yuan let out a light cry, and soul force undulated out. Not far away, Sanghua, sword which was stabbed into the ground, gave off a series of hums and actually moved by itself. Tianyu's expression changed drastically when he saw the situation. He pounced forward once more. But how could Yi Yuan give him another chance? Only to hear Sanghua sword pull out from the ground with a ding. Then with a cold flash, it attacked Tianyu directly. The Sanghua sword flew through the air. Its speed was much faster than Tianyu. In only a blink of an eye, the Sanghua sword already arrived in front of Tianyu. Tianyu could only give up on attacking Yi Yuan and turn around to deal with Sanghua sword. Tianyu's vision was exceedingly good. His finger once again accurately tapped the sword's body, blasting the Sanghua sword away. Except that this time, the Sanghua sword did not land on the ground like before. Instead, it drew a single arc through the air and attacked Tianyu once more. Just like this, one sword and a person actually tangled together. Sanghua sword could not break through Tianyu's fire cloud finger, while Tianyu similarly could not break past the Sanghua sword to attack Yi Yuan. The pair entered a stalemate once again. What sort of art is this? To actually remotely control the sword to attack. Such an attack method is seriously inconceivable. Just now, Yi Yuan clearly could not hold on anymore. Why did his movements become increasingly faster all of a sudden like he was on stimulants? Senior apprentice brother Tian, you nearly succeeded earlier, but he actually escaped just like that. Yi Yuan is truly too scary. Senior apprentice brother Tian, you holds all the advantages, but he still managed to pull it back. Furthermore, he even used such a profound sword-driving skill. And This sword-driving technique is definitely a divine, soul, mystic art. Can you guys feel it? Yi Yuan's soul force is actually even stronger than high-rank alchemy masters. Just how on earth did this fellow cultivate? A 15-year-old 4th-level spirit condensation realm who grasped true intent, and his soul force is even ridiculously powerful. Is this fellow really human? Chapter 276, Opportunity. Chapter 276, Opportunity. Yi Yuan's current soul force could no longer be compared to the past. It could already sustain the sword-driving technique for some time. It was just that the requirement the sword-driving technique had towards soul force was too high. He could not keep it up for too long either. Furthermore, while the sword-driving technique was strong, when facing a half-step crystal formation realm expert like Tianyu, it was still unable to gain any advantages. After over a dozen rounds, Yi Yuan withdrew his soul force and brought the Tsanghua sword back. This time, Tianyu did not seize the opportunity to pursue. He understood that the same method was already useless towards Yi Yuan. Tianyu looked at Yi Yuan with eyes like burning torches, appearing very excited. It was apparent that the battle earlier was to his heart's content. Looks like you had some kind of breakthrough during the exchange just now. Otherwise, it's impossible to escape from my attack range. Tianyu said. Yi Yuan reached out to receive the Tsanghua sword and nodded as he said, "Actually, I primarily cultivate a fire attribute cultivation method, but I keep being unable to learn the rudiments of the concept of fire. Just now, under your enormous pressure, I actually had some gains." Yi Yuan could not help sighing when he talked about. In fact, compared to sword intent, Yi Yuan's first breakthrough should be the concept of fire. After all, he basically had contact with fire the whole of his previous life and was all too familiar with it. But the previous life's Ji Qingyun was simply uninterested in cultivation and never comprehended the concept of fire. In this life, he stepped onto the 9 heavens road by chance. Yi Yuan relied on his own perception to directly fuse together the sword intents, forming the elementary form of a supreme, true intent. During this period of time, Yi Yuan naturally placed his emphasis on comprehending sword intent and also created 2 extremely powerful sword moves, the 9 sword stance and 1,000 flowing petals. But he cultivated in the spirit bristle 9 yang divine art for such a long time and did not even comprehend a single type of fire attribute true intent. One must know that the spirit bristle divine king relied on this one cultivation method to comprehend several types of supreme true intent. The might of this cultivation method was clear at a glance. But comprehending true intent required opportunities and needed fortuitous encounters. Yi Yuan was unable to find this opportunity and lucky chance this whole time. But today, Tianyu used the Tier 3 fire attribute martial technique, Fire Cloud Finger, to push him into a desperate situation and finally unlocked this opportunity. In reality, the Fire Cloud Finger and Yi Yuan's Essence Energy Ignition had the same profundities of achieving the same results with different means. They both augmented the power of the martial technique through igniting the essence energy within the body. They set a type of auxiliary concept of fire attribute concepts. Transmission true intent. This was actually kind of very obscure concept. Exceedingly few people would go and comprehend it. Fire had no constant form, but was an existence that could transform its own energy into other forms, such as boiling water, where fire could transfer energy into the pot and water. This was actually a kind of energy transfer to the pot and water. In life, such examples were prevalent. The ignition of essence energy had the same principle. However, compared to a purely auxiliary martial technique like essence energy ignition, there was still an offensive concept contained within the Fire Cloud Finger. That was why its power was so great. Although Tianyu's Fire Cloud Finger was not on par with the Spirit Bristle 9 Yang Divine Art, his comprehension of fire attribute concepts was above Yi Yuan. From this aspect, Tianyu's talent was indeed startling. And under the pressure from Tianyu, Yi Yuan actually produced some sort of resonance with Tianyu's Fire Cloud Finger. It was precisely this sort of resonance that let Yi Yuan's comprehension towards transmission true intent become even deeper. Essence energy ignition, this auxiliary martial technique instantly broke through its bottleneck and achieved the Great Circle realm. When essence energy ignition reached the Great Circle rank, the essence energy ignition burned became very little, but the power increased dramatically. This was also why it was like Yi Yuan became another person, his movement speed becoming extremely quick. Yi Yuan had close contact with fire all his life and was extremely sensitive to fire from the start. He just lacked an opportunity. Now that this gate opened up, Yi Yuan would become completely unstoppable. Yi Yuan was presently also in a very excited state. Having Tian Yu, who trained in fire tribute martial techniques, was the most ideal opponent for Yi Yuan. He needed Tian Yu's help to comprehend this true intent in one stroke. Excellent. Just now, during this battle, I also had some gains and was just about to find you to test them out. Tian Yu suddenly said with a laugh. Yi Yuan's eyes lit up, and he was clearly surprised. He could not help asking, "Then do we continue?" Tian Yu nodded but said, "Just a moment." When he finished talking, Tian Yu slowly walked towards the sword that he threw away earlier. "And what's senior apprentice brother Tian Yu doing? Why'd he go over to pick up the sword? He's not planning on continuing to compete in the sword with Yi Yuan, right? Are you kidding?" Senior apprentice brother Tian Yu even used luminous moon high above just now, and it was completely useless against Yi Yuan. Isn't competing using swords with Yi Yuan is looking for a brutal beating? Under everyone's stupefied eyes, Tian Yu picked up the sword on the ground and gave a light swing. He turned to Yi Yuan and said, "Let's continue." With a sword in his hands, Tian Yu's entire aura transformed. Yi Yuan could clearly sense that the current Tian Yu is already completely different from the Tian Yu who was wielding the sword at the very beginning. When Tian Yu unleashed luminous moon high above as his first move, he had no confidence at all back then. But now, Yi Yuan could sense Tian Yu's powerful confidence. Could it be? The corner of Yi Yuan's mouth curled slightly as he said with a smile, "Congratulations, senior apprentice brother Tian Yu. You seem to have really found your own path." Tian Yu is also rejoicing currently. He smiled and said, "I still have to thank junior apprentice brother Yi. Without you, perhaps I may never stride out this step. In order to express my gratitude, I'll personally defeat you." Come on," Yi Yuan said. Tian Yu did not use luminous moon high above again. It was a plain and simple straight stab without any showy manner. But Yi Yuan felt an extremely strong pressure coming from the front of this simple stab. This strike, Tian Yu's sword actually suffused with traces of red light. When Xiao Jian saw this scene, his pupils constricted. Elementary form of true intent. Tian Yu, he comprehended the elementary form of a true intent. Luo Qingfeng was also quite fluid. Teared right now. How many years has it been? How many years has it been since a powerhouse who possesses true intent has appeared in our Tranquil Cloud sect? Looks like heaven is really protecting my Tranquil Cloud sect. First, there's Yi Yuan. Now, there's Tian Yu. There's hope for the resurgence of my Tranquil Cloud sect. They were still currently unaware that the Long Tang who entered the sect together with Yi Yuan also comprehended the elementary form of a true intent too. Luo Qingfeng was quite unsettled currently. When he knew that Yi Yuan had grasped true intent, although he was happy, he was not as agitated as right now, because he knew that Yi Yuan's monstrousness had already said the boundaries of the Tranquil Cloud sect. He definitely would not stay in the Tranquil Cloud sect contently in the future. There would come a day where Yi Yuan would leave the Tranquil Cloud sect, and this day might not be too far away. Yi Yuan's growth was too rapid, so quick that the entire Tranquil Cloud sect could not keep up with his footsteps. But the significance of Tian Yu comprehending the elementary form of true intent was different. Tian Yu was Grand Elder Skymapple's grandson. He was born in the Tranquil Cloud sect and grew up in the Tranquil Cloud sect. His root lied with the Tranquil Cloud sect. As long as Tian Yu matures, he would absolutely lead the Tranquil Cloud sect towards power. Moreover, different from Yi Yuan, Tian Yu's road to maturity was still long. He had just comprehended the elementary form of true intent. There was still at least 100 to 200 years to become a top powerhouse of the endless world. Chapter 277. Let it seethe. Chapter 277. Let it seethe. Due to the loss of cultivation methods, Tranquil Cloud sect members found it challenging to even break through to the Soul Sea realm. Their situation even deteriorated these few years steadily. If Tian Yu could rely on the true intent that he perceived himself to break through to the Soul Sea realm and even higher realms, the significance would be too great to the Tranquil Cloud sect. Luo Qingfeng's gaze suddenly turned towards Yi Yuan, and he said with a marveling sigh, "Xiao Jian, did you notice that ever since Yi Yuan entered the sect, there have been many changes happening silently in the sect?" Xiao Jian was stunned and could not help recalling the incidents that happened around Yi Yuan during this period of time. It's true. If Sect Master didn't say, I wouldn't even think of it. Martial Uncle Sky Maple entering close seclusion. Problems that troubled the various Pill Hall elders all resolved one after another. And now, Tian Yu actually comprehended the elementary form of a true intent. Thinking how it has been only slightly more than a month's time since Yi Yuan entered the sect, so many changes actually happened in the sect. Xiao Jian tallied the changes that Yi Yuan brought to the sect in detail and could not help being shocked. Luo Qingfeng nodded and said, "Someone like Yi Yuan can no longer be described with genius. He's a person with a great destiny. The people around him can obtain enormous benefits. His master is surely an earth-shaking figure who will also give off extraordinary splendor when he enters the divine realm in the future. And for my Tranquil Cloud sect to be able to take in Yi Yuan is also a turning point to change the sect's destiny. Xiao Jian, you have the greatest contributions to have brought Yi Yuan into the sect. If Yi Yuan and the Tranquil Cloud sect fell out because of Yao Qian, it would definitely be a catastrophic disaster in the future." Xiao Jian was stricken with terror when he heard that. Back then, he had no understanding of Yi Yuan at all. It was only due to Lu Yin that he garnered interest. Even when Yi Yuan cleared the Nine Heavens Road at the Essence Chi realm, he only felt that Yi Yuan had a lot of potentials and nothing more. Who would have thought that Yi Yuan could actually have the power to transform the entire sect? Thinking about it now, he felt unbelievably blessed. On the platform, facing this sword from Tian Yu, Yi Yuan did not dare to slight him. Essence Energy Ignition was released fully. 9 Sword Stance. 9 Swords as One. 9 Swords as One was Yi Yuan's strongest attack apart from 1,000 Flowing Petals. Facing this Astonies. Plusing attack from Tian Yu, Yi Yuan had to give it his all, only to see a blinding yellow sword light and a fire-red sword light clash together. Boom! A violent explosion sound echoed out. An extremely powerful blast spread out. Quickly dodge. The platform is about to give way. Someone suddenly cried out from the crowd. Actually, other people already spread out on their own accord without needing him to call out. A large stretch of no man's land appeared around the platform. There were array formations protecting the surroundings of the platform, which could defend against the full power attack of a middle-stage crystal formation realm martial artist. The strongest among the core disciples was only half-step crystal formation realm. This defensive formation was already more than enough. But these two people's powerful attacks had already far said this scope. The platform's defensive formation was currently cracking apart inch by inch, and was finally blasted open by the force. Yi Yuan could already wound Yuan Fei when using the 9-sword stance at the Essence Chi realm. Now that he was already at middle stage spirit condensation realm, the power of the 9-sword stance increased by more than a level. But the power of Tian Yu's sword, who had comprehended the elementary form of a true intent, was not worse off. When these two attacks collided together, how could a mere middle-rank Tier 3 defensive formation defend against it? 2 silhouettes flew out backward cross. plussing heavily onto the ground. But the pair crawled up at the same time, wiping the blood traces at the corner of their lips. They spoke unanimously. Again, as they said, the two people attacked each other with the same move, once more without another word. These two people have gone mad. Quickly dodge. Move further away. The defensive formation is already broken. We have to move further away to watch the battle, or else will be the collateral damage. A commotion immediately stirred from the crowd, but Yi Yuan and Tian Yu stood there like there was body around. Everyone had just evacuated a distance away when two attacks clashed together again. The two people no longer used any flashy martial techniques right now. It was purely the compet. 1. Tying of sword intent, the class. H.I. Plussing of strength in a barbaric manner. The sword intent that Tian Yu comprehended was naturally not as profound as Yi Yuan's, but his cultivation realm was much higher than Yi Yuan's. Supplementing each other, the power of the two people's sword moves were actually equally matched. Another rumble, a blast billowed out again. Even when everyone had retreated far away, they also felt that formidable force gust. H.I. Plussing face front. The two people flew backward again and crawled up together once more. Ha ha ha. Invigorating. Again, Tian Yu said gallantly. I'll accompany to the end. Yi Yuan encountered a hard-to-come-by opponent who was well-matched with him. This battle was also fought to his heart's content. Most importantly, Yi Yuan already pushed essence energy ignition to the limits. He had a feeling that comprehending the transmission true intent was not far away anymore. Battle was undoubtedly the best way to comprehend true intent. Boom, boom, boom. Each time they clashed, the two people were blasted far apart, but they immediately crawled up stubbornly and faced off again. Are these two crazy? Their tank is already exhausted, and they're still fighting. Yeah, senior apprentice brother Tian Yu's half-step crystal formation realm strength also pretty much have very little essence energy left currently. I really don't know Yi Yuan lasted until now. What's even more maddening is that they already fought to such an extent and their attacks are still so fierce. The blast produced from each clash is not a bit lesser than the previous clashes. How do they do it? Two demon-like existences. They seriously cannot be gauged using common sense. The two people's clashes shocked everyone until they were staring with mouths agape. Such a level of major battle was seldom seen in the sect. Even a showdown between two crystal formation realm martial artists would not be so ferocious. Tian Yu could hang on until now purely by relying on his immense essence energy. But what Yi Yuan relied on to sustain until now was his comprehension towards true intent. Don't look at how his attack power virtually did not drop. His essence energy consumption became lesser and lesser. Just a teensy bit more, and he could comprehend another type of true intent. Yi Yuan was about to lose even the strength to lift his sword currently. He looked at Tian Yu, who was on the other side wearily. He was not much better off than him. This was the last trace of essence energy in his Dantian. Just a little bit more. A little bit. I can't lose. I still have to charge back to the divine realm. How can I lose here? Yi Yuan gritted his teeth and squeezed out that last trace of essence energy. Essence energy ignition. Let's see. That final modic. M of essence energy started rising like boiling water. This time, Yi Yuan did not feel any stagnation when revolving essence energy. That essence energy that was combusted away transformed into a waft of pure sword intent, entering the meridians from the Dantian, then from the meridians into the Tsanghua sword. This instant, Yi Yuan felt unprecedentedly powerful. In the past, when using this essence energy ignition, there would always be some diminution in essence energy, which would be lost. What Yi Yuan pursued all this while was to convert this kind of essence energy, preserving it 100% and releasing it using the Tsanghua sword. But how could doing it 100% be easy? Each time he clashed with Tian Yu, Yi Yuan had been fumbling over how to reduce this sort of exhaustion to the minimum. Now he finally did it. 9 sword stance. Go for me. 9 streaks of sword light combined into one. Those brilliant sword lights blinded everyone's eyes. Chapter 278, The Rock That Fell. Chapter 278, The Rock That Fell. When he saw this final attack from Yi Yuan, a feeling of unable to overcome with force welled up in Tian Yu's heart. Tian Yu planned to use the last bit of essence energy to continue to clash with Yi Yuan. But when he saw this move, he backed out right away. He used the last SCRA P of essence energy to push his movement martial technique, performing a dodging action with extreme speed. Screech. The sword light was impossibly swift. Tian Yu's decision took only an instant. Just as Tian Yu's body left the original spot, the sword light grazed past his ear and left behind a lock of hair. A second slower, and this pinnacle genius who had just comprehended the elementary form of a true intent would have had his head separated from his body. Talking about it was slow, but all of this actually happened in an instant. In that instant earlier, everyone broke out in Guseb, MPS, and just felt a chill down their backs. Many people clenched their fists, and even their breathing became disorderly. This sword was too powerful. It would be certain death if forcefully receiving it head-on. When they saw Tian Yu dodge this sword, everyone heaved a sigh of relief. Tian Yu also breathed a sigh in relief. But when he reacted to it, he discovered that his back was already drenched. It was fortunate that his mind was sufficiently clear earlier. If he forcefully took this blow, he would be severely injured, if not dead. But with this easing up, Tian Yu discovered that he did not even have the strength to lift his arms anymore. He plopped his bottom on the ground and panted heavily unceasingly. You won, Yi Yuan, Tian Yu said wheezily. His forehead was currently matted with sweat and his head propped on the sword hilt, simply unable to look up. It was just that there was no response for some time after he spoke, and he could not help becoming puzzled. Straining to lift his head up, he discovered that Yi Yuan was currently sitting cross-legged. He actually entered a meditative state. Did this fellow comprehend something else? Yi Yuan's condition earlier was clearly even worse than his, but he released that unfathomable sword just for this comprehension. At this present moment, Tian Yu's tiny bit of self-delight from comprehending the elementary form of a true intent already became non-existent. In front of Yi Yuan's perception, he willingly acknowledged defeat just by looking at the power of that final sword, and he knew that Yi Yuan comprehended something remarkable. Ka! Right then, a huge sound came from behind Tian Yu. Everyone turned their eyes over, but were shocked until they were staring with their mouths agape. The rocky outcrop on Victory Peak, not far behind Tian Yu, was incomparably tough. At present, a huge chunk of rock actually slid down slowly. Chi! Boom! That enormous S of rock finally detached from Victory Peak and fell into the 100,000-foot abyss behind the peak. After detaching, a bald patch was left on the main body. The cut was incredibly smooth. This was left by Yi Yuan's sword earlier? Yi Yuan's sword just now actually sliced off this hunk of rock. That piece of rock that fell down just now was probably several thousand pounds in weight. It's impossible, even for the average crystal formation realm experts, to slice it off with one swing, right? I thought that the slash released by Yi Yuan earlier was swallowed up by the mountain. Who knew that it actually left behind such a divine vestige? The mountainous body, which had a huge chunk shaved off, looked especially glaring currently. Tian Yu stared at that level cut, and his scalp involuntarily tingled. If he were impetuous just now and clashed with Yi Yuan's move, would he still be standing here well and proper right now? Thinking up to here, Tian Yu's cold sweat, which had just stopped, drenched his back once more. Not just Tian Yu, Luo Qingfeng and Xiao Jian were also stunned speechless for a long time when they saw this scene. When they recovered, they shuddered unceasingly after the event. If Tian Yu did not evade that attack at the last moment just now, what would be the outcome? Luo Qingfeng thought about it. Most likely, the best outcome was heavily injured or crippled. Furthermore, the chances of such an outcome occurring were exceedingly small. The greatest possibility was Tian Yu dropping dead. That way, they would really have rejoiced too soon. Furthermore, the troubles after the incident would be sufficient to give them a headache for a long time. Yi Yuan is going to break through again. Luo Qingfeng was the first to recover. He looked at Yi Yuan, who was sitting cross-legged far away, and said, except he did not notice that his voice when speaking carried some trembling. Hearing Luo Qingfeng said so, Xiao Jian finally came around. He asked puzzledly, he just broke through to the 4th level spirit condensation realm not long ago. Is he going to break through again? Luo Qingfeng had a solemn face as he said, he was already a spent force earlier, yet he released such a powerful attack. It's evident that he comprehended something at the final juncture. Although Yi Yuan had not broken through to the 4th level spirit condensation realm for long, his realm is already very solid. Breaking through again is of no issue at all. Xiao Jian's mouth opened, but he did not know what to say. This Yi Yuan had truly said the limits of his imaginations already. There were a good several hundred people spectating this final match. Currently, all eyes were focused on that slightly skinny figure in the center of the ruined platform. Indeed, before long, Essence Energy Tempest howled on the initially calm and tranquil Victory Peak. Essence Energy Storm. Yi Yuan he broke through. Turns out that breaking through realms can be so easy. I heard that when he just entered the sect, he was only at the 2nd level spirit condensation realm. How long has it been only? He's breaking through again. No, wait. This Essence Energy Tempest is becoming bigger and bigger. Looks like it's not just breaking through to the 5th level spirit condensation realm. Previously, he broke through 2 minor realms simultaneously, breaking through to the middle stage spirit condensation realm directly. Can he also be breaking through 2 realms concurrently this time? 2 realms? You gotta be kidding. Look at this Essence Energy Tempest. It's even enough to break through to the 9th level spirit condensation realm, right? What is this fellow trying to do? Every time he broke through, Yi Yuan's activities were much greater compared to others, because the essence energy required for his breakthroughs were seriously too much. Activities that Yi Yuan felt were very normal appeared abnormally horrifying in other people's eyes. The essence energy storm that he gathered was plenty to stuff a 4th level spirit condensation realm to death several times over. Before long, the essence energy that Yi Yuan had previously expended was already fully replenished, and he broke through smoothly to the 5th level spirit condensation realm. This to him was merely the lowest requirement, but to others it was not the case. And broke through to the 5th level spirit condensation realm so quickly? Why do I feel like he completely doesn't have the feeling of breaking through a bottleneck? Just based on that sword earlier, breaking through to the 5th level spirit condensation realm is just like a CANAL forming when water flows, right? Something like bottleneck is only used to ENCU, Burus. To geniuses like Yi Yuan, bottlenecks are simply just ornaments. True, forget about Yi Yuan. Even senior apprentice brother Tian Yu and the rest would have likely broken through to the crystal formation realm already, if not for comprehending concepts, right? That's true. Comprehending concepts is laying a foundation. After comprehending concepts, breaking through realms will become much easier. Yi Yuan has already grasped true intent, so breaking through to the 5th level spirit condensation realm is indeed nothing much to him. Under everyone's eyes, Yi Yuan started advancing towards the 6th level spirit condensation realm. After an hour, Yi Yuan broke through to the 6th level spirit condensation realm successfully. This was also within everyone's expectations. However, it was not over yet. Chapter 279, Uninvited Guest. Chapter 279, Uninvited Guest. Yi Yuan previously broke through 3 minor realms in one breath on the 9 Heavens Road. At that time, it amazed everyone in the Danwu Academy. But compared to now, that time did not even count as anything. The difficulty of raising a minor realm in the spirit condensation realm was more than 10 times harder compared to the essence Qi realm. But even so, Yi Yuan still went and did it without any hesitation. To him, there was no so-called bottleneck. Furthermore, the current Yi Yuan had already comprehended the elementary form of supreme true intent and also comprehended the transmission true intent. Consecutively breaking through 3 minor realms was no longer considered much to Yi Yuan. One had to know that the vast majority of martial artists in the endless world would never be able to comprehend a type of true intent throughout their entire lives. From this, it could be seen how high the starting point for true intent was. But the way others saw it, this was completely not the case. Is he breaking through to the 7th level spirit condensation realm already? Is there a mistake? Since when can breaking through realms be done in leaps and bounds like this? This is not a minor realm. Yi Yuan, he's breaking through from middle stage spirit condensation realm to late stage spirit condensation realm directly. Although senior apprentice brother Tianyu and the rest emphasized on perceiving concepts to let them break through in full force, it's also impossible to be like Yi Yuan, right? It was no wonder that they were amazed. For normal breakthroughs, it would probably take several months' time even for geniuses like Tianyu and Tiwujiu. Breaking through like Yi Yuan, first, let's not talk about whether they would be stuffed to death by the essence energy storm. Even if they broke through realms, they would probably spend even more time to consolidate it. This way, the losses outweigh the gains. At this precise moment, a disciple reported to Luo Qingfeng, "Sect Master, an envoy has arrived from the Heavenly Sky Sect. He already arrived at Victory Peak." Luo Qingfeng frowned and said, "Why are you showing such misconduct? Do you still need me to teach you all this?" When visiting other sects, most would wait for the host in the main hall and only meet after the disciple reported it. There is absolutely no such logic as roaming wildly. The Heavenly Sky Sect's envoy's actions were showing extreme impertinence to the host. When Luo Qingfeng heard that the Heavenly Sky Sect's envoy had already arrived at Victory Peak, his first reaction was naturally that the reporting disciple was insensible and directly brought the person over here. That disciple said aggrievedly, "I asked the envoy to wait in the main hall for me to report to the sect master, but he followed here right away. He even said what? This disciple dare not say. I asked you to say, so say it. What are you stammering for?" The disciple gritted his teeth and said, "He said that our tranquil cloud sect is only slightly stronger than second-rate sects and is simply undeserving of the plea of one of the 8 great sects. The Heavenly Sky Sect is the leader of the Southern Domain's great sections. As the Heavenly Sky Sect's envoy, having a look around, is giving us tranquil cloud sect face. I was afraid, so I brought him here directly." The disciple was filled with righteous indignation when talking. It was apparent that he was filled with pent-up anger. Xiao Jian flew into a rage when he heard that and said, "Heavenly Sky Sect is really going too far. Sect Master, in my view, just drive him out directly. Provoking our tranquil cloud sect like this, we have the moral high ground no matter where we go." The disciple also had a face full of righteous anger by the side. He was clearly very much in agreement with Hall Head Zhao's opinion. Earlier, that envoy's high and mighty appearance nearly made him give him a slap across the face. But Luo Qingfeng was not as agitated as Xiao Jian. He said to the disciple, "Didn't he come with you? Where is he?" The envoy seemed to have seen something interesting just now at the plaza, so he stayed. This disciple was afraid that I would bungle matters, so I rushed over to report to Sect Master, the disciple said. Luo Qingfeng's expression already returned to normal currently. He nodded and said, "You did pretty well. I'm the one who wronged you. Bring me to see this envoy." "Sect Master, we've already suffered enough of the Heavenly Sky sects bullying these few years. Now, even a measly little envoy dares to ride on top of our heads to take a dump." Xiao Jian said indignantly. Luo Qingfeng looked at Xiao Jian and said with a sigh, "While it is of an bleak character to die in glory rather than live on in dishonor, in my position, I must make considerations for the sect's future, regardless of whether it's Yi Yuan, Ti Wujio, or Tianyu. They are all the sect's future, and our mission is not to show bravery for a moment, but to ensure the growth of these geniuses. Xiao Jian's gaze turned intent as he said, but the Heavenly Sky sect is too much of a bully. Even a puny little envoy dares to strut around in front of us now, let alone others. We're at least the upper echelons of sect. There's no need to grovel before an envoy, right? Luo Qingfeng's face fell, and he said, Xiao Jian, you're too naive. In the martial arts world, it has always been the strong who reign supreme. Don't you have even this bit of understanding? Dignity isn't given to you by others, but it's you who award it to yourself. If you and I have the strength of Soul Sea Realm, why would we need to adapt to their mood? Now that several fine saplings have finally appeared in our sect, they mustn't be ruined in our hands. Luo Qingfeng's words made Xiao Jian unbelievably dejected. It had always been the strong who reigned supreme in the martial arts world. Weaklings were only eliminated and not sympathized. The Heavenly Sky sect was powerful. That was why their sect members dared to be so unbridled. Although Xiao Jian's way of doing things could obtain a momentary comfort, the aftermath would be too serious. Once they were given a handle, the Heavenly Sky sect might just use it as an opportunity to start a sect war with the Tranquil Cloud sect. In that case, the consequences would be serious. This was not raising a false alarm. The Heavenly Sky sect's wild ambitions were already laid bare in the open. Initiating a sect war was a possibility. With the Heavenly Sky sect's strength, the Tranquil Cloud sect would be hard-pressed to escape the fate of having the sect annihilated. The disparity between the number one great sect and a bottom-tier sect was seriously too great. In the Heavenly Sky sect, just the Soul Sea Realm powerhouses numbered quite a few, while the Tranquil Cloud sect only had Sky Maple, this one Soul Sea Realm powerhouse. Grand Elder Sky Maple was even just an alchemist. His combat power was negligible. With such a great disparity, the Heavenly Sky sect being somewhat arrogant was within reason. As the master of a sect, Luo Qingfeng naturally could not be like Xiao Jian when considering problems. He had to consider the big picture. Especially after watching the fight earlier, Luo Qingfeng was even less willing to start a fight with the Heavenly Sky sect easily. As long as Yi Yuan could rise rapidly, what did the Heavenly Sky sect count as? Before the wings were fully feathered, forbearance was very necessary. Before long, the disciple led Luo Qingfeng and Xiao Jian to see the Heavenly Sky sect's envoy. Senior apprentice Brother Zhangyu, Sect Master Luo has arrived, the disciple introduced. The envoy shot a casual glance at Luo Qingfeng, but did not have the slightest intention of greeting. His gaze returned to Yi Yuan, who was currently breaking through. His haughty manner was completely unmasked. Sect Master Luo, is there a need for so many people to surround and watch a puny little spirit condensation realm martial artist break through? When did your Tranquil Cloud sect fall to such a plight? The envoy watched Yi Yuan, who was sitting cross-legged, his words filled with mockery. The envoy was a young man around 18 or 19 years old, but already had a cultivation of 4th-level crystal formation realm. Such an age, such strength, placed in the Tranquil Cloud sect, it was absolutely the status of a personal disciple. Except the first sentence when meeting him made people very displeased. Chapter 280, Cutting In. Chapter 280, Cutting In. Luo Qingfeng did not get angry. He just used a very peculiar expression to look at this young envoy. When the envoy saw that Luo Qingfeng had no reaction after a long time, he involuntarily became secretly displeased. When the envoy turned around and saw Luo Qingfeng's expression, he could not help being stupefied. He asked in puzzlement, why? Did I say it wrong? Could this spirit condensation realm fellow have anything special? Haha, not really all that special. It's just that he just obtained victory and had some comprehension during the fight, so he took advantage of the opportunity to break through. That's why there are so many people surrounding and watching. Luo Qingfeng explained with a smile. The envoy had a disdainful look when he heard that. If I didn't see wrongly, this boy seems to have gotten first place. As he was talking, he shook his head and said pityingly, "Your tranquil cloud sect is really declining with the passing of time. A 6th level spirit condensation realm boy can actually obtain first place in the sect grand compet. What time? What a joke." Xiao Jian was originally standing by the side patiently. When he heard such words, he immediately wanted to step forward and lose it, but was held back by Luo Qingfeng. "What? Hall head, Xiao, seems to have some disgruntlement with me. Come, come, come. Just come. As long as you're not afraid of my master coming over to take revenge." Seeing Xiao Jian's furious appearance, the envoy did not know what was called fear. Instead, he brought out his own master, and his arrogance became even more inflated. Luo Qingfeng was actually already furious to the limit in his heart, but as the sect master, he had no choice but to suppress this anger. This envoy clearly recognized him in Xiao Jian, but they had never met him, so they naturally did not know which mighty deity his master was. "Xiao Jian, you withdraw first." "Sect master, withdraw." Xiao Jian gritted his teeth, flicked his sleeves, and left. Seeing Xiao Jian leave, Luo Qingfeng turned around and asked, "Your master is?" When the envoy saw that Luo Qingfeng did not even dare to let out a fart, he became even more pleased with himself secretly. That head of his was raised until it was about to reach the skies. "My master is Qi Zhongtao. I am master's personal disciple, Li Zhongyu," Li Zhongyu said with a proud beam. Luo Qingfeng naturally would not make a fool of himself in front of a junior, but he was alarmed in his heart. Of course, he knew this Qi Zhongtao. He was one of the grand elders of the Heavenly Sky sect, a soul sea realm powerhouse. Weighing things this way, this punk was the same generation as him? No wonder this punk dared to be so insolent. Turned out that he actually had such a backing. Pressing down the unhappiness in his heart, Luo Qingfeng asked, "What did your honored sect send you here for?" Li Zhongyu said, "Of course it's for something good, but this matter will have to wait for later. Right now, I just had a sudden burst of inspiration and feel like I'm about to break through realms right away. This place is pretty good. I'm going to break through here. Finus. H.I. plus ing." Without even waiting for Luo Qingfeng to agree, he scurried over to not far from Yi Yuan with a flash. Luo Qingfeng's expression changed. It was already too late to try and stop this. Li Zhongyu's essence energy storm had already started to gather. The two essence energy storms converged together very quickly. If Luo Qingfeng made a move to disrupt Li Zhongyu's breakthrough, it would definitely also interrupt Yi Yuan's breakthrough. Luo Qingfeng gnashed his teeth in hatred. Looks like this Li Zhongyu was spoiled rotten by Qi Zhongtao. He was actually so willful when doing things. How is this Li Zhongyu going to break through? This was clearly him wanting to smack Tranquil Cloud's sect's face. This Li Zhongyu was at 4th level crystal formation realm strength. Now, he was going to break through to the 5th level crystal formation realm. But Yi Yuan was only breaking through to the 7th level spirit condensation realm. How could he compare to Li Zhongyu? The essence energy storm momentum would surely be devoured cleanly if Yi Yuan broke through beside a 4th level crystal formation realm martial artist. Li Zhongyu had wicked thoughts. This was him wanting to make Yi Yuan fail his breakthrough by breaking through himself at the same time. Once Yi Yuan failed his breakthrough, Tranquil Cloud Sect would have lost face completely. Moreover, failing to break through this time would surely cast a very large shadow on Yi Yuan. Wanting to break through again would no longer be that easy. Li Zhongyu was evidently a clever person. Although Luo Qingfeng spoke vaguely earlier, he also guessed that Yi Yuan must have some aspects Serpa. Sing others. Furthermore, to be able to obtain the number 1 in the Grand Compet. 1. Tie-in with 6th level spirit condensation realm strength. Regardless whether it was the Tranquil Cloud sect lacking successors or not, Yi Yuan unquestionably had some saving graces. Sweeping away the Tranquil Cloud sect's face in public, and also ruining the Tranquil Cloud sect's genius disciple, and even spreading the fame of the Heavenly Sky sect. It was truly killing 3 birds with 1 arrow. When Luo Qingfeng thought up to here, he was so enraged that his complexion turned green, but he was powerless to do anything. Li Zhongyu might be arrogant, but he also indeed had the capital to be arrogant. The essence energy storm was gathered casually. This unhurried manner was ample to show his might. When martial artists broke through realms, which one of them would not make ample preparations? Li Zhongyu did it on the spot. Clearly, he was full of confidence. That was also to say, breaking through to the 5th level crystal formation realm was not even considered much to Li Zhongyu. Such boldness, among the younger generation in the Tranquil Cloud sect, there was simply no one like it. Luo Qingfeng finally just let out a sigh. Now, in this kind of situation, Yi Yuan could only count on himself. Or perhaps, Yi Yuan could create a miracle. If it were another person, Luo Qingfeng might just really move to stop this. But Yi Yuan could never be measured using common sense. Some things that would never happen to others became uncertain with Yi Yuan. After all, there was simply no martial artist who grasped true intent in the southern domain. Yi Yuan was the sole person. In a blink, storms raged in the entire plaza. The 2 essence energy storms towered to the skies and meshed together. Initially, Yi Yuan's essence energy tempest was already very exaggerated, but Li Zhongyu's essence energy storm was more than a level stronger. Li Zhongyu was a crystal formation realm martial artist. The commotion when breaking through is obviously different. With a fellow suddenly popping out to break through, they naturally got a feast for their eyes. Who's this person? Why have I never heard that we had such a senior apprentice brother? What's this person trying to do? Why does he have to squeeze with Yi Yuan if he wants to break through and not find a place to enter seclusion? The situation is not quite right. This person is a crystal formation realm martial artist. The essence energy tempest that he created is so powerful. Essence energy storms are originally used to plunder the surrounding essence energy for one's own use. The essence energy storm that he created is already starting to pillage Yi Yuan's. Yi Yuan's in danger. If his essence energy storm is looted, then his hope of breaking through to the 7th level spirit condensation realm will be dashed to pieces. There might even be the danger of cultivation realm falling. What kind of mysterious person this is? Such a powerful aura. A 4th level crystal formation realm martial artist breakthrough actually has such great commotion. Many people started to worry for Yi Yuan. Compared to a stranger, everyone naturally hoped for Yi Yuan to break through. Except, everyone sensed that the essence energy storm on Yi Yuan's side was becoming increasingly weaker. Yi Yuan's breakthrough also fell into a precarious situation, as if there would be signs of stopping at any time. If Yi Yuan and Li Zhongyu competed in supreme, true intent, these Tranquil Cloud sect disciples would absolutely not worry for him. Yi Yuan had grasped true intent. Forget that Li Zhongyu was just at crystal formation realm. Even if he was at the sea transformation realm, or even the soul sea realm, they did not think that Li Zhongyu could win. But they were breaking through cultivation realms currently, seizing essence energy. This way, Yi Yuan's true intent would not come in handy at all. Instead, his cultivation realm became his greatest disadvantage. How could a spirit condensation realm martial artist possibly be a crystal formation realm martial artist match in plundering essence energy? Chapter 281, Li Zhongyu's Strength. Chapter 281, Li Zhongyu's Strength. Yi Yuan's breakthrough had just reached a critical juncture when he suddenly felt the essence energy around him diminish. Plus-ing, and was almost unable to support his breakthrough anymore. The occurrence of such a situation made him feel rather baffled. Opening his eyes slightly, he saw someone else besides him. This person was apparently breaking through too. The other person's essence energy tempest was much stronger than his. It was clearly at the strength level that only a crystal formation realm martial artist should have. Yi Yuan understood the situation very quickly. Although this person looked very unfamiliar, Just by looking at the other party choosing to break through beside him, he clearly had malicious intentions. Towards guys like this, Yi Yuan would never be courteous. The corner of Yi Yuan's lips curled slightly. He sneered coldly in his heart and thought to himself, "Want to play a game of plundering essence energy? You're going to cry." Since the other party wanted to play, then he would let him have his fill. Seemingly sensing Yi Yuan's glance, Li Zhongyu also turned to look at Yi Yuan and did a thumbs-down gesture. The provocation meaning was very thick. Truly too arrogant. This fellow actually dares to do this sort of infuriating gesture. Does he really take it as if our Tranquil Cloud sect has body? I remembered. He's wearing the Heavenly Sky sect uniform. He's a Heavenly Sky sect disciple. What? Why would a Heavenly Sky sect disciple run all the way to our Tranquil Cloud sect to break through realms? Are you dumb? How is he coming here to break through realms? He's simply here to show off, seizing essence energy for his own breakthrough beside Yi Yuan, causing Yi Yuan's breakthrough to fail, and even making such a hand gesture in front of so many of us. He's really bullying our Tranquil Cloud sect for having body. That might be so, but this Heavenly Sky sect disciple is really very strong. We have to do a crazy lot of preparations before breaking through realms and then finding an isolated place to seclude ourselves. But he just ran over here directly to break through. Furthermore, look at his appearance. He clearly still has a lot of strength left over, as if breaking through is like eating a common fare to him. I say, can you stop boosting other people's morale and diminish plussing our prestige? You're also aware of Yi Yuan's talent. Perhaps a miracle will happen. When the Tranquil Cloud sect disciples recognized Li Zhongyu's background, they became bound by a common hatred for the enemy. Although most of them had never seen before Heavenly Sky sect people, they all knew the Heavenly Sky sect's overbearingness. Rather, it was Yi Yuan who was completely clueless about this. Facing Li Zhongyu's provocation, he just smiled faintly and stood up. Yi Yuan was simply disinclined to bother with this sort of lame provocation. The way Yi Yuan saw it, this kind of provocation were simply like shrews shouting and cursing in public. You scolded me a sentence, so I have to scold you back? The best way to snuff out the other party's arrogance was nothing better than to beat the other party down. Beat until they were genuinely convinced. Spirit gathering seal. Yi Yuan cried out, only to see Yi Yuan's hands move like phantoms. Seals fired out one by one. All of a sudden, Yi Yuan's essence energy storm became violent again. Originally, Yi Yuan's essence energy storm already became incomparably thin under Li Zhongyu's pillaging with the danger of dissipating at any time. But now, it was like Yi Yuan's essence energy tempest was injected with stimulants, forcefully hing much essence energy from Li Zhongyu's side, and was even strengthening continuously. As a high-ranking alchemist, he needed to master countless seals. There would be times where an alchemist would gather essence energy in order to raise the quality of medicinal pills. This spirit-gathering seal was a more low-end seal among them. Yi Yuan would frequently use it when his realm was lower in his previous life. After his realm rose, he rarely used it. But when using it now, it was still incomparably fluent, and the effect was also extremely powerful. With the guidance of the seal, Yi Yuan's essence energy storm was like a vortex, building up unendingly. Didn't I say that Yi Yuan wouldn't admit defeat so easily? So what if he's a Heavenly Sky sect's crystal formation realm? Displaying his paltry skills before an expert like Yi Yuan, he entrapped himself, right? That's right. Wait until Yi Yuan loots the essence energy over at his side clean. See how he breaks through. No biggie. To be haughty, you also have to look at the other person. You'll die a very miserable death if you posture in front of a genius who grasps true intent. Looking at Yi Yuan, turning the tides, Tranquil Cloud sect disciples felt that they gained face. Although they were not very familiar with Yi Yuan yet, they already took him as their own people. Especially in front of outsiders' provocation, this kind of recognition would magnify limitlessly. Li Zhangyu clearly also became conscious of this change and could not help being greatly astonished. There was an sable gulf between middle stage crystal formation realm and middle stage spirit condensation realm. The commotion caused by him breaking through realms was actually pulled back by a puny little middle stage spirit condensation realm. No wonder Luo Qingfeng was so vague earlier, rather like treasuring his own belongings. Looking at it now, there was indeed something fishy. Haha, you certainly have some measly capabilities. But if you think that you can win me like this, then you're too naive. Return for me. With a low cry, Li Zhangyu's aura skyrocketed once again. Following that, his essence energy storm also became even more violent. The essence energy that was initially S-N-A-T-C, head over by Yi Yuan returned to Li Zhangyu essence energy storm once more. Yi Yuan's efforts earlier were all in vain right now. But Li Zhangyu's actions gave the Tranquil Cloud sect disciples a huge shock. What? This fellow was actually holding back so much extra strength. No way. This commotion of his is probably catching up to breaking through 6th level spirit condensation realm already. Could all the Heavenly Sky sect's disciples be powerful to this extent? What kind of joke is that? Looking at his age, he's even a few years younger than senior apprentice brother T. Yujio, but his cultivation realm has already said senior apprentice brother T. Wujio. If breaking through to the 5th level crystal formation realm can cause such a powerful momentum, his strength is likely close to our personal disciples already. Is this the strength of the Southern Domains, number 1 great sect? No wonder they dare to be so arrogant. How can other sects compare to this strength? Yi Yuan is on his last legs. If it continues to get pillaged like this, Yi Yuan's breakthrough failing is a minor matter. He might even injure his foundations. To a certain degree, the strength of the Essence Energy Tempest could represent a martial artist's strength and potential. The Essence Energy Storm when Yi Yuan broke through is several times stronger than ordinary people. This could reflect his strength to a certain extent. But Li Zhangyu's Essence Energy Storm being so powerful meant that his true strength was definitely much stronger than a 4th level crystal formation realm. As for how his true strength was, it was hard to gauge, but it was definitely ridiculously strong. Seeing this scene, Luo Qingfeng's expression was also not too good. He reckoned that Li Zhangyu's strength was roughly the same as Mo Yuntian, but his age was nearly 10 years younger than Mo Yuntian. After 10 years, what extent could Li Zhangyu reach? Furthermore, Luo Qingfeng dared to confirm that Li Zhangyu's strength was absolutely not considered the peak among the personal disciples. Luo Qingfeng did not even dare to imagine anymore. The disparity was already so great between the junior generations. Where would the sect's future lie? Could he really swallow humiliation and shoulder the burden to wait for the day the Tranquil Cloud sect rose? Luo Qingfeng involuntarily started to doubt it. The gap between the two sects was currently widening with each step and not shrinking. Besides, could Yi Yuan still mature smoothly after experiencing such a setback today? Chapter 282. I'm very willful. Chapter 282. I'm very willful. Under Li Zhangyu's pillaging, Yi Yuan's essence energy storm became smaller and smaller. When the Tranquil Cloud sect disciples saw this scene, they unwittingly had the feeling of the fox mourning the death of a hare. This was the Tranquil Cloud sect's, no, the Southern Domain's number 1 genius. Was he going to fail like this? Although they were unresigned to this, they also knew that this was not that their combat power was weak. It was the opponent who was too strong. No matter how much of a genius Yi Yuan was, he was only a spirit condensation realm martial artist, while his opponent was a genius martial artist from the Southern Domain's number 1 great sect. Perhaps in terms of potential, Yi Yuan tossed Li Zhangyu several streets behind. But presently, Li Zhangyu was a whole major realm higher than Yi Yuan. If it were others, they did not even have the qualifications to force Li Zhangyu to use his full strength and would just directly lay down their arms and surrender. But Yi Yuan, a puny little spirit condensation realm martial artist, forced out the other party's full strength. Originally, Li Zhangyu had a relaxed look even when breaking through. But now his entire body was tensed. He was clearly straining himself a lot more. Although Yi Yuan's spirit-gathering seal was only a very low-level seal, Yi Yuan's attainments were extremely profound. How could it be so easy to seize essence energy from him? Facing this situation, Yi Yuan had a composed face as if it had nothing to do with him at all. It was only to see him took out several essence crystals calmly and casually struck them out. They transformed into several rays of light that flew in multiple directions. Essence crystals were crystalline bodies formed from heaven and earth essence energy. There was powerful yet pure essence energy contained within. Sect disciples mostly used essence crystals when cultivating. In the martial arts world, essence crystals were also used as currency. Essence crystals were very precious. Even core disciples did not have a right to use them. Only elite disciples would have an extremely small number of low-grade essence crystals every month. Of course, Yi Yuan was also allotted some low-grade essence crystals every month with his nominal elder status. The few essence crystals that Yi Yuan just casually fired out were middle-grade essence crystals. This was given to him by Sky Maple after completing the level 9 mission previously. Nonchalantly firing out so many middle-grade essence crystals made everyone's eyes pop out. This was really quite extravagant. What's Yi Yuan trying to do? Those seem to be middle-grade essence crystals earlier, right? Wasn't he still core disciple status before this? Where did it come from? Who cares where it came from? The Heavenly Skies sect already bullied to our doorstep to smack our faces, and you're still in the mood to mind this? Cough, cough. Isn't it because of momentary excitement? I say, what's Yi Yuan doing here? Could it be that he still has a chance to turn the tide? Yi Yuan's methods are inexhaustible. There might really be a chance to turn defeat into victory. Using so many middle-grade essence crystals at once, Yi Yuan can't be throwing stones to play, right? What's going on? Why do I feel like the surrounding essence energy seems to be drained? Li Zhangyu currently had his full focus on seizing Yi Yuan's essence energy and breaking through. He did not see Yi Yuan's actions, but at this time, he suddenly felt that something was wrong. The surrounding essence energy suddenly became much thicker, and there were increasingly more currents. Opening his eyes to take a look, Li Zhangyu immediately jumped in fright. As the few light spots around Yi Yuan sparkled, the surrounding essence energy became increasingly wild. Spirit gathering formation. Are you mad, punk? Your dantian will be stuffed until it explodes. Li Zhangyu exclaimed. Yi Yuan turned to look at him and said with a faint smile, "No problem. Isn't there you to be buried with me?" Li Zhangyu cried out weirdly, "Madman, you're really a madman. Quickly stop." Yi Yuan made use of middle-grade essence crystals as the eye of the formation to set up a Tier 3 spirit gathering formation. Originally, with Yi Yuan's spirit condensation realm strength, it was impossible to set up a Tier 3 spirit gathering formation. But he borrowed Li Zhangyu's essence energy storm ingeniously, leading the big with small, overcoming a greater force with only a small amount of strength, and successfully set up such an array formation. The formation had already activated. The essence energy in the surrounding dozen-mile radius was siphoned clean by the spirit gathering formation. Such power, forget about Li Zhangyu, a puny little 4th-level crystal formation realm. Even if a 9th-level crystal formation realm were here, they would also not dare to borrow such an essence energy storm to break through. No matter how one looked at it, Yi Yuan doing this was a way of Paris. Plussing together. If the two of them continue to break through here, the outcome would only be being stuffed to death by essence energy. Such a level of essence energy storm had clearly already exceeded the limits that Li Zhangyu could withstand. Doesn't this senior apprentice brother like to join in the fun? I created even more fun for you. Why aren't you joining in now? Yi Yuan still smiled faintly as he said. How could Li Zhangyu bother to bicker with Yi Yuan at this time? If this continued, his dantian was going to explode from being bloated. Let's keep calm and talk. Just now, it was me who was rash. Remove your formation first, then talk. Li Jianyu already had some hint of yielding in his words. Li Jianyu was also like an arrow notched on the bow right now. It must fly. If he gave up on breaking through, he would definitely receive a backlash and affect his breakthrough after today. If he continued breaking through, how could he withstand such an essence energy storm? He was originally thinking of putting the tranquil cloud sect on the spot, but now it was hard to dismount the tiger. But Yi Yuan laughed and said, I'm very willful. If others find me to play, I'll definitely play to the end. You can choose to withdraw if you're not playing. You? Fine, I want to see just how you play yourself to death in a while. Li Jianyu gnashed his teeth and said, That's none of your concern. Yi Yuan said nonchalantly. Li Jianyu already decided not to play anymore. He wanted to stop the breakthrough and withdraw out of the essence energy storm. The timing Li Jianyu that retreated was perfect. The essence energy storm gathered by the spirit gathering formation had already formed. Even if he pulled back right now, it was already too late for Yi Yuan to want to dismiss it. Li Jianyu did not believe that Yi Yuan really dared to break through realms in this place. Li Jianyu forcefully terminated his breakthrough and immediately suffered a backlash. He only felt a metallic taste in his throat, and a mouthful of blood was about to spew out, but was forcibly held back by him. He leaped with all his might and actually withstood the violent essence energy tempest and charged out of it. The essence energy storm was currently already virtually materialized, visible with the naked eye, just like a tornado. Li Jianyu being able to withdraw leisurely also sufficiently showed that his strength was very great. After exiting, Li Jianyu no longer had that arrogance from before. The heavenly sky sect uniform on him was already torn into tattered rags by the essence energy storm. After leaving the essence energy storm, Li Jianyu could not hold back any longer and spewed out a large mouthful of blood. He devoted all his power just now to break through, but was forcefully stopped by him again. He clearly sustained extremely strong backlash and already suffered very severe internal injuries. Failing to break through this time, the next time Li Jianyu wanted to break through to the 5th level crystal formation realm again, it would most likely not be so easy anymore. Of course, with Li Jianyu's talent, breaking through was inevitable. But this would surely delay him a very large amount of time. Thinking up to here, Li Jianyu felt very depressed. This time, he really tried to steal a chicken only to end up losing the rice. But looking at Yi Yuan, who was still in the heart of the essence energy storm, a trace of delight flashed across Li Jianyu's heart. Ha ha, this punk is indeed willful. So willful until he played himself to death. With such a violent essence energy storm, I want to see just how you can break through. I really want to see right now just what kind of appearance you'll have when your body explodes and you die. Li Jianyu turned over and said manically, Chapter 283, Luo Qingfeng's Fong. Chapter 283, Luo Qingfeng's Fong. Yi Yuan was in the eye of the storm, his clothes fluttering. Currently, the ferocity of the essence energy around him was practically suffocating. And Yi Yuan's breakthrough also entered the critical juncture at this time already. Such violent essence energy, ordinary people could not even refine it, let alone, say, breaking through realms. But the essence energy flowing within Yi Yuan's body outside of his body produced an intense contrast. Once the violent and condensed essence energy entered Yi Yuan's body, it immediately became unbelievably docile. In front of the spirit bristle 9 Yang divine art, this level of essence energy was seriously not worth mentioning. However, the essence energy was overly abundant currently. Yi Yuan refined nonstop and reached the critical point of the 7th level spirit condensation realm very soon. About to break through, just a little bit more. I hope that nothing happens to Yi Yuan. Why would something happen now? It's the most dangerous after breaking through. Breaching the bottleneck requires large amounts of essence energy, just like flood water bursting open the water gate. But once this floodgate is opened, wanting to shut it would not be so easy. Yeah, normally, when we break through, we would gather an essence energy storm matching our realm so that we can control it. But this essence energy storm is already greatly said the limits that Yi Yuan can withstand. Once the floodgate opens, I'm afraid, it will collapse. Seeing that Yi Yuan was on the verge of breaking through, the heavily injured Li Zhongyu said gloatingly, "A puny little spirit condensation realm actually dares to break through within such a violent essence energy tempest. You truly don't know how the word death is written. In a while, when they see you being blown to pieces, I'll wonder what kind of expression your tranquil cloud sect people will have." Hee hee. Right at this moment, Yi Yuan's aura swelled abruptly and became much stronger than before. It was very clear that he burst past the 7th level spirit condensation realm bottleneck in one go. Everyone's hearts leaped to their throats. Many people even involuntarily shut their eyes. They did not wish to see the scene of Yi Yuan exploding. At the same time, the essence energy around Yi Yuan that became even more tempestuous had already transformed into a bundle of mist-like state. From this, it could be seen just how thick the essence energy in the center of the storm was. The thick fog covered up Yi Yuan's figure. The outside could no longer see what was happening inside. But everyone knew that Yi Yuan was currently wrestling with a flood like essence energy. Dead for sure. He's definitely dead. This brat is also a talent to actually set up such an incredible Tier 3 spirit gathering formation. The essence energy in the eye of the formation practically became liquid state already. Even if I were the one breaking through in the eye of the formation, I probably would have exploded by now already, much less a 7th level spirit condensation realm. Li Zhongyu directly sentenced Yi Yuan to death. Sect Master Yi Yuan, the disciple who received Li Zhongyu, previously said anxiously. Luo Qingfeng sucked in a deep breath and sighed. At this time, only Yi Yuan alone can help himself. Pray that he can come out alive. These words sounded that bit unconfident no matter how one heard it. Under such a situation, the possibility of escaping with his life was too minuscule. As time slowly ticked away, there was still no activity in the eye of the formation. Everyone's hope evaporated bit by bit. If Yi Yuan could leave, he would have left long ago. Now, under such circumstances, most likely, it was more ominous than propitious. At present, Li Zhongyu consumed medicinal pills that controlled internal injuries and returned to Luo Qingfeng's side. Sect Master Luo, I think there's no need to wait anymore. There's no activity after such a long time. That boy most likely already exploded into a lump of meat by now, Li Zhongyu said delightedly. Hearing these words, Luo Qingfeng's entire person became icy. Li Zhongyu immediately felt a powerful pressure cruise. Plussing forth. I exercise forbearance in every way possible on account of your master's face. Do you think that my tranquil cloud sect can be needed as you like? If your master were here, I'd still have some fear. You, a crystal formation realm, reaching out for a yard after taking an inch, do you really take me to be made of clay? Luo Qingfeng carried the powerful awe of a half-step soul, sea realm, cruise. Plussing Li Zhongyu until he could not breathe. Li Zhongyu's incessant provocation finally angered this master of sect. To be able to become the master of sect, Luo Qingfeng was absolutely not some goody two-shoes that could be sliced up anyhow. The reason why he accommodated for the general interest was only to hide one's capability and bid one's time, to strive for time, to let the tranquil cloud sect's junior generation grow up. But now that Yi Yuan's life or death was uncertain and the sect's greatest hope about to be extinguished, this also made Luo Qingfeng lose his last trace of patience. Once a ferocious tiger bared its fangs, someone who the majesty of the tiger like Li Zhongyu did not have much living see anymore. Luo Qingfeng released his aura fully. Li Zhongyu only felt like he was being crushed by a humongous mountain. Even his teeth were chattering. Li Zhongyu only understood at this moment that this seemingly weak and incompetent tranquil cloud sect master actually had such formidable strength, such a powerful pressure. Li Zhangyu only felt this from his own master before. Could it be that Luo Qingfeng's strength was no longer beneath masters? How is this possible? You dare touch me? I am the Heavenly Sky Sect's envoy. Aren't you scared of launching a sect war? Li Zhangyu gritted his teeth and said. Luo Qingfeng sneered coldly and said, "You'd best pray that Yi Yuan's fine. Otherwise, I'll use you as a sacrificial item today." Sect war? Do you think that you can trigger a sect war with the likes of you? You're overestimating yourself too much. If the Heavenly Sky Sect could eradicate my Tranquil Cloud Sect so easily, why would they wait until now? It dawned onto Li Zhangyu when he heard it, and the color of his face turned deathly white. He flopped weakly onto the ground. The 8 great sects each have their own forte, yet also restrain each other. My Tranquil Cloud Sect is not as powerful as your Heavenly Sky Sect, but a sect war will cause a domino effect. Isn't your sect master scared of the other 7 sects joining hands? After all, our today is their future. All of the sect masters are not dumb. How could they not understand this logic? Luo Qingfeng's words struck the core one by one, speaking until Li Zhangyu's complexion became increasingly paler. Heavenly Sky Sect disciples were used to being arrogant, while the Tranquil Cloud Sect was always very low profile, resulting in Li Zhangyu thinking that the Tranquil Cloud Sect was only a rotten persimmon, able to knead the latter as he wished, and had no respect even for Luo Qingfeng. Looking at it now, he was only a clown. He was not even a fart in front of Luo Qingfeng. With the strength of Sea Transformation Realm, one simply had no say in the interactions between sections. Who could have thought that the Luo Qingfeng, who had always been famously weak, would also have such a ferocious side? Looking at that S of thick fog, Li Zhangyu suddenly discovered that he made a fatal error today. He touched Luo Qingfeng's reverse scale, and this brat called Yi Yuan was Luo Qingfeng's reverse scale. How could Li Zhangyu know what Luo Qingfeng was thinking? Luo Qingfeng was currently thinking of how to give an account to that mysterious master of Yi Yuan, once that unimaginably powerful existence came to ask for him. What awaited his Tranquil Cloud Sect was also an utter calamity. If Yi Yuan really died, why would he still fear a sect war? Compared to that mysterious expert, the Heavenly Sky Sect was nothing. At that time, the ones getting destroyed was likely not just his Tranquil Cloud Sect alone. The Heavenly Sky Sect likewise could not escape responsibility. Chapter 284, Songhua Reborn. Chapter 284, Songhua Reborn. I'm also not afraid to tell you that Yi Yuan is a peerless genius that my Tranquil Cloud Sect discovered. He's my Tranquil Cloud Sect's future. If something happens to him today, you're dead for sure. Luo Qingfeng said fiercely with a stern expression. Li Zhangyu felt his scalp tingle. He could sense Luo Qingfeng's fury. These words were absolutely not just to scare him. Are you mad? To incite a sect war at all cost for such a genius that had yet to mature? Li Zhangyu felt that this world was too insane. Luo Qingfeng actually stopped at no expense to become enemies with the Heavenly Sky Sect for a puny little spirit condensation realm martial artist. Although Li Zhangyu was not the most powerful among the younger generation in the Heavenly Sky Sect, he was someone with extremely huge potential. Qi Zhongtao doted on him very heavily. If he died, Qi Zhongtao would definitely not let it go at that. Although a sect war might affect the situation as a whole, it was possible to erupt because of this. Li Zhangyu involuntarily looked towards that S of thick fog. Alarm suddenly showed on his face. Sect Master Luo, quickly look. Li Zhangyu pointed in the direction of the essence energy storm and shouted. Luo Qingfeng's heart jolted, and he looked over there, only to see that the essence energy storm was currently weakening at a visible rate. This kind of weakening was not dissipation, but converging towards the eye of the formation. It looked like it was sucked over by something. Luo Qingfeng's expression became intent. His heart was about to jump out of his throat. Regardless of what situation occurred, at least it showed that Yi Yuan was still alive right now. Otherwise, The essence energy storm should be gradually dispersing and not being sucked over like this. As long as Yuan did not die, anything was fine. The group of Tranquil Cloud sect disciple clearly also noticed this chance. Although they were somewhat uncertain, didn't it mean that Yi Yuan was at least still alive? What happened? Yi Yuan, he did not die yet. Truly inconceivable. He actually lasted such a long time in the substantialized essence energy storm. What in the world did he do? The mystery should be unraveling very soon. You guys look, that S of thick fog is starting to dissipate. The speed which essence energy was being absorbed was very swift. That S of thick fog gradually became thin and revealed a blurry silhouette. Everyone stared fixedly at the eye of the storm. That silhouette became clearer and clearer. Everybody could see that was Yi Yuan. Seeing that Yi Yuan did not die, a wave of shouting and screaming came from the crowd. Unknowingly, they already took Yi Yuan as their own comrade and took him as the face of the Tranquil Cloud sect. The Tranquil Cloud sect was oppressed too heavily these few years. Every disciple felt as though they experienced this aspect themselves. Now that such a genius character appeared with such difficulty, it would really be too pitiful if he were to die like this. Just earlier, each one of them felt the heavenly sky sect's humiliation, but they were helpless, touching their own hearts. No matter which of them took Yi Yuan's place, they were also unable to perform like Yi Yuan. Even if the Tranquil Cloud sect found a 4th-level crystal formation realm disciple and placed it beside Li Zhangyu, the final outcome would probably be suffering a defeat when victory was within reach. Yi Yuan regained face on all of their behalfs. Not only did Yi Yuan force Li Zhangyu until he had to withdraw with serious injuries with spirit condensation realm cultivation, he even survived completely unscathed. In their hearts, Yi Yuan had already become the hero of the entire Tranquil Cloud sect. Quickly look, what's Yi Yuan doing? Isn't that his spirit artifact? Those essence energies seem to have been absorbed by this sword. It really looks like it. But how can a spirit artifact absorb so much essence energy? Hang on. Unless... The two people exchanged a glance and saw the shock in the other person's eyes. They said in unison, "Spirit artifact sanctification." Li Zhangyu similarly showed an astonished expression. He sucked in a cold breath and said, he actually made use of the spirit gathering formation to sanctify his spirit artifact. Is this boy really just a teenager? Luo Qingfeng was also incomparably shocked. He never imagined that Yi Yuan could actually utilize the spirit gathering formation to sanctify the Tsanghua sword. However, when he saw that gaping mouth look of Li Zhangyu, Luo Qingfeng felt pleased in his heart. Luo Qingfeng was feeling excellent, but his words were nonchalant as he said, "Through and through, Yi Yuan he is still 2 months short of reaching 16. Congratulations to you. Your small life is secured." When he heard these words from Luo Qingfeng, Li Zhangyu had a feeling like a heavy load was lifted. His back was already drenched in sweat. Before long, the violent essence energy was already pretty much absorbed clean. Sanghua, sword suspended in front of Yi Yuan quietly, but it was currently missing some parts of sharp air and was dimmer than before. Yi Yuan slowly opened both eyes. Sanghua, sword gave off a crisp clang and shot straight for the horizon. Everybody only saw a streak of flowing light dancing in mid-air, akin to a canary which broke free. That sort of carefree feeling infected everyone. 32 restrictions spirit artifact. In a twinkle, an 8 restrictions spirit artifact became a 32 restrictions spirit artifact. Yi Yuan, he is really too amazing. Spirit artifact sanctification is an incredibly challenging matter. Every additional restriction would be exceedingly difficult. One has to ensure that adding new restrictions will not clash with previous ones and also ensure the increase in power. Ordinary array formation masters would not dare to easily increase restrictions for spirit artifacts. Abnormal cultivation speed, grasp true intent, heard that his alchemy Dao attainments are also exceedingly high. Now, even his array formation Tao attainments are so strong. Is he still a human? Sensing the power of restrictions coming off from the reborn Tsanghua sword, everyone gasped in amazement. 8 restrictions to 32 restrictions. This was an extremely huge jump. If Spirit Artifact could cultivate, then 8 restrictions to 32 restrictions would be rising 2 major realms consecutively. This kind of enormous crossing would greatly increase the power of a Spirit Artifact. One could say that the Tsanghua sword had obtained a transformation that cast off its old self and be reborn again. It was no wonder that it was so excited. Seemingly bored of playing around, Tsanghua sword's L.U.S. Tur was restrained, and it landed in Yi Yuan's hands obediently. Lightly caressing the sword body, Yi Yuan was also very pleased with his own work. At his current realm, this was already the limits of what he could accomplish. The 32 restrictions Tsanghua sword was enough to last him all the way to the Sea Transformation realm. Yi Yuan's array formation Tao attainments were incredible. Sanctifying a 32 restriction spirit artifact was not much to him. It was just that it was quite taxing for him to do it due to limitations in realm. Li Zhongyu coincidentally came over to cause trouble. Yi Yuan suddenly had a flash of inspiration and laid down this spirit gather formation to sanctify the Tsanghua sword. Along with Yi Yuan's comprehension towards the Azure Dipper floating zero sword intent, getting increasingly deeper, especially when using 1,000 flowing petals, the 8 restriction Tsanghua sword was already gradually having difficulties coping. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Yi Yuan successfully sanctified it in one go. Keeping the Tsanghua sword, Yi Yuan walked towards Li Zhongyu and greeted him. But he smiled at Li Zhongyu and said, "This senior apprentice brother doesn't seem to be someone from my Tranquil Cloud sect. But you are also of a huge assistance to me this time. Yi Yuan give thanks here." Looking at the grinning Yi Yuan, Li Zhongyu felt even worse than swallowing a fly. Chapter 285, Unknown Mystic Realm. Chapter 285, Unknown Mystic Realm. Although Yi Yuan's Tier 3 Spirit Gathering formation was strong, it was also unable to gather so much essence energy. The reason why it could cause such a huge commotion before was that Yi Yuan used a maneuver to lift something heavy using only a little force. Using the 2 persons' essence energy storms as the base, it magnified the pair's essence energy storms limitlessly. No matter how strong Yi Yuan was, he was only a spirit condensation realm martial artist. If he did not have the pair's essence energy storms as the base, how could he plunder the essence energies in a 10-mile radius clean? Li Zhongyu tasted blood again in his throat. The internal injuries that were just suppressed relapsed again, and he nearly spurted out a mouthful of blood. Fortunately, he endured it. Li Zhongyu is an honored guest from the Heavenly Sky sect. He indeed has the grace of a great sect disciple, deriving pleasure from helping others. Luo Qingfeng supplemented another blow right after. Heavenly Sky sect. Yi Yuan looked perplexed. Clearly, he had not heard of this name before. Luo Qingfeng froze, and he could not help asking, "You don't know the Heavenly Sky sect?" Yi Yuan shook his head blankly and said, "This disciple came from a small place, and my knowledge is superficial. I really don't know the Heavenly Sky sect." Luo Qingfeng was speechless. He explained, "Heavenly Sky sect is the Southern Domain's #1 great sect, the leader of the 8 great sects. Zhongyu is a Heavenly Sky sect Grand Elder's favored disciple. You're my sect's elder. Calling senior apprentice brother is acceptable." Li Zhongyu was secretly shocked. Yi Yuan was already a sect elder at this age. However, he had yet to be surprised by this when Yi Yuan was suddenly enlightened and said, "Ah, so that's how it is. The Heavenly Sky sect is as expected the Southern Domain's #1 great sect. Their Grand Elder's disciple actually sacrificed his own interests for the sake of others and would rather his own realm fall just to help others. Yi Yuan is eternally grateful. Poo work." Li Zhongyu finally could not hold back, and a mouthful of blood sprayed out. It was already injuries on top of injuries. The 2 people sang and chimed together. Li Zhongyu was ultimately young. How could he endure such stimulation. But Yi Yuan really did not know the Heavenly Sky sect. Not that he was singing a duet with Luo Qingfeng, but the effects were the same. After 2 days, Li Zhongyu's injuries took a turn for the better. Luo Qingfeng summoned him. Presently, Li Zhongyu was much more restrained and was no longer as arrogant as when he had just arrived. Luo Qingfeng's aura on that day thoroughly suppressed him. "Are your injuries better?" Luo Qingfeng asked like he was engaging in small talk. It was fine if he did not mention that. But once it was raised, Li Zhongyu's inner heart felt as painful as his scar being reopened. "Already much better. Many thanks for Sect Master Luo's concern." Li Zhongyu forced a smile and said, It's good that it's much better. Zhongyu, for what matter did you come to my Tranquil Cloud sect as an envoy this trip for?" Luo Qingfeng queried. Talking about official matters, Li Zhongyu hurriedly collected his emotions and said, "My Heavenly Sky sect discovered a mystic realm not long ago within our borders and think that there should be some good stuff inside. Our southern domain's 8 great sects has always been united. Sect Master specially dispatched 7 disciples to leave for the 7 sects to invite everyone to explore the mystic realm together, so as to give fair treatment to all." Luo Qingfeng was expressionless, but he started to deliberate on the intentions of this move by the Heavenly Sky sect in his heart. Whatever united, what fair treatment, that could only hoodwink a 3-year-old kid. The southern domain's 8 great sects, including the Tranquil Cloud sect, each had their own little plans. The Tranquil Cloud sect never had the heart to contend for hegemony in the southern domain. The sect members' ambition was always to storm back to the northern domain. Of course, this was merely a distant dream. The reality was that the Tranquil Cloud sect could only survive within the crevices of the various southern domain sections. The Heavenly Sky sect had always been very domineering. Forget about a mystic realm in their own territory. They would even think of ways to get a cup of soup from other people's mystic realms. There must be something strange for things to be abnormal. If one were to say that the Heavenly Sky sect was really that good-hearted, even a fool would not believe it. But one had to admit that the Heavenly Sky sect tossed out a remarkably tempting bait. Luo Qingfeng reckoned that the other sects would likely be unable to refuse this invitation because even he himself was moved. What did the development of the sect rely on? Resources, essence crystals, natural treasures, cultivation methods, artifacts, and so on. These things more or less determined the power of a sect. As the most powerful sect in the southern domain, the Heavenly Sky sect occupied 40% of the southern domain's resources. The other 7 great sects added up only came up to 60% or so. It was precisely because of these resources that ensured that the Heavenly Sky sect always looked down on the world. And among those, natural treasures were a very crucial part of resources. The sect disciples' daily consumption, medicinal pills used in cultivation, and medicinal herbs were a huge expenditure. Without the ACCU, mutilation of these resources, the sect would simply be unable to sustain, no matter how deep your foundations were. And where did these natural treasures come from? Mystic realms. Mystic realms were miniature SPACs neighboring the endless world. Because human footmarks were scarce and essence energy was abundant, it tends to give birth to many natural treasures. Within the various southern domain sect boundaries, they all had some mystic realms, and these mystic realms were all controlled by the various great sections. These mystic realms were all known mystic realms. The dangers within have already pretty much been eliminated by the various great sections. But the mystic realm discovered by the Heavenly Sky sect this time was evidently an unknown mystic realm. Extremely few humans existed in mystic realms, but there were many demonic beasts as well as naturally formed dangers. Exploring mystic realms was an extremely perilous task. Ignoring other things, just the Heavenly Sky sect inviting other sects to explore the mystic realm together most likely had the notion of bringing more cannon fodder. As for whether they had other plans, Luo Qingfeng could not determine it right now. What kind of mystic realm? Give a description, Luo Qingfeng said while maintaining his composure. An unknown mystic realm. We've already sent people in to investigate. The natural treasures inside are beyond counting. It said that there are many Tier 3, quasi-Tier 4 medicinal herbs inside. There are also quite a few Tier 4 herbs and some extremely rare herbs, which can all be found inside. Li Zhangyu said. Luo Qingfeng suddenly smiled and said, I'm afraid that it isn't so simple, right? What I want to hear isn't this. What did you all encounter inside? Li Zhangyu's face changed, but returned to normal very quickly. He said calmly, we sent a total of 3 teams. They were completely wiped out. Luo Qingfeng frowned and said, what kind of people did you send in? Facing Luo Qingfeng, Li Zhangyu became very alert. This fellow was too astute. Every question hit the mark. In the past, everyone always thought that he was somebody weak and incompetent because he was low profile and tolerant. Now, it looks like this fellow was simply an exceptionally clever and scheming person. Now that Luo Qingfeng already bared his fangs in front of Li Zhangyu, he naturally had no need to disguise himself anymore. Li Zhangyu cautiously said, the first time, it was an early-stage crystal formation realm leading the team. The second, the one leading, was a middle-stage crystal formation realm. The third time, it was a 9th-level crystal formation realm martial artist. Oh, since all your guys are wiped out, how do you know the news inside? Luo Qingfeng asked composedly. Li Zhangyu secretly cursed Sly Fox and said, in the end, that 9th-level crystal formation realm martial artist risked death to charge out and brought back this information. And not long after he exited, he died too. This unknown mystic realm might be somewhat dangerous, but the things inside are seriously too alluring. That's why Lord Sect Master ardently invites everyone to explore together. Luo Qingfeng nodded and said, you go back and rest first. Allow me to reconsider this. After Li Zhangyu took his leave, the door to the room suddenly opened. Ling Patian, Xiao Jian, and Ouyang Yu walked out. And behind them was Yi Yuan, who had recently just broke through. Chapter 286, Opinion. Chapter 286, Opinion. What do you guys think of the Heavenly Sky Sect's invitation? Luo Qingfeng opened his mouth to ask after the few people sat down. Xiao Jian was the first to speak. Would the Heavenly Sky Sect be so kind-hearted? I won't believe that even if you beat me to death. In my opinion, this is a trap. Ling Patian valued each word like gold and said, yes, definitely it is a trap. Ouyang Yu mused for a while before saying, I feel that the possibility of being a trap is not big. Rather, I think the likelihood of making us as the cannon fodders is greater. Luo Qingfeng was emotionless as he asked again, how so? Exploring an unknown mystic realm such as this, it's impossible for the great sects to send out a very powerful force. Wanting to diminish the sect's existing strength through this is clearly not very likely. The way I see it, this unknown mystic realm might really be dangerous. The Heavenly Sky Sect hopes to drag everyone over to shoulder the dangers together to obtain the greatest benefits, while at the same time reducing their own casualties. Ouyang Yu lies the situation. Compared to Xiao Jian, Ouyang Yu is clearly much calmer. His lysis was also rather objective. The Heavenly Sky Sect is just like an old miser. When they see mystic realms, it's like they get injected with stimulants. How can they be so nice this time to invite us to explore together? Xiao Jian disagreed. Therefore, there must be something that we don't know in between. All in all, the Heavenly Sky Sect definitely doesn't have any good intentions. I feel that we can casually send some people over to brush them off. Ouyang Yu said. I disagree. Casually sending some people over to be cannon fodder for others? Tranquil Cloud Sect disciples are all groomed by us through innumerable painstaking efforts. How can we send them to their death? Xiao Jian said with irritation in his tone. About this point that the Heavenly Sky Sect did not have any good intentions, everybody did not have any disagreement, and it was also impossible to have differing opinions. It was just that whether or go or not was a problem. It clearly caused some discrepancies. Ouyang Yu still wanted to continue. But Luo Qingfeng made a hand gesture to indicate to them to stop arguing. He turned and said to Yi Yuan, "Yi Yuan, share your perspective." After the incident with Li Zhangyu, Luo Qingfeng's understanding of Yi Yuan went up another level. Yi Yuan could set up a spirit-gathering formation under that sort of abrupt situation and force Li Zhangyu away, while he himself went along with the strategy to sanctify Songhua sword. It was evident how meticulous his thoughts were. The way Luo Qingfeng saw things, Yi Yuan's talent was without question. It was simply on a different level from his peers. But for him to even possess such meticulous thinking at this age, it was truly hard to come by. Hence, he intentionally called Yi Yuan over today to let him also listen to the purpose of the Heavenly Sky sect, sending an envoy. Perhaps he could come up with some constructive opinions. When Xiao Jian and the others saw Yi Yuan, they were also stupefied for a long time and could not quite ascertain Luo Qingfeng's thoughts. This action, could it be to let Yi Yuan partake? 1. P. 8 in the Tranquil Cloud sect upper echelon's decision-making. Yi Yuan's talent was unrivaled. This fact was already irrefutable by anyone. But he was so young. Wasn't it somewhat trifling to let him join in the sect upper echelon in decision-making? Especially for Ouyang. When Yi Yuan had just entered the sect, he even acceded to Ouyang Ming's inciting and wanted to sentence Yi Yuan to death through the Tri-Hall joint hearing. But later on, a series of Yi Yuan's actions thoroughly dispelled any thoughts of opposing Yi Yuan, especially after Yi Yuan sold the soul-driving pill formula to the sect. Several elders from the Ouyang family already obtained a breakthrough with help from the soul-driving pill. Under such circumstances, how could Ouyang Yu bring himself to oppose Yi Yuan again? Wouldn't he become an ungrateful petty character? As for Ouyang Ming's side, Ouyang Yu already issued a strict order to make him watch his woman well, to not stir up any more S.H.I.+T. Otherwise, bear the consequences himself. A tiny little secular world family did not enter Ouyang Yu's eyes yet, let alone the fact that this family clan was already wasted. Yi Yuan pondered for a moment and said, "If it's as Li Zhangyu said, then this mystic realm is similarly of utmost importance to our sect. Our Tranquil Cloud sect simply can't compare to these great sects in terms of resources. If we even give up on this chance as well, wouldn't we lag behind with each step? I reckon that other sect masters also can't resist this large cake that the Heavenly Sky sect delivered and will send people forth." After that day, Luo Qingfeng gave Yi Yuan a crash course on the faction distribution in the southern domain. Now, he already had a preliminary understanding of the southern domain situation. But this mystic realm is so dangerous. Even a 9th-level crystal formation realm did not make it out alive after entering. Could it be that we all have to send sea transformation realm elders in? Xiao Jian threw out this question. Yi Yuan shook his head and said, "That isn't necessary, because I think that even if we send elders there, it's useless too." "Oh, why is that?" Luo Qingfeng asked. When Yi Yuan said this, not only Xiao Jian, even Luo Qingfeng revealed an attentive expression. It was very clear that Yi Yuan noticed some issues that they did not realize. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Sect Master and Hall Heads, think about it. With the Heavenly Sky sect's greed, how can they possibly send people to invite other sects to explore the mystic realm together unless they had no other alternatives? That's why we were all guessing earlier whether the Heavenly Sky sect is plotting some insidious scheme." Xiao Jian. Yi Yuan shook his head and said, "Just as Hall Head Ouyang said, these sort of wiles and schemes don't have much use. Even if our teams were all annihilated, it wouldn't harm our sect's foundations. Why do they need to take such a superfluous action?" "Then you say, just what is it?" Xiao Jian said anxiously. "Why did Li Zhangyu only say that they send a 9th-level crystal formation realm into the mystic realm? Although Sea Transformation Realm is a mid-level pillar in the various great sects, the Heavenly Sky sect wouldn't treasure life to such an extent, right?" Yi Yuan said with a grin. Luo Qingfeng was absorbed in his thoughts as he said, "You're saying they already sent a Sea Transformation Realm inside?" Yi Yuan nodded and said, "That's right. Furthermore, that sea transformation realm definitely did not come back alive." Everyone sucked in a cold breath. Thinking it over, Yi Yuan's Lysis was plainly the most logical. It was just that when Li Zhangyu was talking, he deliberately clouded this area. That was why everybody did not think of it. After all, a 9th-level crystal formation realm was already very important to a sect. Even for a large sect like Heavenly Sky Sect, it was also impossible to abandon them at will. Hence, Luo Qingfeng did not think deeper into this problem either. But when they heard Yi Yuan say that even a sea transformation realm did not make it out alive, their hearts would not stop pounding. Wasn't this unknown mystic realm a little too perilous? Even a sea transformation realm died inside. Then even more, so we must not go, Xiao Jian said with a frown. To the Tranquil Cloud sect, they could not afford the death of any sea transformation realm expert. But Luo Qingfeng did not speak right away. He only spoke after thinking it over. Yi Yuan, were your words unfinished? Should we go or not? Towards this Luo Qingfeng, Yi Yuan also quite admired him. He was unquestionably a terrifying figure with meticulous thoughts. These few years, if not for him, the Tranquil Cloud sect might be in even more arduous circumstances than now. Yi Yuan nodded and said, "Go." Why shouldn't we go? There are surely many natural treasures in this mystic realm. Otherwise, the Heavenly Sky sect would have forsaken it themselves. This is also an opportunity for our sect. Chapter 287, Sky Maple Exits Seclusion. Chapter 287, Sky Maple Exits Seclusion. Yi Yuan, even a sea transformation realm lost his life after entering. Do you want our elders to seek their own doom? Ling Patian rarely said so many words. It was just that he was very stern currently. The average disciple would probably start stammering when they saw it. Patian, let Yi Yuan finish talking, Luo Qingfeng said. Ling Patian was stunned. He immediately shut his mouth and kept quiet. Yi Yuan did not mind either. He continued, if my conjectures are correct, it might be because the sea isn't stable or due to restrictions on laws. Sea transformation realm and above martial artists are unable to enter this mystic realm. It's overly dangerous for crystal formation realm martial artists to enter. That's why the Heavenly Sky sect would join hands with the other 7 sects to explore together in an unprecedented event. Luo Qingfeng was also very surprised. He said, so that's the case. This way, everything can be explained. It's just that since this is the case, it's surely very risky for crystal formation realm martial artists to enter. Do we still join the bustle? Wealth comes with danger. The dangers are all the same to us 8 great sects. The Heavenly Sky sect is just looking for more cannon fodders. Then, let's knock out one of their front teeth. Opportunities like this are not recurrent. Yi Yuan said, Yi Yuan, I know that you're tremendously talented and your combat powers are also extremely great, but you mustn't look down on the other sect's junior generation, especially the Heavenly Sky sect. Their personal disciples are much stronger than Yun Tian and the rest. Xiao Jian suddenly interjected and said gravely in a sincere tone, as the Southern Domain's strongest sect, the Heavenly Sky sect's personal disciple strength was obviously the greatest. Although Li Zhangyu was accepted as a personal disciple by a Grand Elder, that was only because his potential was huge. In terms of real strength, he was not considered much in the Heavenly Sky sect. Those personal disciples with immense seniority were the existences with the greatest strength today. Yi Yuan suddenly grinned and said, I was only providing an opinion for Lord Sect Master. As for whether he accepts it or not, I dare not dispute. But if Sect Master decides to go ahead, I hope that I can be considered one of the members. No way. Even a 9th-level crystal formation realm martial artist died inside. You're only at the spirit condensation realm. Going in is too dangerous. Yi Yuan, you're our Tranquil Cloud sect's hope. I don't wish for you to be in any danger. Luo Qingfeng directly rejected it. You gotta be kidding. When he broke through 2 days ago, Luo Qingfeng was so frightened that he nearly croaked. exploring such a dangerous mystic realm this time. If anything were to happen, he would not be able to compensate even if he threw in the entire tranquil cloud sect. But Yi Yuan did not act appropriately with Luo Qingfeng's expectation. Luo Qingfeng knew that he could not convince Yi Yuan by looking at the expression in his eyes. Luo Qingfeng was crying bitterness in his heart. He initially already decided to go for it. But looking at this attitude from Yi Yuan, he started to hesitate again. This living ancestor was really willful. What did a spirit condensation realm martial artist run over to play with a bunch of crystal formation realm martial artists for? What's happening? Luo Qingfeng and the rest exchanged glances and suddenly thought of something. They could not help becoming wildly elated. Martial uncle. He broke through. That's truly fantastic. Xiao Jian said joyfully. Go. Let's go and take a look. Yi Yuan, you come too. You have great contributions from martial uncle to be able to break through. Luo Qingfeng said. The few people rushed to Sky Maple Court at fire speed only to see black clouds gathering over the court. It's soul tribulation. Martial uncle, he's starting to cross his soul tribulation. Ouyang exclaimed. As an alchemist, his greatest wish was to be able to cross a soul tribulation once. When martial artists open up the sea transformation realm, soul sea realm was going against the heavens. Hence, when martial artists cultivated to the soul sea realm and beyond, they would face the test of heavenly tribulation. And when alchemists cultivate past the soul sea realm, their soul force would have a qualitative leap. Every breakthrough will similarly cause heavenly tribulation to descend. However, the heavenly tribulation for alchemists was different from martial artists. It only targeted the divine soul. Hence, it was called soul tribulation. If Ouyang, you could break through to the soul sea realm and become an alchemy king, he would experience the first soul tribulation in his life. Except, this step was way too difficult for him. That S of dark clouds was not large, but the extremely horrifying energy was in Kampa. Said within it, filling people's heart with trepidation. Before long, fine lightning began to fall, directly penetrating the residence, rumbling into the place that Sky Maple was in seclusion. The lightning grew progressively more and increasingly dense. Just the awe could make crystal formation realm martial artists feel asphyxiated. When Yi Yuan saw this familiar scene from far away, boundless emotions welled up in his heart. In his previous life, he had tided over dozens of soul tribulations and was all too familiar with this. But in this life, this was the first time Yi Yuan saw something like soul tribulation. It naturally aroused his boundless reminiscence. Since it was called soul tribulation, it was a calamity for the martial artist's divine soul. Many alchemists fell to the soul tribulation, their souls dispersed to the wind. Alchemists who could cross dozens of soul tribulations and reach the pinnacle were all virtually invincible existences. Yi Yuan in his previous life walked towards the pinnacle step by step like this. But in this life, he believed that he would still walk like this step by step towards the pinnacle. No, in this life, he wanted to walk even further. The four people around him apparently did not notice Yi Yuan's gallant feel. They watched this scene anxiously. Roughly an hour later, the lightning gradually lessened. The dark clouds in the sky also started to dissipate. The soul tribulation finally ended. Everyone come in. Sky Maple's words called them in. He had obviously discovered the people outside long ago. It was just that this voice was rather worn out. It looks like the Sky Maple who had just crossed the soul tribulation was still quite weak. But Yi Yuan knew that this kind of weakness would not persist for long. Very soon, Sky Maple's soul force would increase explosively and truly reach the level of middle-rank alchemy king. Seeing Yi Yuan, Sky Maple was also very surprised but very happy. Haha, I didn't think that Yi Yuan you're also here, Sky Maple said jubilantly. It was all thanks to Yi Yuan that he could break through to middle-rank alchemy king. He naturally felt close to Yi Yuan when he saw him. Yi Yuan went forward to give a bow and said with a smile, "Congratulations to Grand Elder for breaking through to the middle-rank alchemy king." "Sai, what's there to congratulate?" Isn't this middle-rank alchemy, king of mine, all due to you? Ah, this is all Grand Elder's profound fortunes. What has it got to do with this child? Grand Elder broke through to middle-rank alchemy king. Tranquil Cloud Sect's sky-propping pillar is much more stable. This is naturally something worth congratulating, Yi Yuan said with a smile. Seeing that Yi Yuan did not claim credit at all, Sky Maple was even more pleased. Smiling gently, he said, "This is pretty good. After this old man recuperates for a few days, I'll start refining soul-luring pills. Xiao, Jian, Patian, the two of you also need to cultivate harder in the future and strive to break through to half-step Soul Sea Realm soon. This way, my Tranquil Cloud Sect will have 3 Soul Sea Realm experts, and our strength will increase tremendously. Let's see if the Heavenly Sky Sect still dares to bully my Tranquil Cloud Sect." When Sky Maple said those words, the 4 people were so agitated that they trembled nonstop. Soul-luring pill was a medicinal pill to help Sea Transformation Realm experts break through to the Soul Sea Realm. It required the cultivation of middle-rank alchemy king to be able to refine. But how many years had it been since a middle-rank alchemy king alchemist appeared in the Tranquil Cloud Sect? If the Tranquil Cloud Sect could produce 3 Soul Sea Realm powerhouse all at once, then they could jump to the middle reaches of the 8 great sects. Other sects would have to re-evaluate before thinking about bullying the Tranquil Cloud Sect again. Chapter 288, Sending Off. Chapter 288, Sending Off the Might of Alchemists laid here. Back then, the reason Ouyang Tuotian could let the Tranquil Cloud Sect flourish at the top for a time was due to this. As long as they had ample resources, alchemists could forcibly use medicinal pills to pile up a bunch of powerhouses. 3 Soul Sea Realm powerhouses. Even if they were only 3 first-level Soul Sea Realm, they would also absolutely be a force that most could not overlook in the Southern Domain. And, Yi Yuan, you already broke through to the 7th-level Spirit Condensation Realm. Isn't this cultivation speed seriously a little too fast? Sky Maple suddenly noticed Yi Yuan's change and exclaimed in surprise. Towards Yi Yuan's cultivation speed. He had long heard about it too. These words were more of worrying that Yi Yuan's foundation would be shaky. Yi Yuan detected Sky Maple's concern and said smilingly, "Disciple had some comprehensions when taking part in the sect Grand Compet. 1. Time a few days back, so I borrowed the momentum to break through." Sky Maple nodded and said, "Then that's good. That's fine. With your talent, staying my Tranquil Cloud Sect is kind of wasted. But don't you worry, the sect will definitely support you with all our might." Sky Maple deeply sensed that the Tranquil Cloud Sect really did not have too great of an allure to Yi Yuan. He could only show his support on such a matter. Yi Yuan hurriedly said, "Where did this come from, Grand Elder? Walking all the way until here, I've received much grace from the sect. No matter where I walk to, the Tranquil Cloud Sect would be my route." Yi Yuan's words had 2 layers of meaning. One was to express that he would not forget the Tranquil Cloud Sect. The second was to give Sky Maple an immunization jab that he would definitely leave the Tranquil Cloud Sect in the future. Having witnessed Yi Yuan's talent and means, Sky Maple obviously would not be naive enough to think that a tiny little Tranquil Cloud Sect could hold Yi Yuan. But this sentence from Yi Yuan was enough. Good. It's good that you have this heart. You all take your leave first. This seat will rest for a few days before summoning you all again, Sky Maple said. Luo Qingfeng suddenly voiced out at this time. "Martial Uncle, since you've already exited seclusion, Martial Nephew just happens to have something to discuss with you here." "Oh, let's hear it." Sky Maple knew that Luo Qingfeng was not someone weak and spineless. Since he wanted to discuss something with him at this time, it was surely something major. Luo Qingfeng recounted the matter of the Heavenly Sky Sect inviting the 7 sects to explore the mystic realm together to Sky Maple in detail, and also talked about the few people's deductions. Sky Maple shot Yi Yuan a surprised look. He nodded and said, "Yi Yuan's Lysis is very logical. This trip, we certainly must go. This mystic realm is bound to be extraordinary." We can't let go of this chance. I think that you guys have already made a decision. Luo Qingfeng also gave Yi Yuan a glance and said, "Yes, Martial Uncle. I've decided to let Yin Tian lead the team and also select several personal disciples and elite disciples to go there. It's just that Yi Yuan, he wants to tag along too." Sky Maple flung his hand when he heard that and said totally unconcernedly, "If he wants to go, then let him go. How can young people grow without experiencing hearts? I plus P?" But Luo Qingfeng did not imagine that Sky Maple's attitude was actually like this. He could not help saying anxiously, but Sky Maple waved his hands to stop him and said, "All right, this matter is set like this. I have to enter a retreat." Seeing Sky Maple's insistence, Luo Qingfeng could only drop it. "Blockhead, why did Yi Yuan's master leave him unattended? Isn't it to let him experience trials alone? You treat him like treasure and hide him within the sect. How can Yi Yuan possibly agree to it? Furthermore, even if you forbid him from descending the mountain, would he listen obediently and not go down the mountain?" When Luo Qingfeng walked to the entrance, Sky Maple's voice transmission suddenly reached. He came to a realization why Sky Maple insisted on letting Yi Yuan go. Rather than protecting Yi Yuan cautiously, it would be better to let him run himself amok. What Yi Yuan's master wanted to see was the ascension of a powerhouse and not a flower in a greenhouse. At this point, Sky Maple saw it much clearer than him. "Thank you for Martial Uncle's guidance," Luo Qingfeng replied and withdrew. The following few days, Yi Yuan remained in seclusion without leaving to make ample preparations for this journey. This trip was beset with danger. Even if Yi Yuan had the intention to brave it, he also needed to make ample preparations. Luo Qingfeng picked 7 disciples this time. Among them, the most powerful one was personal disciple Mo Yintian. Apart from Mo Yintian and Yi Yuan, Ti Wujiu and Tian Yu were surprisingly among them. Among the other 3 people, there was an elder's personal disciple as well as 2 elite disciples. Tian Yu entered seclusion to break through to the crystal formation realm after the grand compet. One time, he was already a first-level crystal formation realm martial artist. His strength went up a level. Now, Yi Yuan, Tian Yu, and Tang Yuozident. 1. Tais were already elite disciples. After the grand compet, 1. Tian, Chengwu, and another elite disciple directly forsake the match when they saw Tian Yu and Yi Yuan's fight, while Tang Yuer defeated her opponent in the final match and got promoted to elite disciple 2. Apart from this, Luo Qingfeng even appointed a Sea Transformation Realm Elder to hold the line and lead these people forth. In the territories of the Heavenly Sky Sect, it could hardly be justified without a Sea Transformation Realm expert holding the line. But Luo Qingfeng also warned him in advance to not enter the Mystic Realm. In the entire team, there was only Yi Yuan, this one spirit condensation realm martial artist. But fellow sect members who saw his grand compet. 1. Tian obviously would not treat him as an ordinary spirit condensation realm martial artist. At the very least, the Yi Yuan, after breaking through 3 minor realms, successively definitely had a strength above Tian Yu. The power of that final sword. Even the Tian Yu, after breaking through, probably did not dare to receive it head-on either. Everything was set. Sky Maple exited seclusion to personally see these 8 people off. After Li Zhangyu got an answer, he already returned to his sect first. He did not wish to stay in this tranquil cloud sect for another moment longer. Mei Zhen, this journey is very perilous. Your number 1 priority is to bring them back wholly intact, understood? Sky Maple exhorted. The elder leading the team was called Mei Zhen, a 3rd-level Sea Transformation realm martial artist. He was a prudent person. Luo Qingfeng chose him because he liked this point. Mei Zhen said respectfully, "Don't worry, Grand Elder. Mei Zhen definitely won't fail this assignment. These few people are my Tranquil Cloud sect's future. Even if I have to risk this old life, I'll also bring them back safely." Honestly speaking, Mei Zhen himself did not really have much confidence in retreating unscathed. But at this moment, he could only say so. Sky Maple nodded, and it was considered to have tacitly acknowledged Mei Zhen's promise. He also knew that there would most likely be some losses on this trip, but what needed to be faced had to be faced eventually. While this trip was dangerous, it might be Mei Zhen's and the team's lucky chance. For geniuses who wish to grow up and become a genuine powerhouse, it was impossible to not face death. At this point, Sky Maple was crystal clear. Sky Maple exhorted Mei Zhen again, and then he went in front of Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan, I won't say anything unnecessary. I wish you a safe return. My tranquil cloud sects rise and fall, all lie on you alone. Sky Maple said. If Sky Maple said these words in the past, everyone would surely scoff at it. But now, Body objected. This was an indisputable truth. Yi Yuan's talent was already exaggerated to the extent that it was unimaginable. His significance to the sect was naturally different too. Yi Yuan gave a bow and said respectfully, Rest assured, Grand Elder, it's just exploring a mystic realm. Yi Yuan definitely will not return empty-handed. Chapter 289, Tier 3 Detoxification Pill. Chapter 289, Tier 3 Detoxification Pill. Watching the flying vessel disappear into the horizon, Nanfeng Jiro felt a rare sense of loss. So I stopped looking. He is destined to be a person from a different world from us. Nanfeng watching behind her sighed faintly. Nanfeng Jiro turned around, her beautiful eyes already holding tears. Not knowing why, when she heard Nanfeng Ruoqing's words, her tears flowed down against her will. I. Nanfeng Jiro choked on her words. Seeing Nanfeng Jiro like this, Nanfeng Ruoqing also felt sour in her heart. Her niece was so, but how was she not too? It was just that her feelings were much more reserved compared to Nanfeng Jiro and would not be as emotional as Nanfeng Jiro. Who knew when it started? But Yi Yuan's figure would surface in Nanfeng Ruoqing's mind ceaselessly. But with the passing of time, Nanfeng Ruoqing suddenly became aware that there was already an sable gulf between Yi Yuan and her. He was no longer that little rookie who nearly lost his life at Nanfeng Jiro's sword. He had already grown into a towering tree. Even the formidable Tian Yu suffered defeat at his hands. Now, the two of them, aunt and niece, were almost unable to see even Yi Yuan's back view anymore. Nanfeng Jiro leaned on her aunt's shoulder and cried, while Nanfeng Ruoqing gently patted her back, consoling her as she said, I know. Sniff, then. Then what about Ani? Nanfeng Jiro sniffled. Nanfeng Ruoqing froze. Her beautiful body let her down and started trembling. Nanfeng Jiro pushed off her hug and said with tears running down her face, I know that Ani likes him too. Do we really have no chance at all? Nanfeng Ruoqing sighed and shook her head, saying, Bury this feeling in your heart, and perhaps we can still maintain the relations. Plus be a friends. Otherwise, I'm afraid that it will scare him off. Nanfeng Jiro said stubbornly, I'm unresigned. Nanfeng Ruoqing sighed lightly and did not say anything else. Yi Yuan and the team rode the flying vessel, traveling 100,000 miles a day. But the Tranquil Cloud sect was too far away from the Heavenly Sky sect. They needed 10 days or so before they could reach. On the flying vessel, Yi Yuan meditated every day to cultivate and consolidate his realm. At this moment, he was already not far from the 8th level spirit condensation realm. Towards such a cultivation speed, the group of seniors could only sigh with admiration. Elder Mei, ahead is the Cloud Dream Mountain Range. Let's go down, Mo Tian said. Mei Zhen nodded, and the group of 8 disembarked the flying vessel. The coordinates Li Zhongyu left behind for the Tranquil Cloud sect was this Cloud Dream Mountain Range, which was also the entrance to that unknown mystic realm. Riding the flying vessel would easily startle the demonic beasts in the mountains. Hence, the Tranquil Cloud sect party chose to disembark the flying vessel in advance and walk on foot. Up ahead, vast expanses of mountain ranges towered into the clouds. It looked very lofty and magnificent. This Cloud Dream Mountain Range is a famous danger zone within the heavenly sky sex boundaries. Not only are there demonic beasts running wild inside, but there are also even all kinds of poisonous miasma in the mountains. Even a crystal formation realm martial artist who recklessly goes deep inside might not return alive, Mei Zhan said. We've already entered the mountain range. Everyone, consume this detoxification pill first to prevent suck. You, being to the toxin of this poisonous miasma, Mo Yuntian said to everyone. They were currently not deep into the mountains at the moment. This miasma did not pose much threat to them, but Mo Yuntian felt that it was better to be safe. After all, this was other people's territory. As strangers in a strange land, it was best to not fail miserably here. Wait a minute. Just as they were about to swallow the pill, Yi Yuan opened his mouth to stop them. What is it, junior apprentice brother Yi? Mo Yuntian asked curiously. Yi Yuan fished out a bottle of pills and pies. Said it to Mo Yuntian, saying, use my medicinal pills. This. Mo Yuntian involuntarily hesitated. What they were eating were tier 3 detoxification pills, but Yi Yuan was at most an alchemy master. Could the medicinal pills that he refined be better than those refined by the pill hall elders? But Mo Yuntian knew that Yi Yuan would not do this kind of lame thing from his personality. He could not help hesitating. Yuntian, open it up and take a look. At this time, Mei Zhan spoke. Mo Yuntian did as told and opened the medicinal bottle. Medicinal fragrance reached their noses. These are tier 3 detoxification pills. Where did you get this from, junior apprentice brother Yi? Mo Yuntian could not help being astonished when he saw the pills in the medicinal bottle. Martial artists were no strangers to medicinal pills. This bottle of pills given by Yi Yuan were clearly tier 3 detoxification pills as well, but was completely different from the ones that they brought. Although they had not eaten it yet, Mo Yuntian could feel just from the medicinal fragrance that these detoxification pills were much better than those refined by the elders. Yi Yuan was only a spirit condensation realm martial artist. Where did his medicinal pills come from? Mo Yuntian and these disciples were unaware, but as an elder, Mei Zhan knew that Yi Yuan had the ident. 1. Tie of nominal elder in the pill hall. That was why he made Mo Yuntian open it up to see. Except, when he saw these tier 3 detoxification pills, Mei Zhan was speechlessly shocked. Could these medicinal pills be refined by Yi Yuan himself? Mei Zhan was very clear that it was impossible for the elders in the pill hall to refine such detoxification pills, even if Grand Elder Sky Maple took up the matter personally, because the Tranquil Cloud sect did not have the pill formula for this kind of detoxification pills. Mei Zhan was not surprised that Yi Yuan knew this sort of new pill formula. But if Yi Yuan refined tier 3 medicinal pills with alchemy master status, that would be too shocking. Mei Zhan had lived to ripe old age and had seen many spirit condensation realms crossing ranks to battle with crystal formation realms, but had never seen spirit condensation realm martial artists being able to refine tier 3 medicinal pills. This was the first time Mei Zhan felt awe and reverence toward a spirit condensation realm martial artist. This Yi Yuan was truly too shocking. Yi Yuan originally did not wish to draw too much attention either, but he faintly felt that this Cloud Dream Mountain range did not seem very normal. For the sake of fellow members' safety, he had better take out these detoxification pills. Not only could his detoxification pills resolve poison within the body, but it could also even resolve the poison miasma, which affected the divine soul at the same time. Yi Yuan was the ancestor of using poison. With a sweeping glance, he knew that the poison miasma in the deep regions of this Cloud Dream Mountain range most likely had an effect on the divine soul. That was why he took out his own detoxification pills. This was how the Cloud Dream Mountain range got its name. Once a martial artist's divine soul got infected by the poison miasma, they would probably fall into an illusion or insanity. If they were not treated in time, they would ultimately be tormented by this poison miasma till death. Yi Yuan just smiled and said to Mo Yuntian, "Don't ask anymore, senior apprentice brother Mo. Will Junior harm you?" Mo Yuntian felt awkward and replied with a smile, "Where did that come from, Junior apprentice brother Yi? I was just overly surprised. Cough, cough. Juniors, let's all consume junior apprentice brother Ye's detoxification pill. His medicinal pills seem to be much better than the ones we brought. Mo Yuntan distributed the medicinal pills to the others and also swallowed one himself. Mo Yuntian only noticed that Yi Yuan did not eat any after consuming the medicinal pill. He could not help asking, Junior apprentice brother Yi, why aren't you eating? Yi Yuan grinned and said, I don't need to. This miasma is ineffective against me. Mo Yuntian was stupefied. Indeed, he discovered that there was really some empty S.P.A.C. around Yi Yuan. This miasma was actually unable to approach Yi Yuan. This was too wondrous. Chapter 290, Humiliation. Chapter 290, Humiliation, no way. Yi Yuan, why can't this poisonous miasma touch you? Mo Yuntian exclaimed in shock. Yi Yuan chuckled and said, I have a magic treasure on me that can ward off this poisonous miasma. Mo Yuntian had a look of realization. That explains it. Yi Yuan threw out a white lie. He did not have any magic treasure on him at all. Or should he say, his magic treasure was his divine soul. Yi Yuan once used his body to test poison countless times in his previous life, and then resolve it himself. Regardless of whether it was his body or divine soul, there was incredible immunity against toxicity. One could say that he had reached the level of invulnerable to 100 poisons. This poisonous miasma was just some low-level existence to Yi Yuan. It naturally could not harm him. Of course, if it were a Tier 9 poisonous miasma, even if Yi Yuan recovered to his peak state, he would not be able to withstand it. The horrors of a Tier 9 toxic miasma was something that ordinary people could not understand. All right, everyone already ate the pills. Let's set off, Meijin said. The group forcefully pressed down the astonishment in their hearts and started heading towards the depths of the Cloud Dream Mountain Range, walking towards the coordinates given by Heavenly Sky Sect. The strength of this team was incredibly powerful. Normal low-tier demonic beasts were simply unable to come close. The group walked for some time without any obstacles, but heard some human bustling indistinctly ahead. Walking closer to take a look, it turned out to be a group of burly men surrounding two girls in the center like they were demanding something. The two ladies, one was wearing a light yellow tunic, and the other was wearing white-colored fitting robes. Their looks were very ordinary, especially the female wearing a light yellow tunic. She even had an ugly birthmark on her face, making people feel like puking when they see it. It was hideous. Furthermore, she had a pale, sickly look, and her face was waxen like she had some peculiar illness. But the two people's realms were not low. They were around the 2nd or 3rd level crystal formation realm. Hey, ugly girl, why haven't you surrendered the crow orchid Ganoderma? If you continue to not know what's good for you, don't blame us for not being polite. That girl in white-fitting robes said icily, we discovered this crow orchid Ganoderma first. Why should we give you? Why should you? Because we're stronger than you. This crow orchid Ganoderma is a Tier 4 spirit medicine. Letting the two of you uglies enjoy it is too much of a waste of D's gift. Huh. His laughter stopped abruptly because they discovered that another group of people showed up. Elder May, it's people from the High Clarity sect. Mo Yuntan recognized the item. 1. Ties of these people very quickly and said to Mei Jun. Mei Jun nodded. It was clear that he recognized these people too. The High Clarity sect is really declining as time passes. SCS. As a member of the 8 great sects, they're actually doing something dirty like committing highway robbery, Mei Jun said with contempt. What should we do, Elder Mei? Mo Yuntian asked worriedly. High Clarity sect was ranked 4 among the 8 great sects, much stronger compared to the Tranquil Cloud sect. There were roughly 10 people in this group. The number of people was even slightly more than Tranquil Cloud sect side. They were clearly going to partake. 1. P. 8 in this unknown mystic realm exploration too. Both parties obviously did not imagine that they would actually be impeding each other here beforehand. Furthermore, it was under such awkward circustances. More than 10 guys bullying 2 frail girls. It was evidently not something honorable. Meijun frowned slightly. He was obviously considering how to deal with this matter too. So, it's friend from the Tranquil Cloud sect. I believe that you're going to the unknown mystic realm too, right? These 2 ladies stole my high-clarity sex item. I hope that none of you will intervene in this matter. Or else, a sea transformation realm expert from the high-clarity sect said. These people were obviously the same as Meijun, people leading the high-clarity sect team. It was just that the high-clarity sect team had 2 sea transformation realm martial artists inside. This allowed their team's strength to be much stronger than the Tranquil Cloud sects. The other party had evidently seen the contrast in strength between both parties. Hence, they were fearless. There are even some hints of threatening when talking. Pooh! This crow orchid Ganoderma was clearly obtained by us first. When did it become your high-clarity sex item? Do you still want face or not? The girl in fitting robes said scornfully. The ugly girl in yellow clothes appeared very calm instead, and was not as agitated as the girl in white fitting robes. She pulled her sleeves and said, "Forget it, Yinner." "Miss, I'm unwilling to give in," Yinner said unhappily. The ugly girl smiled, but did not say any more. Yinner kept her mouth shut sensibly. It looks like this ugly girl was even the master of that Yinner. Haha, this ugly girl knows what's good and bad. How is it, Tranquil Cloud sex friends, are you going to sow a grudge against us? The person from the high-clarity sect said arrogantly. Meijun let out a sigh and said to the people behind him, "Let's go." Finished talking. He brought the Tranquil Cloud sex group and skirted around this area and continued walking towards the depths of the Cloud Dream mountain range. The Tranquil Cloud sex people all had bitterness on their faces. It was clear that they were very unwilling. People who practice the sword tend to be righteous. Most of these Tranquil Cloud sect disciples practice the sword. Encountering such an incident, they naturally wanted to draw their sword to help out. This group of people from the high-clarity sect was really too shameless to actually bully 2 weak girls and even malign them. But with the present situation, even if the Tranquil Cloud sect and the other party fought it out to the death, it would be hard to win in the end. After all, the other party had 2 sea transformation realm experts. Yi Yuan's expression flickered, but did not say anything. He followed the main group step by step and left. TCH. Indeed, jackals from the same lair. There's not a single good person from a sex. Turning around and leaving when they see this kind of situation, what difference is there from the culprits? Yinner's cold laughter came from behind. Meijun's figure involuntarily froze. After pausing for a split second, he strode out in large steps. Out of sight and out of mind, Luo Qingfeng's reminder sounded beside his ear. Meijun did not wish to ruin the lives of the sex elites in vain just because of a momentary impulse. The ones he brought out this time were all the elite forces of the sect, especially Yi Yuan. If he lost his life because of 2 barely acquainted girls, how was he going to give an account to Sky Maple and Luo Qingfeng when he returned? Haha, the Tranquil Cloud sect are indeed a bunch of cowards, running away without even daring to let out a fart. I think once Sky Maple, that old fellow, dies, the Tranquil Cloud sect signboard of one of the 8 great sects most likely can't be preserved. Such a group of cowards is also worthy of being called 8 great sects? Really dying of laughter. The mystic realm exploration this time is so dangerous, and they actually only sent a 3rd-level sea transformation realm. I think they have no deployable personnel in the sect, right? There are so many natural treasures in this mystic realm, yet they came to be bystanders. I wonder how many can return alive this time. Ha. The high-clarity sex people did not deliberately conceal their voices. Brazen mocking laughter spread over from far away. The Tranquil Cloud sex group could not resist wanting to go back to fight it out to the death. At this time, Tianyu heard the other party cursing Sky Maple and could not hold back anymore. He turned around and went back. This bunch of grandsons, do they really think that they are extraordinary? I'll go kill that loudmouth fellow, Tianyu said furiously. Halt! Meijun stopped Tianyu and said, Tianyu, if you dare to go back, I'll immediately seal your essence energy. Elder May, they're bullying us too far, Mei Jun said in a low voice. Lack of forbearance in minor matters upsets great plans. You're all the sect's future. Don't struggle for this sort of momentary relief. If you feel humiliated, then cultivate harder and claim this debt in the future. But, right then, Yi Yuan pulled Tian Yu but smiled at Mei Jun and said, Elder Mei, you guys go ahead first. I have something and need to leave for a while. Chapter 291, Scapegoat. Chapter 291, Scapegoat. What? You want to go back alone? No way. Absolutely not. Mei Jun refused right away. The other side had 2 sea transformation realm experts. What was Yi Yuan going back alone for other than courting death? Even if Yi Yuan was more monstrous, it was also impossible to be a sea transformation realm expert's match right now. Yi Yuan's performance also made everyone feel very surprised. From earlier up until now, Yi Yuan had always been the calmest person. But now, Yi Yuan wanted to go back alone. Mo Yuntian also jumped in fright. He hurriedly urged. What Elder Mei said was correct. We should know shame and then be motivated, and so cultivate even harder. Yi Yuan, don't fight for this momentary release. With your talent, wouldn't cruise. Plusing them be effortless in the future? But Yi Yuan laughed and said, Elder Mei and senior apprentice brother Mo are worrying too much. I just have some other matters to attend to. I'm not going back to seek revenge. Don't worry, everyone. You guys go on first. I'll catch up later. Mei Jun was stunned when he heard this. You're really not going back to find the High Clarity sect? Yi Yuan nodded and said, Really not. Relax, Elder Mei. Yi Yuan still have some little tricks. Protecting myself in this Cloud Dream Mountain range is not an issue. This Cloud Dream Mountain range is riddled with dangers. If you have something, why not say it? Best is if everybody moves together, Mei Jun frowned and said. Just something minor. I'll be right back. Won't delay much time. Elder Mei, bring the rest away first, Yi Yuan said. Mei Jun thought about it and nodded, saying, All right then, catch up swiftly. You're moving alone, so if you encounter any situation, make sure not to be rash. Protecting yourself is the most important. Yi Yuan said, Rest assured, Elder Mei. Yi Yuan is not somebody reckless like that. Farewell. Finished talking. Yi Yuan's figure moved and vanished from everyone's sight. Mei Jun sighed and said to the group, Let's go. But Mo Yuntian said, Elder Mei, Yi Yuan, he is clearly going back to find the High Clarity sex man. How can you let him go? Mei Jun looked at Mo Yuntian and said with a sigh, Before setting off, Grand Elder informed me that although I'm the one in charge, if Yi Yuan wants to do something, let him do it. Do not stop him. Turns out that Grand Elder had already antic. 1p. Aided today's situation long ago. Mo Yuntian could not help being stifled when he heard this, but he did not know what to say either. Grand Elder had long predicted that Yi Yuan would not listen obediently and gave him maximum freedom. How could he forbid it? Mo Yuntian believed that Grand Elder was surely even clearer than him about Yi Yuan's significance to the Tranquil Cloud sect. Since he dared to say so, it showed that he had full confidence in Yi Yuan. But Mo Yuntian just could not figure out how Yi Yuan was going to face 2 great sea transformation realm experts along with other crystal formation realm martial artists by himself. In the open field, the High Clarity sect people were laughing at the Tranquil Cloud sect. For a moment, there was actually an body who paid attention to the 2 girls. In their eyes, those 2 girls were lambs awaiting slaughter. They could take action at any time. After mocking for a while, and seeing that the Tranquil Cloud sect group were already far away, they also felt bored and turned their attention to those 2 girls again. A High Clarity sect sea transformation realm elder took a few steps closer and reached his hand out to the ugly girl, saying, Ugly girl, quickly hand over the crow orchid Ganoderma. If you still don't know how to appreciate kindness, then don't blame me for being impolite. That ugly girl shook her head and said, It's not that I'm not handing it over. It's that this crow orchid Ganoderma is useful to me, so I can't hand it to you. The elder's face became frosty and said, Don't reject face when it's given to you. What has it got to do with me, whether it's useful to you or not? Are you handing it over or not? As he was talking, that elder released the pressure of a sea transformation realm. It seemed like he was going to attack with a single word of disagreement. But Yennefer sneered coldly and said, "This is really a tiger landing in a plane being bullied by dogs. Some random stray cats and dogs also dare to bully people. I'm not going to surrender it today. What can you do about it?" Yennefer was just about to take action, but was held back by the ugly girl. Somebody from that batch of people came back. "Hold your hand." The ugly girl transmitted her voice. When the elder heard Yennefer's words, he was dazed. But he immediately became furious to the extreme and said with a laugh, Good. What a razor-tongued little s. Old me have traversed obstructed in the southern domain for so many years, but this is the first time somebody called me a stray animal. Watch if I don't shred your mouth later. Finished talking, that elder gathered up essence, energy, and wanted to make a move. But right then, a vast expanse of white fog suddenly rose around him. This fog came too quickly, directly submerging everyone inside. In a blink, one could not even see their hands in front of them. Even those two girls standing opposite could not be seen. That elder was secretly alarmed, but his hands did not slow. He still fired out an essence energy ball at the place where the two girls stood earlier. But sadly, he did not hear tragic cries coming from the opposite. It was as if this blow sunk into the sea like a rock without even stirring a wave. The elder turned around to look, but where was there still any shadows of his companions? The surroundings were all thick white fog. Nothing could be seen. What's going on? Why can't we see anything all of a sudden? Who is it? Who be you impeding to me? Ouch! Who kicked me? Disorderly sounds came from behind. They were clearly all caught completely off guard by this unexpected white fog. The elder's face fell, and he yelled out, "Everyone stay right where you are for me, and don't move. Face the fearful without fear, and its fearfulness disappears. This is but a tiny little entrapping formation. It's very easy to break. Yufeng, you work with me to break this formation." Okay, not far away, the other sea transformation realm elder's voice cried out. These two people did not know array formations, but their advantage laid in that their strength was formidable. The pair joined forces and wildly bombarded all directions. After 15 minutes, the array formation finally loosened. The vast expanse of white fog started to dissipate. The elder looked around, but the two girls were long gone. He was so furious that he slapped a palm on a large tree beside him. That huge tree collapsed at the sound of it. That elder called Yufeng came up and said, "Brother W.A.N.G. fan, do you think this is that group of people from the Tranquil Cloud sect playing tricks?" W.A.N.G. fan pulled a long face and said, "I know those cowards from the Tranquil Cloud sect. To be able to set up such an entrapping formation imperceptibly under our eyes, they do not have that capability." Yufeng frowned and said, "But if it isn't Tranquil Cloud sex people, then who is it?" W.A.N.G. fan gnashed his teeth hatefully and said, "Perhaps those two girls have reinforcements. Furthermore, he is an array formation expert. A duck that landed in our hands flew away. So vexing." Yufeng said, although the entrapping formations level was not high, it wasn't simple. He took advantage of geographical conditions to lay out this miniature entrapping formation and even instantly gathered the fog in the mountains for his own use. With our wild attacks, it forcefully lasted for 15 minutes. W.A.N.G. fan nodded and said, "This person's strength shouldn't be strong, but his array Dao attainments cannot be underestimated. If he had sea transformation realm strength, then you and I would probably have to die here. Let's go. Later when we enter the mystic realm, I have to properly find trouble with the Tranquil Cloud sect." The disciples could not help taking pity on them. The pitiful Tranquil Cloud sect became the two girls' scapegoat. Chapter 292, Diagnosis. Chapter 292, Diagnosis. In a deep valley inside the Cloud Dream Mountain range, three silhouettes moved up and down and stopped at an empty lot. The three people were none other than precisely Yi Yuan and the two girls. Yin sized up Yi Yuan's young and handsome face and said with a smile, "A seventh-level spirit condensation realm who is not yet 16 years old. This rate of progress is considered decent." Yi Yuan smiled too and said, "Miss Yin flatters me." Yin said in surprise, "How rare that you actually remembered my name. And it's also rare for the sex to actually have such a righteous, heroic youth like yourself. Truly out of my expectations. Those fellows who stood by and watched us die are all some cold-blood creatures. I hope that they get eaten by demonic beasts." Mister is our savior. How can you talk this way to him?" the ugly girl reproached. Yi Yuan waved his hands and said, "No harm. Miss Yin a straight talker, rather very alike to a friend of mine. It's just that these words are kind of biased and a little vicious. It's not that those seniors of mine didn't wish to save you, but their strength is lacking even though their heart is willing. You saw it too. The High Clarity sect has 2 Sea Transformation Realm experts. If we clash, our side will definitely lose out greatly. Also, our sect's strength is beneath theirs. They are all part of the main forces of their sect. If there are any mishaps, the sect cannot bear it either." The friend that Yi Yuan referred to was naturally Nanfeng Zhiro. Except this Yin and Nanfeng Zhiro had some differences. She was missing some princess temper. He could sense that this Yinner's anger was still primarily because the Tranquil Cloud sect looked on indifferently without lending a hand in their matters. Actually, in the martial arts world, these sort of deploring was really not very logical. This Yinner seemed like a fledgling who had just entered the world, ignorant towards everything. Yinner sized up Yi Yuan and suddenly said, "All right, I forgive them. I take back my words earlier. The demonic beasts won't eat them." Hearing these words, even if it was Yi Yuan, he also could not quite refrain from laughing. He clasped his hands and said, "Then I'll thank Miss Yinner on behalf of my seniors." The ugly girl bobbed a curtsy and apologized. "Yinner is insensible. Mister, please do not blame." Yi Yuan chuckled and said, "Miss Yinner is forthright and is clear about what to love or hate. Why would I get angry with her?" While talking, Yi Yuan could not refrain from sizing up the ugly girl. She was really quite unsightly, but Yi Yuan would not discriminate against her because of this. Looks were determined by parents and the heaven. How could one make the decision? Furthermore, although this girl was hideous, she was highly cultured and sensible, gentle and generous. Her movements had the grace of an influential family. Presumably, her background should not be poor. What are you looking at, punk? Don't think that you can have any improper thoughts because you saved us. My family's miss is out of your reach." When Yinner saw Yi Yuan's eyes, she immediately became full of fighting spirit like a mother hen protecting her chicks, as if her family's miss was some matchless beauty. Yi Yuan inadvertently found it funny when he saw the situation and said, "Miss Yinner is over analyzing things. From what I see, your family's Mrs. Body seems to be unwell. That's why I took a few more looks at her." A trace of astonishment involuntarily flashed across Yinner and that ugly girl's faces. But Yinner said cunningly, "My family's Mrs. Complexion looks bad. Even a moron can tell that her body is unwell, right?" Yi Yuan shook his head and said, "Your family's Mrs. Illness is probably not something as simple as her complexion being pale and wan. This one is knowledgeable in medical knowledge. May I take a look at Miss? Maybe I can be of help." Yinner gave a doubtful look and thought to herself, could it be that this fellow perceived something? You a puny little spirit condensation realm martial artist. At the very best, you're just an alchemy master too. What do you see? Yinner said vigilantly. But the ugly girl said, "Since Mister can see that my body is unwell, I believe that you learn from a renowned master. There's no harm in taking a look. However, I've seen before many famed masters for this illness of mine, but they were all helpless about it." Though she said so, the ugly girl reached her dainty hand out and placed it in front of Yi Yuan. Yinner was alarmed when she saw it and said, "Miss." The ugly girl waved her hands and said, "There's no harm. Mister just has good intentions. I guess that Mister came from a prominent master and when he saw this sickly body of mine, he began itching to try his skill. Yi Yuan could not help being stupefied when he heard this. He chortled and said, "Miss is very astute. This Yi Yuan is very impressed. With my visual prowess, I should be able to see through Miss's sickness with one glance. But I got nothing after looking for a long time. This one is indeed itching to test my skills." Yi Yuan thought to himself that although this lady's looks were appalling, she was very clever and sensible, as if she could see through people's thoughts with one look. Alchemists were all medical pract. One Tioniers. Helping people diagnose illness was usual practice. Yi Yuan's abilities went without saying. For common illnesses, he only had to examine slightly before being able to determine it. But earlier, he stared at this ugly girl for a long time and got nothing. This really made him itch to have a go. But when Yin'er heard this, she said disdainfully, "You're just a low-rank alchemy master. What are you pretending to be capable for?" Chapter 293. Two Types of Spirit Physique. Chapter 293. Two Types of Spirit Physique. When he saw Lier's slender and exquisite arm, Yi Yuan could not help being stunned. Her arm was glossy and clear, akin to fine white tallow jade, as if it did not belong in the mortal realm. This arm could virtually be described using the word perfect. Looking at Lier's appalling looks again, Yi Yuan felt extremely strong contrast. Yi Yuan felt very suspicious. How could two of such extremes appear on a girl at the same time? "Mr. Yi," Lier voiced out a reminder. Yi Yuan only recovered then and laughed awkwardly. "Apologies. I lost focus." Finished talking, Yi Yuan shut his eyes and purged distracting thoughts. He began diagnosing Lier. Yi Yuan's eyebrow gradually knitted together, becoming increasingly creased and deep. Seeing Yi Yuan's appearance, Lier asked, "Did Mr. Yi make out something?" At this time, Yi Yuan let go of Lier's wrist. That creamy feel at his fingertips unwittingly made his mind wander. That sort of touching sensation actually led people to reminiscence endlessly. Yi Yuan could not help sighing inwardly. How could such a girl have a face like this? What a shame. Yin'er saw Yi Yuan's reminiscing look and knew that his thoughts were running wild. Towards her own family's Mrs. Charm, she knew deeply from experience. Seeing Yi Yuan keeping silent, Yin'er could not resist speaking first. "Can't say it, right? I knew it. A puny little low-rank alchemy master imitating other great masters to read the pulse. Many divine doctors have taken a look at my family's Mrs. Sickness and have no inkling at all. I really don't know where your courage came from. I also don't know how you duped us with those words earlier." Yi Yuan did not bother with her. Instead, he asked Lier, "Have Miss Lier cultivated ocular arts before?" Lier originally also thought that Yi Yuan was somebody with superficial knowledge. When she heard this, she involuntarily became alert and said with a nod, "That's right. Lier has cultivated ocular arts since young." Yi Yuan nodded and continued probing. "If my conjectures are correct, Miss Lier must have advanced at a tremendous pace when cultivating ocular arts, right?" "That's right. Mr. Yi can actually even tell this? Could it be that this strange illness of mine is related to cultivating ocular arts?" Lier asked in puzzlement. Yi Yuan was only reading her pulse. Under the situation where Lier did not take the initiative to release her ocular powers, Yi Yuan would simply be unable to detect it. In the past, those alchemists who diagnosed her all knew that she trained in ocular arts. But Yi Yuan was unaware. He actually discovered that she had cultivated ocular arts before just based on reading her pulse. He was clearly extraordinary. Moreover, hearing the meaning behind Yi Yuan's words, it seemed like her illness had a strong correlation to cultivating ocular arts. Yi Yuan did not answer Lier's question, but continued asking, "Does Miss Lier feel dispirited every few months and become completely listless whenever you're doing anything?" At this time, Lier had already completely put away any form of underestimation and said solemnly, "That's right. In the past, this sort of situation would happen every few months. It would last 3 to 5 days each time. But recently, the time between this symptom is becoming increasingly shorter but the time it persists is getting progressively longer. My father had invited innumerable famed doctors because of this, but body could diagnose this illness. I didn't think that Mr. Yi actually has such capabilities at this young age. By the side, or was there still any hint of despise from Yenner? She had long perked her ears up to listen intently. She was right beside when those so-called famous doctors diagnosed Mississippi. But body could explain why. But this boy only diagnosed slightly and could actually perceive so many things. Compared to this Yi Yuan, those so-called famous doctors were truly beneath even Tross. Plus this period of time, watching Miss being tormented by her ailment, Yenner also felt like she was experiencing it herself. But her concern was just concern. She was at a complete loss on what to do. Even old master was helpless. What could she do? Hearing Liur's praise, there was no pleased expression on Yi Yuan's face. He shook his head and smiled bitterly, saying, Miss Liur is really a person riddled with paradoxes. Liur was dumbstruck. She asked, What does Mr. Yi mean? Yi Yuan cupped his fists and said, Forgive Yi Yuan for being brusque. I've observed that Miss Li has ice skin and jade bones, a sign of extreme ability. Yet, your looks don't match. I discern that Miss Liur has moonlight heavenly eye physique, advancing at a tremendous pace when cultivating ocular arts. Yet it just had to be the innate battle soul physique too. Liur and Yenner had blank looks on their faces. They clearly know nothing about this innate battle soul physique. Mr. Yi, what kind of spirit physique is this innate battle soul physique? Liur has never heard of it before. Mr. Yi, please enlighten us. Liur opened her mouth to ask. Yi Yuan nodded and said, In this age, when martial artists cultivate, they first ACCU, emulate essence, then cultivate the soul, and then gain enlightenment on Tao. This is associated with the upper three realms, middle three realms, and lower three realms. This kind of cultivation system is already very complete. The vast majority of martial artists in the world would take this path. Yi Yuan rattled on. Liur and Yenner were all secretly astounded. They did not think that within a tiny little southern domain sect, there was actually somebody who could enumerate the upper, middle, and lower three-realm cultivation system like his family's own inheritance. But then, it was said that 100,000 years ago, there was once a peerless powerhouse who possessed the innate battle soul physique. He walked the cultivation path of merging spirit and body and finally stepped into the deity realm. It was said that people who possessed this type of spirit physique, their bodies, and divine soul would gradually amalgamate, attaining the unparalleled great Tao from there. Yi Yuan continued. Liur was unbelievably baffled when she heard this. She had never heard of such a horrifying spirit physique before, and she herself was actually the owner of this kind of spirit physique. Your meaning is... Liur was nimble-minded. She had evidently already guessed what Yi Yuan was going to say. Yi Yuan nodded and said, That's right. The moonlight heavenly eye physique is likewise a deity realm physique. Furthermore, the cultivation of the moonlight heavenly eye physique similarly requires the support of soul force. That's also to say, these two types of spirit physiques are tearing your divine soul at the same time, all the way until one day, they will split your divine soul into two. Also, your current symptoms are not very obvious yet. You just feel dizzy and lethargic. Subsequently, the pain of your divine soul will become progressively stronger. That kind of ripping sensation will make you wish that you were dead. When Yi Yuan was breaking through to the spirit condensation realm, he personally had a taste of that sort of divine soul-tearing agony. That kind of feeling of dying being better than living was still fresh in his mind right now. If a person suffered such torment every day, even a man of iron would collapse too, let alone a little girl. And Yi Yuan knew that even if one were a divine king realm powerhouse, under such torment, there would only be death in the end. Any one of these two types of spirit physiques would be incredibly terrifying, but gathering onto a person at the same time was lethal. When Yenner listened to Yi Yuan's words, her tears immediately flowed. Nonsense. You're definitely talking rubbish. H. Plus, this innate battle soul physique is simply unheard of. How do you know? Yi Yuan let out a sigh and said, I also didn't imagine that I could chance upon such a spirit physique. But through Miss Lier's pulse earlier, I could indistinctly sense the strength of the ripping and the absorption her body has on the divine soul. Such a state is exactly the same as the innate battle soul physique. Yi Yuan was extremely sensitive towards soul force. Although the absorbing force in Lier's body was very minute, he could still detect it. Chapter 294, Divine Soul Mystic Art and Tier 8 Pill Formula. Chapter 294, Divine Soul Mystic Art and Tier 8 Pill Formula. Yinner suddenly wiped her tears and said, I know. You're definitely hankering after my family's Mrs. Beauty. That's why you're deliberately saying so. Yes. No. I'm telling you, give up on this idea. My family's Miss already likes someone else. When Yinner's words came out, Lier's expression dimmed instead. Her eyes revealed a woeful look. Yi Yuan was stupefied. He looked at Lier's face but did not say anything. Towards this face, Yi Yuan was not disgusted by it, but it was not to an extent where he was coveting her beauty, right? What did that have to do with this? This Miss Yinner was really packed with confidence in her family's miss. Forget about Lier. Even Yinner herself had no relation to the word beauty, right? Yinner, stop talking nonsense. This appearance of mine, it's already extremely hard to come by that Mr. Yi is not repulsed by me. What beauty is there? Lier glared at Yinner and said crossly, But miss, you didn't see that lecherous look of his just now. Yinner refused to give in. Yi Yuan shook his head and said helplessly, Since Miss Yinner suspects my motives, then just take it as if I didn't say it. My seniors are still waiting for me. Farewell, ladies. Yi Yuan, not arguing, did not mean that he really had no temper. This Yinner is really too self-absorbed. Even if I have never met women before, it's not to the extent where I will immediately be moved when I see a face like this. Right? If he continued talking, wouldn't he saving people out of goodwill become ulterior motives? Wait a minute, Mr. Yi. Keep your mouth shut for me, Yin. Just as Yi Yuan turned around to leave, Lier hurriedly stopped him. Miss Lier, this you was just shooting my mouth. Just take it as if you didn't hear it, Yi Yuan said. Lier shook her head and said, Yinner is insensible. Although Mister's realm is not high, the level of your medicinal skills is seldom seen in Lier's lifetime. Lier boldly asks Mister, does this spirit physique problem of mine has a solution? Yi Yuan mused for a moment and said, You really want to hear? Lier nodded and said, This matter concerns life and death. I naturally want to listen. But we're barely acquaintances. Can you really trust me? Mr. Yi is chivalrous. Lier already cannot thank you enough in my heart. How can I not trust Mister? If others see this face of mine, they would surely keep a respectful distance away. But Mr. Yi risked death to come back alone and save me. It can be seen that Mister is righteous, somebody who could be trusted. Lier said, if it were some other youth, they would surely get carried away with pride upon hearing such praise. But Yi Yuan was very composed. When he did things, he only sought to be able to live with himself. As for whether Lier, the master and servant pair were grateful, he did not really mind. Except, forget that Yinner was ungrateful. She even made baseless conjectures about him. This inevitably infuriated him. But Lier's words had a kind of spring breeze and rain magic. It felt very pleasing to Yi Yuan's ears when listening. That bit of displeasure from earlier also dissipated like a cloud. This made Yi Yuan sigh with admiration once again. It seemed like apart from her face was a little ugly. This Miss Lier could be said to be perfect in other areas. Yi Yuan sighed and said, all right then. Since Miss Lier trusts me, I'll talk about it. Lier gave a beautiful bow and said with a gentle smile, Lier, thanks, Mr. Yi. Yi Yuan waved his hands and said, don't be in such a rush to give thanks. Honestly speaking, a rarely seen dual spirit physique like yours is really very troublesome. The importance of the divine soul to a person need not be explained. If your divine soul is completely torn into two parts, What awaits can only be death. Talking about life and death, Lear was not really visibly moved. She asked calmly, then in Mister's opinion, how long more can Lear still live? Yi Yuan says for a moment and said, this would have to depend on the awakening speed of your innate battle soul physique. If it's fast, then 3 to 5 years. If slow, then around 10 years or so. Lear was dazed. Awakening. Yi Yuan nodded and said, that's right. The time that this symptom of yours appeared should be these past few years, right? Lear nodded and said, yes. Roughly around 3 years' time. Then that's right. This innate battle soul physique is not immediately obtained right after birth, but awakens through postnatal triggers. Once it awakens, this kind of spirit physique will automatically start fusing the divine soul, all the way until the spirit and flesh becomes one. This spirit physique is extremely heaven-defying. During the process of spirit and flesh merging, the cultivation speed of the person possessing the spirit physique will become increasingly faster and will not have any bottlenecks all the way until prior to breaking through to the deity realm. Yi Yuan explained. Lear sucked in a deep breath and said, that's also to say, even if I stop cultivating right now, this innate battle soul physique will still rip my divine soul? Yi Yuan nodded and said, if you're not of the moonlight heavenly eye physique, but of some other spirit physiques, this sort of spirit and flesh union will not have a big impact on you. But the cultivation of the moonlight heavenly eye physique requires the aid of soul force at the same time. You've already been through so many years of cultivation. Your soul force is already fully acclimatized to the moonlight heavenly eye physique. Hence, Lear gave a bitter smile when she heard this and said, to think that such a thing would actually happen to me. Then, Mr. Yi, can I still be saved? Yi Yuan smiled bitterly and said, I have a method which might be able to resolve Miss Lear's danger. But honestly, there's not much difference between saying it or not, because I can't help you now. Lear's eyes dimmed, but she still said, Mr. Yi, please enlighten. Yi Yuan nodded and said, I know a type of divine soul mystic art when supplemented by a type of tier 8 medicinal pill can split the divine soul into 2 for individual cultivation. As long as Miss Learn can divide the divine soul into 2 and integrate a part of the divine soul into both eyes, the crisis of the spirit and flesh will naturally be easily resolved. Yinner's eyes lit up when she heard this. Since that's the case, can't you just teach us the divine soul mystic art and pill formula? Lear's eyes glared and finally said subtle anger. Yinner, no matter whether it was the divine soul mystic art or the tier 8 medicinal pills formula, they were exceedingly precious items. Yinner asking for it like this was clearly committing a taboo. This sort of matter, even people on close terms would find it hard to ask, let alone that they were strangers. Yinner's tears splashed on the ground, and she actually kneeled in front of Yi Yuan with a loud smack, crying, Mr. Yi, Yinner apologizes to you. Yinner knows that this sort of request is very abrupt, but Miss is also someone with a bitter life. Yinner really doesn't wish to see her pa s away like this. I beg you, show some pity and save her. Seeing Yinner like so, Lear's tears also involuntarily fell. Yi Yuan sighed and supported Yinner up, saying, Miss Yinner need not do this. Towards saving people, I, Yi Yuan, would never decline. There's no harm in pious. Sing you the divine soul mystic art and tier 8 pill formula. It's just that I'm afraid that even if I hand them to you, you girls won't be able to refine the medicinal pill either. And without the medicinal pill, cultivating this sort of divine soul mystic art is overly dangerous. How so? As long as we have the pill formula, can't we refine the medicinal pill? Yinner thought that Yi Yuan was finding an excuse and was unwilling to surrender the divine soul mystic art and pill formula. Yi Yuan hesitated for a while, but finally still said, all right then. Since Miss Yinner doesn't believe me, then I'll hand the divine soul mystic art and pill formula to you guys. But Miss Lear, you must keep in mind, you absolutely cannot cultivate the divine soul mystic art if you can't refine the pill. Chapter 295, Slander. Chapter 295, Slander. Li'er and Yin'er did not quite dare believe their own ears. Yi Yuan really handed it over just like this? This was a divine soul mystic art and tier 8 pill formula. Even in the divine realm, these two items could make countless people go nuts. Yi Yuan handed it over so easily? Mr. Yi, you aren't joking with us, right? Li'er asked disbelievingly. Yi Yuan also knew the weight of these two items. The other party having this reaction was also something reasonable. Without wasting his breath, Yi Yuan retrieved 2 blank jade slips and imprinted the divine soul mystic art and tier 8 pill formula into these 2 jade slips. Not that Yi Yuan doesn't trust you two ladies. It's just that this matter is way too risky for Yi Yuan. I'd like you two ladies to swear a heavenly Tao oath, please. The origin of these 2 jade slips must not be known by a 4th person. This was also within reason. Li'er and Yin'er each swore a heavenly Tao oath. Then Yi Yuan pious said the jade slip to Li'er. Li'er held the 2 jade slips in her hands and stared at Yi Yuan woodenly. She still did not dare to believe that this was real up until now. Yi Yuan also sighed inwardly and thought to himself that this old weakness indeed resurfaced again. Yi Yuan never had much resistance towards this sort of thing like curing diseases and saving people. In his previous life, Ji Qingyan frequently did this sort of thing. Those who came to his place to beg, as long as they were not some heinous criminals, he would strive to cure them. On the one hand, it was because of his doctor's benevolence. On the other hand, it was because he found it hard to resist testing his skills. At Ji Qingyan's realm, subjugating a type of complicated or rare illness was something that came with an immense sense of accomplishment, and his alchemy Tao level also advanced during this process. In this life, Yi Yuan's personality already underwent a humongous change. But no matter how he changed, Yi Yuan was still Ji Qingyan. This master and servant pair had pure hearts. They were clearly not some heinous individuals. Yi Yuan naturally could not resist testing his abilities too. Moreover, facing this ugly-looking Li'er, not knowing why, Yi Yuan's Shaun grew even thicker. It was just that even if he gave the pill formula to Li'er, it was also impossible for her to refine the medicinal pill. This medicinal pill was not some street-side formula, but his Yi Yuan's self-created pill formula. It was called Rain Dew Soul Immersion Pill. It could only be refined by harmonizing with his unique technique. Furthermore, this pill formula had an extremely rare core ingredient. Even in the divine realm, it was also exceedingly scarce. With Yi Yuan's present condition, his heart was willing, but his strength was obviously lacking. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "The items are already handed over to Miss Li'er. This ye still have urgent matters on hand, so I'll take my leave first. Miss Li'er can consume more divine soul noris. Plussing medicinal pills in the future. This way, it can delay the time of the eruption of the divine soul tearing. I left a divine soul imprint on this jade slip. In the future, if my strength is sufficient, I'll naturally go and find Miss Li'er." Finished talking, Yi Yuan turned around left without any reluctance. Mere acquaintances, doing to this extent, was already his limit. As for whether Li'er could wait until the day he grew up, that was not something that Yi Yuan could control. Yi Yuan could tell that these two persons ident. 1. Tai was likely extraordinary. Their family might have some connections with the divine realm. If it were an ordinary person, upon hearing the name Tier 8 medicinal pill, they would most likely be deterred and step back already. "Miss, why not let's hurry back? Your ailment mustn't be delayed." After Yi Yuan left, Yin'er urged. But Li'er shook her head and said, "Going back is walking right into the trap. I'd rather die outside." "But, no buts. Also, didn't you hear Yi Yuan say earlier? The pill formula he gave, other people simply cannot refine it. I feel that what he said is true." Li'er said, "Then what we do now? Follow him. Merely a little spirit condensation, realm martial artist. Follow him for what?" Li'er shook his head and said, "This young man is not simple. A spirit condensation, realm martial artist actually knows the pill formula for a Tier 8 medicinal pill. Don't you find it strange? Now that Miss said it, that's true. Just now, I was only concerned about your illness and forgot about this point. Speaking of which, this boy is really leaking bizarreness. He can see through my moonlight heavenly eye with one glance. So his diagnosis should be pretty much on the mark. Such a level, even when placed in the divine realm, it's hardly ever seen. Either way, we have nothing to do in this endless world either. Why not take a look at what kind of mysterious person this Yuan is, Lier said. All right, then I'll listen to Miss. Lier nodded. But be careful this time. Don't divulge our whereabouts. Just like this, under a situation where he knew nothing about it, two little tails followed behind Yuan. When Yuan found Mei Zhen and the rest according to the coordinates, they already reached the entrance to the mystic realm. And at this time, the 7 out of the 8 great sects had already arrived. Only the closest heavenly sky sect had yet to arrive. Seeing Yuan return safely, Mei Zhen also let out a sigh of relief. Junior apprentice brother Yi, are you all right? Mo Yun Tian hurried asked. Yuan felt warmth in his heart and said, already said that it's to handle some minor affairs. Senior apprentice brother Mo need not worry. Haha, it's good that things are fine, it's good. Oh, Yuan, you rest first. After the heavenly sky sect people reach, we can enter the mystic realm already. Seeing Yuan return, Mei Zhen's mood was evidently pretty good. Yuan nodded and was just about to find a place to sit and rest when a group of people blocked his path. Not others, it was precisely the High Clarity Sect group. Why did this brat only come over now? Where'd he go just now? The one speaking was W.A.N.G. Fan. He interrogated Mei Zhen. Mei Zhen originally already nested a stomach full of anger. Seeing W.A.N.G. Fan grilling him, he sneered coldly and said, What? Do I still have to report to your High Clarity Sect when my Tranquil Cloud Sect disciples do anything? Initially, the various great sects each occupied a place to rest. The other sects people immediately looked over when these two people faced off. When W.A.N.G. Fan saw that Mei Zhen's attitude was unyielding, he was even more displeased as he said, Originally, you don't need to report to us. But the crow orchid Ganoderma that my High Clarity Sect had just gotten vanished suddenly. I suspect that it was stolen by this disciple of yours. Actually, W.A.N.G. Fan naturally did not think that Yuan was that mysterious person. He was taking this opportunity to find trouble. A duck that landed in his hands flew off. This made W.A.N.G. Fan very p.I.s. said. He also just happened to see Yuan being the last to return to his team earlier, so he obviously seized the chance to take action. His goal was very simple, which was to extort a little something from the Tranquil Cloud Sect. Even if they did not have something as precious as the crow orchid Ganoderma, they at least had to take out a quasi-tier for medicinal herb, right? It was just that he could never have imagined that the one who ruined the High Clarity Sect's affairs was Yuan himself. His wild flurry of sticks actually hit the perpetrator. Except he was talking nonsense about the whatever crow orchid Ganoderma already being in his hands, but was stolen by someone. This was Sploss. H.I. Plussing dirty water on the Tranquil Cloud Sect. Mei Zhen and the rest did not know what was going on either. But they knew that Yuan definitely succeeded. But towards W.A.N.G. Fan's drivel, Mei Zhen refused to believe it, even if he was beaten to death. What utter rubbish. Plus you open your eyes well, and take a look. Yuan, he is only a spirit condensation realm martial artist. Can he steal away something in front of the two of you mighty sea transformation realm experts? But W.N.G. Fan laughed sinisterly and said, It's true that he's a spirit condensation realm martial artist, but who knows if he specializes in thieving techniques and only knows how to steal things. If that's the case, then everybody needs to be careful.